All right, everyone, if you'll take your seats, the August 21st, 2013 meeting of the City Council is hereby called to order. This meeting has been properly noticed and posted in compliance with the open meeting law. These proceedings are being video recorded as well as presented live on KCLV Cable Channel 2 and are closed captioned for hearing impaired viewers. Please note some customers of Cox Communication who do not have a cable box may view this meeting on digital channel 89.5. The council meeting, as well as all other KCLV programming, may be viewed on the internet at www.kclv.tv. The proceedings will be rebroadcasted on KCLV and the web the Wednesday of the meeting at 8 p.m., also on Friday at 4 a.m., Saturday at 7 p.m., Sunday at 7 a.m., and the following Monday at 1 p.m. This building is protected by a state-of-the-art fire detection and suppression sprinkler system. If alarms should activate during today's meeting, please evacuate using the exits at the back of the chamber and out onto the mezzanine. Proceed out the double doors to the terrace and down the back staircase. For anyone who has difficulty with stairs, please check with a marshal or fire official for assistance. Once outside, assemble on the northeast corner across the street from City Hall at Lewiston First. Employees wearing safety vests or our city marshals will inform you when it's safe to re-enter our building. For public comment related to the items on the agenda, citizen participation, and public hearing items, we have available a speaker card which you may complete and submit to the city clerk. Cards are available online in the clerk's office or at the rear of these chambers. If you do not submit a card, it does not prevent you from speaking under public comment, citizen participation, or specified public hearing items. If there's anyone present today who has hearing need equipment, please come forward and see our city clerk. If you parked in the parking garage across the street and did not receive a validation ticket as you entered, please exit to your right when you leave and see the security personnel at the entrance. Before we proceed with the agenda, would everyone please rise for the invocation given this morning by Rabbi Yitzwein Young, Israel, Aish, Las Vegas, and please remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Thank you, Mayor Goodman and Council for inviting me to share a brief thought and prayer. So, imagine for a moment you were standing at a trial that would affect you for the rest of your life. So what would you do to prepare for such an event? So we believe, our tradition teaches us that when Rosh Hashanah comes, which is the Jewish New Year that's coming in just a week and a half, that really the Almighty will look upon every life, every living soul in this world, and determine our potential for the coming year. How do we prepare? I'll share with you the secret of great preparation. If someone gives you a gift, learn to appreciate it. The more we appreciate the gift, the more worthy we are to receive another gift. And the Almighty's given us all a wonderful life, and if we take a little more time and have real appreciation for our life and really do our best to make the world a better place, so then we make ourselves more worthy for a year of blessings in the coming year. And that applies to everyone. And what a tremendous honor it is to stand before the council, that you spend so much time really, truly trying to make this world, specifically Las Vegas, a better place for all of us and the people who come here and are involved in the process. So may the Almighty bless all of you with the spirit of wisdom that you should continue to do great things for us in Las Vegas and all of mankind. Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag, the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, justice for all.
And I give our rabbi a little hype. He's just published a book. It's called Life is Great. Now, the reason I'm doing this is because one of our largest investors, Tony Shea of Zappos, has Delivering Happiness. What a better way to put people together. So hopefully you get a copy of Delivering Happiness, and hope your book does well and melds well with Delivering Happiness. So we will proceed now with the ceremonial portion of the morning. Chief Freeman? Okay. 2, 3, 4, 5. Ooh, we are here. This is the ceremonial portion of the agenda, and for our first item today, it is my huge, great, fabulous pleasure to honor the August Citizen of the Month. This gentleman really needs no introduction, as he's been a pillar in our community for many, many years. I'd like to ask our August Citizen of the Month, Steve Shore, to please join me at the podium. Oh, Oscar will love your suit. He's in mafiosa dress today. Oh, my. Our beloved man, as you know, many of you know Steve as the longtime face of Cox Communication, where he served as the company's vice president of public affairs. In fact, we have some of his many friends and co-workers from Cox joining us today. Some of us who've been here for a long while actually remember him when he was a local news anchor here. He's won 2 Emmys for news anchoring, 2 National Freedom Foundation Awards, and has been inducted into Nevada Broadcasters Association Hall of Fame. Beyond his great work in broadcasting and with Cox, it's really his willingness to be involved in this community that has set Steve far, far apart. He's been a great resource for the city of Las Vegas and public agencies all across southern Nevada. He's always willing to help and lend a hand. There are really too many civic organizations that Steve has been involved with and in to list here, but he's been a great help to the Southern Nevada Boys and Girls Club, the Nevada Ballet, just to name 2. Steve was honored by the U.S. Justice Department, the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, with a Lifetime Achievement Award for his efforts to protect children. Something you may not know about Steve is that he's a world-renowned dog show judge and truly loves man's best friend. Did somebody just bark? Longtime dear friend Denny Weddle has a new talent. Onto the strip you go. One of the things Steve is most proud of, after, of course, his family, is the Steve Shore Elementary School in, what's that city? Henderson.
It's actually Las Vegas.
Oh, good. It's in Las Vegas. What an honor that is to have, for Steve to have all those young minds attending classes and a building named for him. We know you will continue to work to make Las Vegas a better place in which to live, and I want to present you with this framed certificate naming you the Citizen of the Month in Las Vegas. Mayor Pro Tem will give it to you while I continue on here and hold it. In addition, of course, we have a sign that's been up since the beginning of the month. If you've ever been down here and driving back and forth, you did. Good. We have a sign from you, which is to the left, which will be sitting out on Main Street outside City Hall for the full month. And we thank you again for all that you do. And do you have your family here?
My son is working. My wife is going to the hospital.
Oh, my goodness. Well, wish her well and keep the earning part going. But a man never at a loss for words. Let's see. You have 20 minutes.
First of all, I am honored, Madam Mayor and members of the council, for this incredible honor. I have to say, my relationship with the city of Las Vegas is long and mighty. And before I get into that, I want to thank all of my family and friends from Cox Communications to be here. It's an honor for you to be here with me. Will they stand, all of my family and friends from Cox? Please stand, because they're wonderful. And the president and second in charge of my PTA are here at Shore Elementary School. And what a cool honor to be here the same day that some of the great friends that I've had as part of the NELA support staff are being honored also. You know, I see 2 members of the Thunderbirds here. The Thunderbirds have done such an incredible job for our community over the years, but the NELA support staff has really been an amazing organization to make sure the men and women of our military are supported all the time. And I'm so very, very proud of Randy Black and the other members of the support staff, and I'm honored to be a part of that. And Linda Byrick, who I don't know what would be like without having her part of it and keeping us all in line. So now the City Council. Part of everything that I've done, one of the toughest things I ever did was to negotiate for Cox Communications the agreement when Cox took over from Prime Cable. That was a tough go at the time. Part of that was to provide what some of you hate and some of you love, which is KCLV TV, which is Channel 2. I don't know what we'd be in our community without the residents who cannot come down to this chambers to be able to see what our local government, our great local government does. And I'm very, very proud to have been a part of that. And I'm so very, very proud of this honor. And Madam Mayor, thank you very much. You have always been a friend, along with your husband, that other former mayor. You honor me. Thank you very, very much.
We're so proud of you. And just so grateful to you for all that you've done. There aren't words enough to be able to tell you. Really earnestly, you've been so important to this city and friend to so many of us for so long. It's great. And you still are young and handsome. It's wonderful. We need a photo. Okay, excuse us for a minute. Okay, over by the sign, your sign. We're always behind you. Where are you? There you are. Can we show your sign?
Without doubt.
And you have to tilt it a little bit down so it doesn't glare.
Stand up.
That's it. He's there.
Got to be a little more specific.
How come nobody tells you to stand up?
She's expected to be slightly.
All right. That just makes me feel so great because I know everybody standing here is so appreciative of everything that you've done. So moving on for our next item, Councilwoman Tarkanian is going to recognize one of our great teachers. Councilwoman?
Yes, now we're going to swim with the fishes. I'm going to ask Ms. Saunders to come up, please. Yeah. Come on up. Yeah. Today, it is our pleasure to award to Elisa Emmy Saunders a certificate of recognition for her work this year as a teacher at sea. She was selected from a national candidate pool of 220 applicants, and she was one of only 25 that were chosen for this program, sponsored by the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Program. And she is the only participant from Nevada, and that says a lot. She's an educator at the Springs Preserve, and she set sail on Tuesday, May 14th, to assist scientists on a survey of larval fish abundance in the Gulf of Mexico. She was selected to participate on the cruise as part of the Oceanic Program, a national program, which bridges science and education through real-world research experience. This Teacher at Sea program gives educators the professional opportunity of a lifetime, a chance to participate in cutting-edge science on the ocean, working side by side with world-renowned scientists. And as Nevada seeks to implement the next generation science standards, our City Council is especially honored to recognize Ms. Saunders for her achievement as a leader in science education for the City of Las Vegas. Imagine that, to be chosen as one from a tiny state such as Nevada, as one of 25 from a pool of 220 national candidates. That's an achievement of which she can and we can be very proud. Emmy, can you tell us a little bit about your experience this summer?
So thank you all for having me here this morning. This is an honor. Being able to experience a life-changing opportunity like this was amazing, and being here today is the icing on the cake, so thank you very much. So I spent 17 days in the Gulf of Mexico working with NOAA scientists. We lived and worked on the ship for that time, didn't see land for 17 days. We collected plankton samples, we dropped nets, worked from midnight to noon every night, some of the hardest and most fascinating work I've ever done. So for that time, I was a citizen scientist and a volunteer. I got my hands dirty along with the scientists and came to respect the work that they do. And I also came to realize that as an educator, one of the most valuable ways that we can invest in creating amazing opportunities for STEM programming, for strengthening the program that we offer to our local youth, is to invest in programs like this that send teachers out into the field, either on a local or national level, to really get to know the field science that happens out there, to bring these programs back to the students here in Las Vegas. And not a day goes by that since I've returned that I haven't been able to share something about the technology used, about the amazing creatures that we encountered, about the ways that the fields of science interact. So it's been a life-changing opportunity, and I think it's really going to pay dividends in the programming that I'm offering at the Springs Preserve. I'm grateful to my coworkers at the Springs Preserve, whose hard work allowed me to be gone for that time. My family for not challenging the fact that, hey, don't you get seasick? Shouldn't maybe you consider not going out to sea? And also for the Las Vegas City Council, Councilman Tarkanian, Mayor Goodman, for giving me the chance to talk about the Teacher at Sea program today. It's quite an honor, so thank you so much.
Thank you.
And we want to give you this certificate of recognition, the mayor and city council, to congratulate you for being chosen as one of the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration's educators for the 2013 Teacher at Sea program. Congratulations very much. And this is where we really need some help on that frontier of the ocean. Thank you very much.
And I noticed you have ocean blue nails. See, we really are moving forward. Wonderful. And for our next item, Councilman Coffin, I think you have something special.
Thank you, Mayor. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a couple of special people here today to recognize, people in our City of Las Vegas community, people who work for us but work for all of you. We have two correction officers who are going to receive some special recognition today, and I'd like to have Chief Michelle Freeman step forward along with our two honorees, or at least, gentlemen, make yourselves a little closer to the floor so that they can, there you are, so at least you can be ready to be called up. But, you know, I know the Chief has some special remarks to make. I just want to say, correction officers are probably the least understood and most underappreciated members of law enforcement. They have to sort out the good from the bad. You know, there are good people in jails that get there for all the wrong reasons, and there are some pretty bad people. They all associate together. So the job of the correction officer, I'll leave to the description to Chief Freeman, but let me just say that when we honor them in Ward 3, we honor everyone and anyone in that profession, and so we always like to talk about that profession. Chief, would you like to step forward and tell us all about it?
I'd love to. Good morning, Mayor and Council. Thank you very much, Councilman Coffin. It's an honor to be standing up here today, and I really appreciate the opportunity to be able to recognize these two outstanding officers standing next to me. Officer Chavez and Officer Rodriguez have been working with the Department of Detention and Enforcement, the City of Las Vegas, since 2002. They have signed on for lifelong careers. They've been nothing but exemplary. They've done inside the community and externally in our community. What I mean by that is they've been able to reach, because of their bilingual abilities, their expertise, and their skill sets, they've been able to reach both the English-speaking communities as well as the Latino communities. It's amazing. It's amazing what they offer. They volunteer outside of work, not just while they're at work. They volunteer on a repeated basis. They have done so many things, as well as being wonderful family men, which some of their family members are here today. Thank you for coming. Yes, would you like to stand?
Somebody's here. There she is.
There's more than just you. Thank you. Thank you for being here with us today. They have reached out to the communities and have assisted parents and children about gangs. They have worked in the City of Las Vegas, in the Department of Detention Enforcement, sharing their knowledge and detecting some of the things that we need to internally in the jail. They've been able to reach out to the community of law enforcement and share knowledge with them as well. Not just nationally and locally, but also internationally, which is amazing. They've been able to share things such as covert messaging, gang intelligence, and graffiti, understanding and reading of graffiti, just to name a few. They've also been able to, this is remarkable to me, for them to get complimented and invited to go to other countries to teach is amazing. Their most recent time that they left was not too long ago when they went to Mexico City to share their intellect, their skills, and their everything they've got. These guys are wonderful. They exemplify the City of Las Vegas, our Action Core values all the time, which is our last acronym, NOW. They're always acting now. They absolutely build community to make life better. And I thank you both from the bottom of my heart for representing so well as family men and as wonderful, wonderful employees. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. No jokes about people being vertically challenged. Everybody understand this person could put you over her shoulder really quick and then pin you down. We have awards for these two men, but I think it's very special to understand that they work, our city jail is in Ward 3, and the population of Ward 3 is approximately 60 to 65% Latino, and when you figure the youth, let's say the under 18, under 21 population, it's probably closer to 80%. So therefore, people with this kind of assignment, it's really important we have bilingual employees. I know Metro is striving to have more. They've just launched a new academy, and we have a Citizens Academy that we're putting on. But I tell you what, there's still more to do. And we have to make sure that we can speak the language of these wonderful, hardworking people. And more importantly now, their individual accomplishments, I think, have been thoroughly covered by the Chief. I just want to say again on my prefatory comments about this job, it's, again, the most underappreciated and least understood job because of the population in our jails. We have people like you and I sitting in this jail today for various offenses they might have committed. It may have been a domestic violence. It might have been forgetting to pay those tickets and maybe smart-mouthing the judge. There's all kinds of reasons why our constituents are in this jail, and they may be law-abiding, tax-paying citizens, but they get on the wrong side. On the other hand, we also have some of the worst of the worst. The job of a CO is to try to protect them from each other, while at the same time protecting themselves. The temptations of a correction officer are so different from other law enforcement because there's always a quest to bring drugs into a jail. There's always a quest to send out orders from gang members to others in the community. So there is a two-way conversation going on from a jail. Knowing it and understanding it and intercepting it and with an understanding manner are the critical qualities of the COs. We just initiated 10, I believe, 3 weeks ago, Chief Freeman, and so I know that they're in for a rough time as they shake down into that job, but these two men will help them do their work. And now I'd like to present them with a special award from the council and specifically Ward 3. We have today for, Miguel, okay? We have today honoring you for outstanding law enforcement excellence and leadership from us, this very personal award, and I think that you will find that it'll last forever. The quote on the plaque in Latin means I have done my best. So, Miguel, you have done your best. Thank you very much for your work. Thank you. That's Miguel Chavez. Antonio Rodriguez, welcome. For outstanding law enforcement excellence and leadership, I present to you this plaque from our office, and really wish you well. Thank you for your service to all of us. Would anybody like to say anything? We don't want to put you on the spot. I don't know if you have chosen to have somebody say a comment or two, but we'd be delighted to have you.
Absolutely. Ladies and gentlemen, I just want to say thank you very much on, well, at least on behalf of Officer Chavez and I. Doing what we do is an honor, what we do here. We are honored to be correction officers in one of the greatest cities ever. But to be asked to do something, to go somewhere else and expand what we do here in the city of Las Vegas out in another country and show them how we do business here, amazing. But the things that we do and the training that we receive is definitely appreciated. So right now we'd like to take this time to thank our chief and thank everybody else responsible, because you're only as good as the people that you're standing next to. And when you're in a jail facility, in a situation, you're only as good as the person that you're standing next to. And we have a couple of our correction officers up over there in the corner. I just want to say thank you guys for coming, and just thank you for being there for us. Gentlemen over there, thank you very much for all your support and everything you've done for us. 12 years in? We were in the academy together, okay? So 12 years in, and we got a lifetime to go to keep on making it happen here. So thank you very much. And you want to say something? Thank you. All right, thank you.
Again, thank you and congratulations to both of you. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, you don't ever badmouth a officer of the law, do you? You're out there and Metro pulls you over, the Henderson or North Las Vegas PD. They pull you over. You're respectful. You know what can happen to you. On the other hand, these gentlemen have that and more and have to hold their temper. I think that it shows an evenness of abilities to be able to control oneself under pressure. And so we intend to honor all those who have that kind of ability. Thank you again, Mayor, for letting me present these today.
Thank you, Councilman. Thank you, officers. I do want you to know, however, all of the officers, D&E, all of the officers that serve, you serve our entire community, and we know that. And while your award specifically is from Ward 3, because that's where the physical plant is, it really and truly comes with the adoration, respect, and applause for each of you from the entire city council and the mayor, but for all the citizens that appreciate every day what you do, and we know your lives are at risk as well as others. So we are just so grateful to you as an entire city and community. So thank you, and all your colleagues, thank you. And Chief, wow, great. Thank you. And excuse me, for our next item, Councilman Ross. Are you ready to go to recognize the accomplishment? I'm not going to say. Yours.
We've got great citizens in our community. We've got incredible educators in our community, wonderful law enforcement officers. But now it's time to talk about the really important people in our community, in our city, and that's the kids. Today, I want to introduce to you the Nevada State Little League champions, the 12 and 13-year-old Mountain Ridge Little League team, hailing from Centennial Hills. Boys, stand up and come on down here. Coaches, come on down here too. Come on down here, guys. Come on, look alive. I guarantee you they move this fast at home too, but when they actually are on the ball field, they run. I've seen these boys play. With them, Larry Quaney, their manager, Troy Griffith, their coach, and Mike Buttrell is another coach. He wasn't able to make it today. These are some incredibly talented young men. They made it. Well, let me just read my script here. These boys have won back-to-back state championship titles as 10-year-olds, 11-year-olds, and 12-year-olds, and represented the state of Nevada at the Western Regional Tournament in San Bernardino, California. They played teams from Southern California, Hawaii, Arizona, and Utah. They were this close from going to the World Little League Championships. Am I correct, Larry? The team showed their never-quit attitude and determination as they moved to the regional tournament and caused a few gray hairs that their parents and fans will never recover. This team has a lot to be proud of. Their record for the last 3 years in All-Stars and in the Western World Series has been an unbelievable 32-4. This is the second time that Mountain Ridge has sent a team to the Western World Series in San Bernardino. I want to thank the team, their parents, their families, the coaching staff, and all their time, effort, and sacrifices they've made this season, not only representing Centennial Hills, the city of Las Vegas, but also the state of Nevada. Larry, come on over here and say a few words, if you will. Give them another round of applause.
Yeah, I just wanted to thank the parents, probably the most important, to get them to the practices and to put up with us coaches. But the kids, it's been a 3-year run that's been unbelievable. We've enjoyed every minute of it, even though we've kind of worked them pretty hard. But it's paid off. We've done some special things in the state that no other team's ever done before. And with Councilman Ross, for all the things he does, no one has ever go out to games to watch their people in their area play, and he's done that. He's supported us. He's been there behind us and been at every one of our openings and everything. It's been a great experience for the kids, for us. We got to spend 2 weeks in Southern California playing the stiffest competition and came up a little bit short, like you said. But the team that did beat us looks like they're going to go on and win the Little League World Series. So, to lose to the best team in the country, it's okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, but the coaches put a lot of time into, and I want to thank everybody, and thank you, too, for having us up here.
You bet. You bet, Larry. Thank you. Let me introduce the boys to you. Some of the boys aren't here, so if you are here, raise your hand. Jesse Pierce, right field pitcher. Lance Quaney, third base. Jacob Goodman, catcher. Jarrett Goodman, shortstop and pitcher. Jarrett, okay. Zach Simon, first base and pitcher. Justin Griffith, second base, and Nicholas Kornman, shortstop, who I almost caught you jumping over my wall, but I did catch you jumping over my wall, didn't I? They live in my neighborhood. Tyler Barker, center field. Carson Winters, left field. Ryan Lisland, left field. Trevor Wright, pitcher. Kendall Rosenkrantz, third base. Parker Collette, left field. And, of course, Larry Quaney, manager. Troy Griffith, I've known Troy for many years. A great coach, great team, great neighbor. Give them another great big round of applause. They represented us. And, Larry, you're going all the way next year, right? You're going all the way next year. Good job, boys. Congratulations. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, guys.
Isn't that great? You're the best team. You will get them next year unless they all have to move on because of age. But I love having a Goodman, another Goodman. Two Goodmans, right, I see they're brothers.
Oh, is it Godman?
Godman. No, I like it. I like that slip. I will always call you Goodman when I see you. It's Godman. I love it. Congratulations. You make us proud. Thank you. And Larry, coach. And I can, from the office, I can take you tomorrow to good luck there. But for the youngsters that aren't here, just call me out. Come on. Thank you.
Good job, guys.
Thank you. And for our next item, our Mayor Pro Tem is going to recognize.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning, everyone. If you don't know, in August, we have what's called National Aviation Day. National Aviation Day is observed in the United States on August 19th each year to celebrate the history and development of aviation. And it coincides with the birthday of Orville Wright, who together with his brother Wilbur made significant contributions to powered flight and are given credit for building the world's first successful airplane with aircraft controls that enabled them to steer the plane. Orville, who piloted the Wright Flyer, made the first flight for 12 seconds and 120 feet around the site of the Wright Brothers National Memorial on December 17, 1903. They were not the first to build and fly experimental aircraft, but they were the first to invent aircraft controls that made fixed-wing flight possible. In honor of National Aviation Day, we obviously have Nellis Air Force Base in our community, a big part of our community. And we continually strive to support the men and women that keep our country safe out of Nellis Air Force Base. There are a group of men and women in Las Vegas, exactly 144, that make up the Nellis Support Team. These are leaders in our community that volunteer their time to be honorary commanders out at Nellis Air Force Base to support the men and women that serve out there. The 144 who make up the Nellis support team, their commander is Randy Black, who is a big part of our community, and I'd like to invite Commander Black to come up here in order to be recognized. Okay. And I'd also like to invite the commander of the United States Air Force Aerial Demonstration Team, the Thunderbirds, Thunderbird 1, Lieutenant Commander Gregory Mosley. And that's Gregory Mosley right here. And you have somebody else with you, Martinez, and we have Joe Brown down here also. I was first introduced to the Nellis support team by one of their honorary commanders, Alan Karcher. He took me out there. He said, you got to come out and you got to see what we're doing out at Nellis Air Force Base. And these folks that go out there and become honorary commanders provide not only moral support, but they've raised over $1 million in support of the men and women that serve out at Nellis Air Force Base. And they're just great community leaders that want to make sure that there's a partnership between the city of Las Vegas, the rest of Las Vegas, and the Nellis Air Force Base. And I want to thank Alan for inviting me out there to actually see. They actually have nicknames. I know Heidi Harris, she's called Cougar. I don't know, what's yours, Alan? Big Al. Alan's Big Al. So I want to let Randy Black, who was actually my wife's boss for a while when she worked out at the Casablanca Resort in Mesquite, and that is I know it's not in Las Vegas, but the Casablanca Resort in Mesquite is a great resort. So I want to ask Randy, the commander of the Nellis support team, just to talk a little bit about the folks that he represents.
Thank you so much, Mayor Pro Tem, all you folks. It's so great of you to take this opportunity to recognize us. But as Joe Brown, the guy that brought me on board, will tell you, this isn't about me. It's about these great Americans that are in blue. When I took over from Joe Brown 100 years ago, he was right there when Orville was flying around. And you know, there's great people that have been in this program before me, Cashman Jr., Cashman III, Zach Taylor, you guys may remember from Western Savings, was a general at the base. Joe Brown, Ashley Hall, the Governor Gwynn. So these men have always had in a vision that the base is very important. When I took over, what's amazing about the sacrifices that these people make, 20 years ago, an airman could get food stamps. That, thank God, has changed. But there's still a lot of things that are not provided, even though we spend billions of dollars on our military. We were fortunate enough to be called upon to keep the base there and also raise a little money. So through our honorary program, as you said, Mayor, $1,580,000, thanks to Sue, we do things like you can't believe, parties for the entire United States Air Force, and you know, all of our guys, Tony Benici, Eric Schweitzer, even Denny with his cat calls, are able to bring to this fight to keep these men and women, to get them things that they need. Funny things like when they created a new dormitory out there, they only had one vacuum cleaner. We bought them vacuum cleaners. We support educational items. We do all kinds of things. So with that money, we're able to do that. But the important thing we do also, as Joe can tell you, is we keep the missions, and things are changing. You know, we have unmanned aerial vehicles, which are very, very important, the F-35, the F-22. All of that has changed the dynamics of how we operate. And as Greg can tell you, we're out there every day trying to support and bring new men and women into the Air Force. So our job, to keep the $5.4 billion a year that Nellis represents to our community, is to make sure that we stay fluent in those missions and we also adapt to the new missions that are coming along. So that's what we do. And these guys, most of them are not here. And could you please stand up? Zoop came over. He was a colonel in the Air Force. Now he's one of us. So stand up. These are all the Nellis support teams. Mr. Gregson, all of these people. And like I say, most of them you don't see because they're behind. Shore's one of us, and he just left. But really appreciate, is he still here? There he is. So we really appreciate the opportunity, and thank you so much for applauding our efforts. But again, it's not about me and Joe Brown. It's about the men and women in the blue. So thank you for what you guys do, and thank you for recognizing us.
Commander Mosley, did you want to say anything? Come on over here.
Well, thank y'all for having us. We sure do appreciate it. Mr. Black, thank you for having us also. The relationship between Nellis Air Force Base and the city of Las Vegas is remarkable. As a commander and a chief of a 130-person plus squadron, the relationship that the Nellis support team has to support our airmen is untouched. Sir, I thank you, and for the men and women of the Nellis support team, thank y'all for what you do for the squadron and Nellis as a whole.
Great, thank you.
You gotta have him stand up. Really, we're all basically want to be Air Force fighter pilots, but he actually's not got his suit on. He's got on his flight suit.
Alan, why don't you I asked Alan to wear his uniform, so why don't you stand up? Doesn't he look good?
He's ready to
He looks awesome, man. So Randy, on behalf of the mayor and the entire city council, I would like to recognize August 21st, 2013 as Nellis Support Team Day in the city of Las Vegas. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Can you imagine the Wright brothers thinking about drones? It's more like Dick Tracy and his watch, or 1984. Wow, congratulations, thank you. I mean, this is just awesome. 5.4 billion is Nellis? B, 5.4. Every year, 5.4 billion. Whew. Unbelievable. We're almost done. Just a couple of things. We can't let you go away so fast, Councilman Barlow, because we just got word. You all know, or maybe don't know, but the City Hall, this brand new City Hall, finally got its LEED certification. We are gold certified. But yesterday we heard that Fire Station 106 made gold. So we thought that was great. And 107 is under investigation or review. No. Out in the Sun City area, it is under review, but I'm very confident. So those are great kudos. And one last item before we move on to our regular agenda. We've had a wonderful woman for the past 9.5 years helping us here at City Hall with all of our special events, our runs, our our Eldorado Parade that's been brought back, our centennial program for awarding funds to historical entities, and that lady, Esther Carter, has now decided she's going to go work for some developers in a city to the east. So we wish her well. She's been simply fabulous. She's certainly helped get us through 2 U.S. Conference of Mayors here, back-to-back, which were the most successful. And when we compare ourselves to other cities, it is the special event that makes something different and unique, but includes all of our citizens. So Esther, wherever you are, unless you're fired, maybe because this is your last day of work and you took it off. But we thank you for your years of service, and we wish you well in the future. So, if you'll excuse me for one moment while I take a poll. Okay, no break, right to work. Thank you all very much. We are going to work, which will take 2 minutes to get us there. Who would like this piece of equipment?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, we will move on to item number 10. Public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters on the agenda for action. The amount of time any single speaker is allowed may be limited. All comments made will be cross-referenced to those specific items. If anyone submitted a speaker card who wishes to speak under this portion of the agenda, please come to the podium, state your name for the record. We will set the time at 1 minute, and I will tell you we do have these cards. Paul Moradkin, this is on item number 52. Bruce Gale on item 49. Robert Walker on item 49. Vicki Higgins on 49 and 68. Jennifer Solis on 49 and 64. Derek Connor on 49 and 64. Richard Poole on 49 and 64. And David McDonough either 49 and question mark 62, we probably mean 64. So, if you will come forward, and again, we don't need the address, if you'll just state your name, please. And we'll set the time at 1 minute each at this portion. Thank you.
Good morning, Mayor and Council members. For the record, Paul Moradkin on behalf of the Las Vegas Metro Chamber of Commerce. The Metro Chamber would like to reiterate support for item 52 regarding the multi-business jurisdiction for business licensing. I'd like to thank the sponsor of the bill, Councilman Ross. The Metro Chamber, first of all, would like to acknowledge the staff's efforts and community outreach. They sent about 3,800 notices out and also notified the Chamber. They've done a great job preparing the business impact statement, and we'd like to acknowledge those efforts. The provisions themselves, the consolidations, the revisions to the categories are great steps forward. And I would also like to recognize that the city and your efforts and staff, you guys are really leading the efforts regionally and statewide to really change the way how business licensing is done. We hope that our leaders across the city recognize that, and we continue to work with your staff. And I'd like to thank the city manager and her efforts and the council. So thank you so much for making this happen, and we appreciate the partnership. Thank you very much, Mayor and Council.
Thank you very much.
Paul, thank
Next,
you.
please.
Mayor, if I may. Paul, thank you very much. The leaders regionally means a great deal to us as we go forward with all sorts of other issues. So that means a great deal. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
And you do know and you do remember when the first step was placed over at the chambers over in the county building when Sue Brager was then chairman of the commission as we were moving forward into this area. So we are in total agreement. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next person, please come forward, state your name.
Good morning, Madam Mayor, members of the Commission, Attorney Bruce Gale. I filled out a card to speak on item 49, but I also left out item number 64, which these two go in tandem. So I would like to speak briefly on those, and I will probably stick around to speak, during when those items are called. But I'll be very brief, Your Honor, because I know there's other people here. I want to talk about SB 374 and agenda items number 49 and 64. And based on the timeline under SB 374, why I would like to see the city to continue to accept and consider the applications for the establishment of the medical marijuana establishments in the city of Las Vegas. The SB 374, as y'all well know, provides for some time deadlines, but those are soft deadlines. And if the state issues a license, it's going to be a provisional license. And so, was that the buzzer going off? Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And you will have another opportunity, as you said. Please, next person.
Good morning, Your Honor. Derek Connor. I'm also an attorney here in town. I'm speaking on the same items as Mr. Gale was. Essentially, I'm here because I have a lot of clients who are interested in opening these businesses, and these items are going to delay that process. These people need to go out and find land use, find buildings, and start getting their applications prepared before the deadlines of SB 374. Particularly with item 64, I'm very concerned about the increase for an additional 6 months deadline beyond the first 6 months. That'll make it beyond the deadline to apply for these businesses pursuant to SB 374. That's going to be a huge burden on my clients. It's basically going to push them out of Las Vegas altogether, and I would just like to note our opposition to that. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. I did also receive the cards of Adam Sternberg on, let's see, R61-201, 349 and 64, Cindy Brown, 49 and 64, Alvin Brody, 4964, Kurt Duchat, 4964, Tasha Heath, 4964, and Daniel Fagundes. So thank you. We have those cards. Anyone else under this portion of the agenda wishes to speak, please come forward, state your name.
My name is Adam Sternberg. Thank you, Council. I would like to speak on item 61 and also 64 also, and what these gentlemen just spoke about, the attorneys. I own Compassion Nevada Consulting here in Las Vegas. There's a big need for the patients and a need for the safety of the city and the people of the city to have these establishments to prevent the black market from taking hold and infecting our neighborhoods. So this is a very necessary thing. By putting these restrictions, it's going to, in essence, increase the black market and make our neighborhoods unsafe. So please consider not placing these moratoriums on. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
Good morning. My name is Robert Walker. I'm here to speak on item number 49. According to Thomas Jefferson, the role of government is to secure our natural rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. George Washington, Ben Franklin, and Mr. Jefferson grew and used the natural product that this less than august body has chosen to regulate. Cannabis was given to mankind for his use by God. God did not see fit to regulate its use, but this panel, in its collective wisdom, has chosen to usurp God and his power by enacting legislation that interferes with our natural right to put into our bodies what we choose. Whether we choose to inhale, inject, or ingest the substance so generously provided by nature and nature's God is outside the purview of this or any government. The role of government is to secure the blessings of liberty. That is its primary role. Regulating the use of any substance is outside the realm of the power granted by the people. The attempt to regulate and charge me for exercising my unalienable, inherent, and natural right to the use of cannabis is beyond ridiculous.
Thank you very much.
Prohibition of the use of any substance has...
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. The time's closed. You can come back and speak at the time of when we bring up item number 49. Thank you. Yes, sorry. Thank you very much. It was set at a minute. At this point, you'll be able to speak later. Thank you. Please, anyone else on this item? And remember, your time limit is a minute at this point, and you will have another opportunity.
I hope, Father Dave Castelleggio, I hope I'm not out of line, because I don't want to speak on an item from this agenda, but rather the last agenda, the last meeting, and that is to thank you for my reappointment to the Regional Housing Authority. I really believe, and I think you know, it's one of the most important appointments that you make, because it's one of the few appointments that you make that's not advisory. Once you put us on, we're on, and we do what it is that we believe is the best, and that I've been on before, and that you trusted me to reappoint me. I just wanted to come down and to thank you.
Thank you.
And I promise you I will do my best to make the Housing Authority a super place.
Thank you very much.
And Councilman Ross isn't here, but you can let him know I'll try not to be as noticeable in the papers as evidently he said I had been in the past.
Okay.
And I want to thank him, and especially Councilman Barlow, who served with me on the board before, for their comments at the last meeting. I watched it, and I thank all of you again. God bless.
Thank you. Thank you, and best to you. Okay, anyone else wishing to use this time, please?
Hello, I'm Vicki Higgins. Excuse me, I want to address item 49, and I believe it's 64 as well. I understand the need to create structure before we start issuing licenses for medical cannabis establishments. I would simply request that we fine-tune, streamline, and get it going a little bit sooner. We do need to create the medicine before the establishments open. I believe that zoning and business structuring is an important thing to address as quickly as possible. We have a vast, vast team with much knowledge to help to streamline this process, and we are putting ourselves at your disposal, the Medical Cannabis Advocates of Nevada. So thank you for your time, and we appreciate your streamlining this process. Expediting will assist the patients in Nevada and not create underhanded methods of creating property ownership within the city limits to try to sideline this particular issue. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Anyone else wishing to be heard at this time? Remember your time limits, 1 minute, please.
Good morning, Your Honor, the Mayor, and City Council. My name is Hodges, and I will throw myself out. But anyway, I want to say that years ago when the drones was being practiced, they always worked with things before they put it into practice. Well, they used to be out at Indian Spring, they'd be flying around, and me and my wife would be coming down from Tonopah on 95. I see that funny-looking thing flying. I said, what is that? I didn't know it didn't have nobody in it, but they are kind of funny-looking. I used to see that thing. I said, forget about it, whatever. But I want to say that I was introduced to the drones before they was even allowed to become to the public. Thank you, and it's good to be here and say hello to you and throw myself out if I need to.
Thank you. Next, please.
Hi, my name is Jennifer Solis. I'm here to address items number 49 and 64. I'm from the Wellness Education Cannabis Advocates of Nevada. Placing a moratorium on dispensaries in Nevada or in the city will cost the city thousands of dollars, thousands and thousands of dollars. We have an economic impact report that we can make available to you if you would care to peruse it, that shows that the millions of dollars that will be made off this is more important than you guys blocking dispensaries in Nevada. Safe access in Nevada has been denied to Nevada citizens for 12 years. And to further block those efforts, it really doesn't serve the people as they voted. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, please. Morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Michael McAuliffe, speaking on item 49 as well and 64. I'm also a member of the board of WECAN, the Wellness Education Cannabis Advocates of Nevada, and I'm speaking against this item. We just 2 weeks ago put on a seminar in which we had several state legislators, regulators, and various others talking about two business entrepreneurs who are looking for these licenses when they come down. Jackie Holloway, Director of Business Licensing for Clark County, informed us that there is a multi-jurisdictional task force already working on this issue that comprises unincorporated Clark County, Las Vegas, North Las Vegas, Henderson, and Mesquite. And if the county, or if the city rather, decides to impose this moratorium and then by a pro forma vote decides to extend it, the city will be missing out on the 10-day window next April when these regulations are going to be done, and Jackie Holloway promises that this multi-jurisdictional task force will have these local level regulations done. And so by doing that, the city will miss out on its opportunity to make many, many tens of thousands of dollars of tax revenue and deny the citizens the access by which they voted for a 2-to-1 margin. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? All right, hearing none. Yes. Morning.
Honorable Mayor and distinguished representatives of the
As
city.
you are tall, I hate to ask you, but can you lean down? Thank you.
My name is Richard Poole, 20-year citizen, well, since 1964, many-year citizen of the Valley. I very much appreciate how much you honor those that support youth, because, boy, I've been involved in it for a long time, and maybe not being recognized as a pillar of the community, but I'm one of the cogs in the wheel, let me tell you. On the subject of medical marijuana use, I wish the distributors would get together, because there are so many people who cannot grow. There are so many people that would rather spend a little more time benefiting their family, benefiting the community, instead of spending this extra time and money on the grow. I would really encourage you, whether it's on a moral rights discussion, that you open your hearts and really view this as a medical benefit to many. I claim no membership of any group here, but I do speak from my heart to say this is very beneficial for many, and I know many in the wheelchair. I know several that have real issues and reasons why they cannot grow. I would ask that you provide safe access.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? Please come forward.
Good morning.
Good morning.
David McDonough. I sent an email in that explains my reasons, but just for expediency, I object to this idea. It can't help us at all.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, give me 1 second while I find Mr. McDonough. Scott. Okay, thank you very much. We will now, excuse me, Councilman Ross wanted to make comment.
Thank you, Mayor. And folks, all of you that spoke on those agenda items, thank you for being down here. I would really strongly suggest you stick around till we get to those agenda items so you can hear staff's report and certainly our discussion and considerations on both of those agenda items. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Very well said. Let's move on to agenda item number 11. For possible action, any items that the council staff and/or applicant wish to be stricken, tabled, withdrawn, or held in advance to a future meeting may be brought forward, acted upon at this time. Mayor Pro Tem?
I don't have any items, Mayor.
Thank you very much. We'll move on to agenda item 12. Possible action to approve the final minutes by reference to the regular city council meeting of July 24th, 2013. Is there a motion to approve those minutes, please, Mayor Pro Tem?
Move for approval.
Thank you. This motion, please vote and please post. Motion carries. Thank you very much. We'll now move on to items 13 through 43 on the consent agenda are considered to be routine or recommended for approval by the departments may be acted in one motion. Are there any items the council wishes to bring forward? Councilman Barlow?
Yes, Mayor. Item number 14.
Okay. Anyone else? Any other items? All right, we'll take a motion on that, please.
Mayor, I'll make a motion to approve the consent agenda items 13 through 43, except for item 14.
Okay, there's a motion. Please vote. Please post. Motion carries. We'll move on to item number 14 for possible action to approve a business license impact statement regarding a proposed ordinance to update the city's wastewater collection and treatment regulations regarding discharges. This is bill number 2013-28. This item is for council approval of a business impact statement regarding the ordinance to update the city's wastewater collection and treatment regulation regarding the discharges. Please, Councilman.
Mayor, the reason I pull this forward is because one of the benefits of briefings, specifically briefings with other council members, you have an opportunity to hear some of the comments that our colleagues make. And there was a question that was asked yesterday that really piqued my interest as it relates to a lot of the other agenda items that we'll be hearing later on in the meeting, Mayor, and it has to do with chemicals being dumped in our water, and the question came from a previous conversation as it relates to medical marijuana, and not to necessarily get on the topic of medical marijuana, but I know that from the conversations that were had yesterday as far as the dumping of specific chemicals, such as the chemicals that will come from medical marijuana into our waste, or I should say into our water lines. How are we handling that, Jorge, as far as chemicals and being prepared in the event that the city does move in a direction such as that? I'm just using it as an example. Will that cost the taxpayers more money? Will that affect the way in which we do business today, moving forward? I'm just trying to get clarification on where we are and if, in fact, we're prepared to handle chemicals such as that.
Good morning, Mayor, Council. Jorge Cervantes, Community Development Director. Councilman, the question came up yesterday related to, have we looked at the byproduct of the process of medical marijuana and some of the chemicals that could go into our wastewater stream system that would eventually end up in our treatment plant and then down to Lake Mead? The answer is, Councilman, we really haven't looked at it close enough to really determine that. And so what you've got here today, this agenda item, is a business impact item statement on removing the level of ammonia that's currently regulated in our ordinance. Right now, our ordinance for wastewater has a list of several chemicals, and it says you shall not exceed this level of this specific chemical. We are going over the next couple of weeks to do more research to find out specifically in the production of medical marijuana, what are those chemicals that are used in that production, and if they make their way into our system, what are those impacts? And so we don't have the answer today of what the impacts could be, but there could be a significant cost to our operations if those chemicals are something that currently today we're not required by EPA to remove, and now we have to remove them, then
Right.
certainly that adds to the process of our treatment of the water.
Right, and the reason I bring that forward is because the community at large may not be thinking about the impacts to cities and municipalities that opportunities that are presented before us today could ultimately have a higher taxing impact on our municipal budget due to an unforeseen change, such as if in fact there could possibly be some added cost from a wastewater treatment positioning, specifically from the city. And so that's something that we have to, one, research, as you very well are doing, but also report back to the council as to if in fact there could possibly be an impact, what type of impact, financial impact would that be to our bottom line? Which I'll be very much concerned about, because I believe that should also be a part of the conversation moving forward as we continue to address this topic of medical marijuana.
And we'll provide that report, Councilman. As soon as we're done with our analysis, we'll provide that report. There's another company item to this item, which is just the introduction of a bill that's going through the several readings. It's not being approved at this time. That has to do with just that, the water treatment level. So based on our findings, we may pull that item off and trail it to a later date to amend that bill.
Correct.
Or if we find that there are no impacts, we'll report that to you and let that bill continue through.
Right, so I just want you to have that in the forefront of your research, because I don't want us to be caught behind the 8 ball as it relates to an impact that was unforeseen moving forward.
Certainly.
Okay, thank you.
And therefore,
Therefore, I will move to follow staff's recommendation for approval.
thank you. There's a motion. Please vote, and then please post. Thank you very much. Item number 14 passes. So we will now go on to agenda item 44. Report from Cole Mortensen, Senior Project Manager, Nevada Department of Transportation, regarding Project Neon, which will extend 3.7 miles along I-15 from Sahara Avenue to the US 95 and I-15 interchange. This affects and is in Wards 1, 3, and 5, Councilwoman Tarkanian, Councilmen Coffin and Barlow, and good morning.
Good morning. Again, for the record, Jorge Cervantes, Community Development Director. As you all know, Project Neon, which is the widening of I-15 through our downtown area, has been in the planning stage for several years now. And as this project is getting closer to going into the construction phase, we asked Mr. Mortensen to come in and give you all an update of where they are with the project as far as timeline, so that the public's better aware. And more importantly, they're also looking at a different funding mechanism to get this project going sooner than later and build it in a shorter period of time so there's less impact to our motoring public. And so with that, I'd like to introduce Mr. Mortensen to give you an update on where the project stands.
This is wonderful, and hopefully, I mean, this is something for those of you who are viewing from home. This is really incredibly important to us in the flow and moving people around, and welcome. We're delighted you're here. Welcome back.
Well, thank you very much. I've spoken with many of you before about Project Neon, and many
And
of you
you'll
have
repeat your name, please, and who you represent.
For the record, my name is Cole Mortensen. I'm a Senior Project Manager for the Department of Transportation. I'm here to discuss Project Neon and some of the recent developments with the project and what we'll be moving forward with here over the next 2 years and further into the future. As Director Cervantes has mentioned, we received approval on June 10th from the Transportation Board to develop an RFP for a public-private partnership that will allow us to develop the funding for several phases of the project so that we can reduce the impacts to traffic. We're looking at creating between 4,000 and 5,000 jobs within the valley here as we move forward with the construction. Those are all going to be prevailing wage jobs since it's a federally funded project. And so really what I'd like to do is just take an opportunity here to just step through some of the recent developments with the project, given an understanding what the project's going to be and how we'll be moving forward. So for our timelines, over the next few months, we'll be working on developing the RFP, which is essentially going to be the baseline for the contract with the private-public partner.
Are these RFPs being issued in stages and a new RFP for each stage, or is it comprehensive for the whole project that you will be sharing with us?
What we're looking at right now is actually moving forward with phases 1, 3, and 4 of the project all under one proposal. And we're also working with the city to incorporate phase 2 of the project as well, which is the reestablishment of Martin Luther King Boulevard from Oakey to Bonneville on the west side of the I-15 as we widen out the I-15. And so it will be one RFP that we'll be submitting for competitive bid. To give you an idea of what we've been looking at as far as industry interest, we held an industry day here about 3 weeks ago, and we had interest from international companies to come in and fund and be partners on this project. We had, of those interested parties, we had 10 scheduled one-on-one meetings with us. One of those ended up canceling, but we had 9 teams that were at least interested in the project, so we're excited about that kind of interest. As we move forward, what we're working on currently is developing that RFP. We'll have to take that before the Transportation Board in February of 2014. And then from that standpoint, we'll have a short list of proposers. We'll be releasing that RFP with the Transportation Board's approval, should they approve it, to those shortlisted proposers, and then we'll allow them time to put together their proposals, and we'll select one after that. Should we move forward from there, we're looking at getting under contract with a selected team sometime around the end of 2014, and so we should start to see design and construction work happening the first part of 2015. As I'd mentioned briefly a minute ago, we're working with the city on the MLK reestablishment. This was something that wasn't initially anticipated as part of the unsolicited proposal that's allowed us to move forward with the P3 project, but we think that there's going to be a great benefit to the city to get that in place as part of this project. Some of the things that we'll be moving forward with here immediately is going to be the right-of-way acquisition. We've already currently been out acquiring the right-of-way necessary for phase 1. And we're well on our way as far as that goes. In the future here, we'll be looking to get bonding approval so that we can purchase the right-of-way necessary for the remainder of the P3 footprint. And so when we get into that process, it's going to take us approximately 18 months to 2 years to acquire that right-of-way. And it should help shorten the time frames that'll be necessary to actually get shovels in the ground and get the project moving. Some of the major construction elements that we'll be constructing as part of this project, as I mentioned, in addition to the MLK reestablishment, we're going to be revamping the Charleston interchange, and that's kind of one of my favorite subjects just because the Charleston interchange really isn't to Charleston at all. I think there's only one ramp that goes there, but we're going to fix that. It'll be a typical diamond interchange, and so when you get off the freeway at one of the ramps, you'll be able to turn westbound, eastbound, or go straight through and get back up on the freeway. So I think that's going to improve a lot of the traffic operations in that area. Here's just a quick rendering of what that'll look like. We're coming through, of course, this project will have the typical landscape architecture features, and we're working with the city on developing each of the major city streets through that area with the selected theme for the city. Another portion of the project that we recently brought on and that was approved as part of the June 10th board meeting was the southbound ramp braiding. And with that, what that is what you've seen in other areas of the valley where we'll actually either take an off-ramp or an on-ramp either over or under the next off-ramp or on-ramp. So what we're trying to do is eliminate the weaving movement that you have when you have the on-ramp coming on and those people trying to get onto the I-15, along with the I-15 traffic trying to get off. And so phase 4, which will be incorporated in the project, will take care of that southbound ramp braiding, and so you will eliminate all those competing movements that currently cause a lot of congestion and a lot of the accidents that we're seeing within that corridor. Another added access to the downtown area will be at Alton and Bonneville. We're going to be providing slip ramps from the I-15 down to that section, so we also believe that that's going to help improve access to the downtown area, to the Symphony Park area. It's also going to take some of the pressure that we currently see off the Charleston interchange as well. And so those ramps getting onto the I-15 will come from Alta and about MLK and then merge onto the I-15, and then of course northbound it'll come off the freeway and then slip down to Alta and Bonneville right about the World Market Center there. One of the other major aspects of the project that we really are looking forward to is the HOV connection. We're actually going to be doing a direct connection of the HOV system from US 95 to the I-15. We are looking forward to the added utility that this will add to the HOV system and encourage ridership of that, whereas currently on the US 95, it doesn't really go anywhere. You're forced to weave across 3 or 4 lanes of traffic to get in the HOV system, and then if you want to get off on the I-15, you have to weave your way back, and it's much easier to stay in those outside lanes. When we get this completed, you'll be able to stay in the HOV system all the way through onto the I-15, and then what you see in this slide is actually first of its kind for the state of Nevada. What we're going to be providing is a median interchange for that HOV system, so that if you're in those HOV lanes, you can drop down to the ground level and access local streets without having to cross those general purpose lanes. And so we're looking forward to that, encouraging ridership and usage of that HOV system, taking into account some of the park and ride facilities that we've got in the Northwest, and encourage that sort of ridership, and also to allow the RTC and the transit a more reliable route to get their buses into the downtown area as well. This is a rendering of what that'll look like. It'll allow, as I'd mentioned, the traffic in the HOV lanes will actually be exiting left and drop down to the ground level, and then that street will connect to Western, which will then be connected through to Grand Central Parkway. As you know, I've really tried to make a great effort with this project and moving forward with getting out to the public and making sure that we keep as much information, as up-to-date information as we possibly can out on our website. We also have a Facebook and Twitter page. As we move forward with this P3 procurement process, we'll be adding content out to that website as soon as we possibly can. One of the things that I really want to make sure that we maintain focus on, especially as we get into construction, is making sure that we can get messages out on a daily basis if needed, as far as how construction's impacting traffic, how you can access businesses, where detours are, and those types of things. And what you see on the slide there is right now basically the contact information for those that are interested in the P3 project, as well as general questions.
Yes, Councilman Barlow, please. Thank you very much. Really exciting.
This is really exciting, Project Neon. But the first thing that I want to do is ask a very important question. Having learned from F Street, the first question I want to know is, will there be any streets vacated, any bridges vacated? And if so, what are they, where are they, and what have we done to basically reach out to the surrounding businesses and residents that will be impacted? And also, please point out to this council where those vacations will take place.
I am glad that you asked that. One of the major streets that will be closing down as part of this project is going to be Wall Street. And Wall Street in its current configuration really serves as an access to Western Avenue. And as part of the project, what we're doing is we're actually extending Western Avenue to Charleston to allow more direct access from Charleston through that area there. As we've moved forward with the project, there have been numerous public meetings that we have held. We held one, last it's been a while. We're looking forward to another public meeting here in November.
Wall Street is the connection between Western and Martin Luther King?
And MLK right now.
Okay,
correct.
so you're going to basically punch Western all the way out through Charleston, right adjacent, what is that, west of Lola's?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct, right west of Lola's. Western will connect there, so that'll actually free up a lot of those turning movements.
Okay.
Part of the reasoning that we're having to do that is in order to allow that direct ramp to Charleston within FHWA guidelines and regulations. We have certain accesses that we can allow to those freeway ramps, and so what we're doing is just the ramp coming south from Charleston will be specifically for the I-15 access, and then we'll be moving Martin Luther King Boulevard over and reestablishing it from Alta to Bonneville. And so really those are going to be some of the major changes.
You said reestablishing Martin Luther King from Alta to Bonneville.
Or sorry, from Alta to
Okay.
Okie. Yeah, sorry, from Alta to Okie. As we widen out, as you know right now, the southbound ramps drop down onto Martin Luther King and actually cause a lot of congestion there.
Right.
As we widen out, we're displacing Martin Luther King Boulevard, and so it's actually going to shift to the west as we develop this project.
Okay, I would actually like to see that, because as I host neighborhood meetings, I will have an opportunity to basically share that with residents as well.
And I'm happy to help you with that in any way possible, as
Okay.
far as getting drawings, displays, those types of things.
I appreciate it, thank you.
Councilman Ross?
Thank you, Mayor. You know, Councilwoman Tarkanian and I serve on the RTC, and we get an opportunity to see Cole more than probably most of this council does. And Jorge is fully aware of this. Cole has been, I've worked with Cole for quite some time in the past on the, I call it the Centennial Hills Spaghetti Bowl 95-215 configuration, and he's been absolutely phenomenal to work with. So Cole, I appreciate that. I want to make that public so people understand that. Also, Cole, you mentioned the HOV lanes, and I have to tell you, anyone's driven through the Spaghetti Bowl during a rush hour, even non-rush hour, it is a challenge. So this is really going to be great. It's not only the jobs, the construction, the long-term effects, it's that travel that we go through that Spaghetti Bowl, and you've been through it and experienced, you know, bumper-to-bumper traffic, slow, the weave onto I-15 from the US 95 is terrible. Accidents that happen all there all the time. So it's good to see this moving forward. Now, Cole, I was buried in your PowerPoint, so I didn't hear the finances on how this is going to go again. Can you explain that one more time for me, please? And then I want to
Absolutely.
I want to make another point when he's done.
And thank you for the compliment. I appreciate that. The way that this is working for the Department of Transportation, one of the major reasons why we're interested in entering into a public-private partnership is that it'll be an availability payment structure. We're looking at over $400 million worth of construction that we're doing with the availability payment relationship with the P3 concessionaire developer. We'll be able to extend our payments for the project over a 35-year period, whereas right now we're currently limited to a 20-year municipal bond. And so really what it boils down to for the state is it's the difference between a 15-year and a 30-year mortgage. It makes it more affordable for us on a yearly basis to deliver this project so that we can continue to maintain our existing assets as well as continue to improve in other areas. And another big benefit to the P3 relationship is the availability payment is structured around the facility being made available. And so we actually don't make a payment until it's open to the public. So for the next 5 years, there's going to be $400+ million worth of construction happening in the valley here, and we'll still be able to spend our anticipated annual capital program in other parts of the state until it's actually open to the public.
And through the mayor, Cole, it's a great formula moving forward with this. There'll be federal dollars.
Correct. We'll be utilizing federal dollars whenever we can.
Federal and state, and probably some local dollars as well.
Correct.
All covered under the state's prevailing wage laws without a doubt, correct?
Correct.
This is a unique relationship. Design, build, and maintain. And this has happened in other countries. So you've already got some of these builders, if you will, are already knocking on your door, don't you?
Correct, absolutely. This has been done in other states, Florida, Virginia, California, Indiana. There are a number of states that have done these P3 projects. In fact, the Presidio Parkway in San Francisco was just recently done in a very much similar manner and a similar type size of project. And there are companies out there that this is what they do, and they're prepared to help us out. Recently, we actually had the opportunity, thanks to the FHWA, to host a peer exchange where we actually brought in individuals from Florida, from Virginia, and from Caltrans to give us that opportunity to talk with them, to learn from some of their mistakes, to basically allow them to guide us through some of the process as well. We've also hired technical, financial, and legal consultants to make sure that we're making the right steps in moving forward with this and that we keep the state protected and the taxpayer
Awesome.
protected.
Again, through the mayor, to you, Ms. Morrison. You've heard me say this before at the RTC meeting when you gave this presentation to the Transportation Commission. It is important and very significant, even though we're using some federal dollars as well, that these jobs, contractors, vendors, suppliers, local companies, local businesses, local firms, and I know you can do the best we can because we're bound by NRS, but I think when the time comes that certainly be on the forefront of all of our minds, that this helps those local businesses, vendors, minority-owned contracting companies, minority-owned supply companies, women-owned supply companies, the whole gamut. I think that is very significant that we try to keep those dollars right here in this economy so they're not going to California, Arizona, and Utah.
Correct, and as a federally funded project, unfortunately, we can't give a local preference.
Right.
However, we will be required to establish DBE goals for the project as well. One of the encouraging parts for me when we had the industry day is that a lot of the local contractors and the local engineering firms were represented there and are looking to team with these major companies. When you talk about building a project of this size over that short a period of time, it's going to be very tough for somebody to be competitive without hiring locally.
And Mayor and council members, I think he hit it on the head. It's the local engineering firms and design companies as well. It's everybody that is going to benefit from this, not only the economy, but us driving. You mentioned HOV lanes. I wanted to tell the council this morning it was a pleasure. I came in on the Centennial Hills Express this morning, and it was a pleasure passing all of those cars in gridlock on US 95 coming downtown. And it took me 18 minutes to get downtown. So I just want to pump that message out there to people: park your cars and jump on the bus. Thanks, Mr. Morrison. Thank you, Mayor.
Great comments. Thank you. Councilman Beers.
Thanks, Your Honor. Those unconventional financing methods are generally acknowledged to be much more expensive. Typically, a 15-year mortgage versus a 30-year mortgage is going to see the borrower pay maybe double, maybe triple the amount in fees and interest, money that doesn't go to the project, that's cash out of our pocket. Are we having to pursue these alternative financing techniques because we're denied credit in the market? Can we no longer borrow conventional government borrowing for these kinds of projects?
There are, if I may, there are a number of reasonings behind why we recommended to the Transportation Board to move forward with the project as a P3 project. It isn't, as you point out, it's not the most cost-effective way of financing a project, and by that I mean, if you add up the total amount of payments on, say, a 15-year mortgage versus a 30-year mortgage, you're going to pay more over time with a 30-year mortgage. However, there are added benefits, as I mentioned earlier, with going with this partnership. Among those, it is a lower annual availability payment for us, a lower payment for us when we do the 20-year conventional bonds. We've looked at several methods of delivering the project, and especially several phases of the project using bonding, and those bond payments tend to get quite a bit higher and eat into our annual capital program more than we'd like to see at the department. And so with that in mind, it's really an annual affordability for this kind of construction. And then we're also looking at other things too. For us to afford to be able to move forward with the project through bonding, we'd be moving forward with it one phase at a time. And so we'd get phase 1 built in 3 years, and then a couple of years later we'd move forward with phase 3 and so on. And so we would be looking at keeping the most heavily traveled corridor in the entire state under construction for many, many years over the next 2 decades, whereas if we can proceed with this financial mechanism, we can get in and get out and open it up to the public for the benefits that it provides.
Madam Mayor?
Yes, Councilwoman.
I want to also thank you for how wonderful it's been to work with you. You've just done such a great job in spreading the word, and as the information has changed, to be flexible and get it out to all of us residents as well as those in local government. and we greatly appreciate that. One last thing I wanted to mention, however, was at one time I asked you with private partnership, would this in any way lead to toll roads?
At this point in time, it is absolutely nothing to do with toll roads. All the revenue is going to be federally funded when we can utilize federal funds, and it's being backed by our fuel tax.
And I know you had told me that, but I wanted it on the record
Correct.
because I've had several citizens ask me about that.
Yes.
But again, thank you so much. It's been a complicated situation. You've done a great job in not only handling this situation, but disseminating the information to all of us, and done it in such a nice, friendly way. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate
So
that.
on behalf of all of us, thank you. I think the thing that I would ask Mr. Cervantes is to make sure that as project is really at a point of moving on, we need to be afforded more information or any changes that might happen, but more specifically the progress, if you'd come back and just bring another report.
Certainly, Mayor. As we get
Thank
closer
you.
to actually, after they select their consultant, they get a team together, they come up with some schematics. One of the advantages of what they're doing is by selecting a consultant, now you got a fresh pair of eyes looking at it. They may come up with even better ideas to make the project even more cost effective. So as those changes come, we'll come forward and give you another presentation.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. We really appreciate it. Very informative.
Thank you.
Okay, we will now move on to agenda item 45, report regarding neighborhood economic risk assessment presented by Jeremy Aguero of Applied Analysis. This is in reference to all wards, and here's Mr. Harson.
Good morning, Mayor and City Council. Since 2003, we've been relying on neighborhood indicators to determine if neighborhoods are stable or targeted. The neighborhood indicators we've been using have been based on graffiti, crime, and property maintenance data. Over the years, this tool has been used to identify and predict areas of focus where appropriate city resources have been deployed. When our community experienced a significant impact due to the recession with the housing crisis, we retained Applied Analysis to develop a neighborhood economic risk assessment using economic, fiscal, and social data to further aid us in identifying focus areas. This analysis will be used to develop neighborhood revitalization strategies and can also assist regional efforts such as the Southern Nevada Strong initiatives, as well as all the departments within the city and you as elected officials as we're looking at problem areas. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Jeremy Aguero, and he's going to walk you through an entire presentation.
Thank you. And how many year contract is this?
This is on a retainer.
10?
No, I'm sorry, retainer. So as we're going through the issue, we just do this month to month.
Oh, month to month. Okay, thank you.
Madam Mayor, members of the City Council, it's a
morning.
pleasure to be before you this morning. I was asked to come and talk to you about a project that we're very excited to have the opportunity to work on. We've talked a lot in the past about all the data that we have about our community. And this is one of the first times that I've ever been involved in sort of boiling that data down using some of the economic tools that we have to really take a closer look at individual neighborhoods of areas of our community that are dealing with specific risk issues. With that, I'd like to just go over my presentation with your permission, Madam Mayor.
Please. And is there a possibility that for those of us, do we already have it printed? I didn't get one. Okay, thank you. Go,
And I have an
please.
extra one
Thank you.
here if you'd like
Thank you.
mine as well, with probably a few notes on it, but they're easy to get through. So first, let me just answer this question. What is a neighborhood risk index? I mean, the whole idea is taking information from all different sources at all different levels and boiling it down and saying, okay, what does unemployment mean? What is the number of folks that are receiving some type of assistance, whether that's SNAP or TANF or Medicaid mean? What does vacancy within housing neighborhoods? What does that sort of mean to a community? The idea is to take each one of those pieces, put them together into one index, one value, if you will, and then be able to rank everybody against one another. I've put this into the how, the what, and the why. I'll start with the what first. We have identified everything at the zip code level. These are all the data points. That's because that's sort of the smallest area of geography that many of these data points are reported at. How? There are specific risk categories that we decompose into factors. For example, if we want to talk about the residential vacancy vacancy rate or the number of folks that are receiving SNAP payments, for example. We convert those at the household levels. That way I can compare different zip codes against one another and get what we refer to as common sizing, or I can compare them at the same level. We then use mathematical calculations. We've created an economic model to essentially boil all those down, put all the pieces together, and then spit out an index. And I'm happy to talk through that in more detail if you'd like to. And the why, I think, is relatively straightforward. The economic recession did not affect everyone the same. The Great Recovery has not affected everyone the same. We are trying to look at how different neighborhoods exist. And to the extent that I certainly don't want to speak for the city, but in our conversations that we're going through, the idea is that cities dealing with limited resources. You cannot be everything to everybody. The idea here is to be able to focus resources where they can do the greatest amount of good for the greatest amount of people. These are the index categories or factors that we've been using. We group them into three major categories. One is employment, one is neighborhood, one is households. From an unemployment standpoint, we look at unemployment insurance claims. These are how many folks are actually receiving payments from the state, and we can get that at the zip code level, that are receiving payments for unemployment insurance. The second is a neighborhood. What are we seeing in terms of foreclosures, residential vacancies, commercial vacancies, and bank-owned properties? We've actually been able to look at that at the zip code level so we can see whether those are changing over time. And then finally, we look at household stress. And the biggest ones are the ones that are demanding services. These are TANF, welfare caseloads. We're seeing SNAP, formerly referred to as the food stamp program, now the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, and then Medicaid. And of course, these are folks that the vast majority of which are at or near the poverty level. So where there are concentrations, we know these are people that are already reaching out and saying, hey, we need a little bit of help. If we look at the valley overall, so this is the entirety of the Las Vegas Valley, and I'll zoom in on some things here as we go in a moment, but the only point that I really wanted to make by showing you this slide specifically is that the goal here was to look at the entirety of the Las Vegas Valley. The darker the colors sort of move. The blues are very low neighborhood risk index. The reds are the places that are at the greatest risk index or have the highest combined scores. There's many things we could talk about by looking at that, and I know I don't have that much time, but on the right-hand side of your screen or on the report, we've ranked each one of the zip codes based on where it falls relative to all the other ones within the urban valley. Now, you'll notice that we highlight the city of Las Vegas there, and we actually created two sets of indices, one for the valley as a whole, and then a second one specific to just the city of Las Vegas. So again, the analysis starts at this entire valley-wide level. A relative level of risk was assigned to each zip code for all risk factors. This means that every zip code is analyzed versus every other zip code for each factor individually. So that's the first step, and then we combine them all to get what we call the neighborhood risk index. So what we're going to do is just walk through each one of them. Again, I'll be very brief in my comments here, but the first one is unemployment insurance. The rate of unemployment insurance claims per 1,000 residents fell from 18 per thousand to 19 per thousand last quarter. It's down 6.2%. That's pretty good overall. But if we look at the city of Las Vegas, we see that there are some zip codes which have a much higher concentration of those particular levels. If we go here and we look at foreclosure-related activity, again, foreclosures decline. They're going in the right direction. Now, there's good and bad reasons for that we can talk through, but those declined from 4.3 per thousand to 4.6 per thousand in the last quarter. Again, better overall, but still some areas that we're concerned about. And the dynamics here relative to foreclosures look a little different than some of the other ones that we will look at as we go through. And that is to say that new and emerging areas, areas that have a lot of new construction or had a lot of new construction, continue to deal with more foreclosure-related activity. This is residential vacancy here, which declined to about 90 per thousand from 11.4 per thousand. That's down 21% over what we saw before. That's really good. Those residential vacancies, more people are moving in. Not that we don't have areas that are of concern to us, but overall the city's showing improved performance. Commercial vacancies, these were relatively unchanged from the last quarter. They're holding steady at about 15.9%, which is much higher than we'd like to see them. But we also see some of those areas, and frankly, some of those areas that are shown in red 10 years ago used to be the corner of Main and Main, right? That's where a lot of commerce got done. It's not happening. We're seeing a lot of vacancy rates in places that not that long ago were really quite highly populated. These are bank-owned homes. And again, we've seen a substantial decline in the rate of foreclosure, even a decline in the notices of defaults. But we're seeing some escalation in the number of homes that have actually been held by banks. And some of these areas show where those are more concentrated than others. This is TANF, the rate of TANF cases per 1,000 occupied housing units. Now, again, we're not looking at all occupied units. We're only looking, all housing units. We're only looking at the ones that are occupied. Is about 13.2. That's relatively close. And again, now we see this greater concentration here in that East Charleston Boulevard corridor. If we look at SNAP cases, you'll find that those numbers look almost exactly the same in terms of where folks are dealing with some degree of food insecurity. And if we look at Medicaid, again, the numbers don't change a whole lot. The colors will change in 1 or 2 zip codes, but not much overall. Again, heavy concentrations overall. Once we went through that entire process, the idea was to come up with a combined risk index. And we also weighted each one of the zip codes based on how many people physically live there. So we have a zip code somewhere in the valley, and there's a few of them that only have 1,000 people. Well, gosh, that's not nearly as meaningful as where there's 100,000 people living, and that's an exaggeration, but you get the point. We used a cubed logarithmic weighted distribution, which is a very fancy way of saying that the difference between 100 and 10,000 is more important than 10,000 to 100,000, that kind of a thing. Once we got to that critical threshold, it was important to show it. These are how the weights for each one of those factors were also distributed. Household instability has about 25% of the total. You'll notice that there was a lot of collinearity, which means that a lot of those things move together. If I'm receiving TANF, I'm probably also likely to maybe be receiving supplemental nutrition assistance, those type of things. Unemployment was 25%, and housing instability, which covered a lot of ground, was about 50% of the index overall. This is the composite distribution, and what you'll see here is if we kind of focus in overall on what it looked like, and then I fast forward over to the city specifically, the numbers are a little bit different. The highlights are a little bit different because we didn't want to rank the city from the valley overall as much as we also wanted to look at the city itself because that's where the resources are largely sent. So if we look at the composite index here, again, 89101 and 89106 being ones that are particularly problematic. Once we look at that and we add the weighting element to it, the numbers look slightly different. If we look at those, there's a few more you'll notice that fall into that high category. Again, ones that we're particularly concerned about. And again, if we look at that now weighted by the number of people that are in each one of those zip codes, it's 89101 and 89110 that have the highest risk index in the city of Las Vegas. Overall, how do we summarize? Those are the two areas that are the ones of the highest concentration of the risk factors that we looked at. The rates of TANF, Medicaid, and SNAP are significantly higher, in particular in these areas, 4 or 5 times higher in many cases. Generally speaking, the city's biggest issues are concentrated along that East Charleston Boulevard area. And again, while we've seen overall improvement, I would suggest to you that in many ways it was asymmetrical on the way down, and it's asymmetrical on the way up. The recovery of our economy has not benefited everyone equally as of yet. With that, Madam Mayor, I appreciate first the opportunity to have worked on this project and certainly the opportunity to deliver the results here today.
As with everything you always touch upon, it's so incredibly fabulous, your report, for the informational purpose. This has been given to the city, of course, and other entities. Have you shared this with that all-critical nonprofit group, number one, and is any of this ever going to make its way back to Washington for CDBG block grants?
In terms of sharing the information, we have certainly tried to share the information wherever we can. In terms of the nonprofits, I know that we've received some calls about sharing that information, and I think that is ongoing. I've never had any questions about the block grant, so I don't know that I can answer that.
Okay, I just knowing that city staff and Ms. Fratwell and myself have been meeting with our congresspersons and how important it is we go forward either in the sequester or whatever is going to happen with those federal block grants. We've got to find the funds, but to see this in a concrete database is so critical to our being able to serve directly what we need to do. And seeing Dr. Hibbler there,
Yes, Madam Mayor, members of the council, Lisa Morris Hibler for the record. This information is going to be shared with our nonprofits and really with all the departments throughout the city. I mean, this is the type of stuff that myself as a neighborhood strategist and the neighborhood outreach staff salivate over, because it really helps us identify the individual neighborhoods and what we're dealing with. So yes, we will be sharing this, and we are looking forward to getting it posted online as well.
And I would encourage that we go ahead with our representatives to make sure once it's available and has the permission of city manager and the departments to move forward with it, because it's critical at this time for us. I think everybody sort of has a feeling where the problem areas are, but when you have the data, then you have something about which you can really scream. So thank you. Comments? Yes, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Through the mayor, Mr. Garrow, spot on. Great report, as always. You never disappoint when I get to see you or you deliver a presentation. My thanks goes to city management. Ms. Fretwell, this is a phenomenal report and gives us the tools that we need to kind of look ahead and make the necessary adjustments in whether and how we provide services and where we need to focus our efforts. I think that as the elected representatives of the 6 wards and the entire city, as the mayor represents them, we need to do that. So this is phenomenal because we can use this, and in my briefing yesterday, we can give this to other governments locally and share that same information with them to say, hey, if we do it collectively, we can really focus on what we're doing. Mr. Gary, you mentioned that the growth in the economy hasn't affected everybody yet, and I don't know how we guarantee that it ever does affect everybody. You know, people are still looking for jobs, people are still hungry, kids still need shoes on their feet and a roof over their head, and you know, a lot of that has to deal with the priorities of an individual community. And I think we have done a phenomenal job in prioritizing what's important to the city of Las Vegas and its residents. And this report just continues to solidify that and give us the tools to move on. So thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilman Beers.
Thank you, Your Honor. Great report. Interesting information today, but it strikes me that if we could track this over time, see like quarterly updates, that would really be valuable. So we'd be able to start to tell if the things we're doing are making an impact.
Two things. I guess, first of all, and if you prefer to answer this question, I'd be happy to do that. City staff has been ardent in ensuring that it's not only about creating reports like this, but rather creating a central repository for those data, which we have absolutely been doing, so that we are now able to actually track those data over time at the zip code level, and can provide some real-time interfaces where you can pull down and see some of that information as we go forward. So we have some of that data. We need to work probably to demonstrate how the changes are occurring. But I guess I probably should have said that at some point in our report. The trends are as important as the current point in time.
And
thank you.
Madam Mayor, if I may, I also like to say that we're also working with Jeremy on creating a dashboard, which will be, I think, more beneficial because you can pull up customized reports. We do get data from him on a quarterly basis, which comes in a very thick, as our city manager knows, about an 80-page report. So we're trying to pare that down to make that more user-friendly for the general public.
Councilwoman, please.
Yes, could you please go back to your last map, the summary map? I just wanted to point out that if you notice, the most difficulty, I believe, is in Ward 3. Is that the case?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then if you notice, right there in Ward 1, just so my fellow council members will know I'm not crying wolf, but in 89108 and 89107, it's medium high, and I'm telling you again, it's moving to high. And that's in spite of the fact there are some pockets of affluence in 89107 and 89108. I'm emphasizing this. That's why we needed the RDA, which I'm so grateful we did get through the number 2 one. But secondly, it's just a step away from the downtown, and it shows you that all those factors. Can you imagine you have Rancho Circle and so forth and so on along Rancho there, that street that's changing us. And even in spite of that, we have us at medium high. So that shows you how bad the rest of it is, and those are only pockets. And I just wanted to say, as the mayor also knows, we need help there, and this really helps me. I just love it when you come up with data like this, not just because it supports my ward, but because it supports all of us, as Councilman said. It gives us such good data upon which we can work. And even though when we're out in the field, we have the feeling and we can talk about that and say this is what we see, this backs that up. And with the two of them, that just shows you how accurate we can be. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Coffin?
Thank you, Your Honor. Yes, it is a good report with sad results because Ward 3 is the heart of the problem, along with parts of Wards 1 and Ward 5. And I guess I got to say that the enemy's us, you know, when these things happen, because for almost 30 years, the city, along with other local governments, really aided and abetted the unbelievably big growth to the west and northwest and south, and really, you know, set up this problem in many ways. We contributed many years ago to this problem. And we'll probably have to dig it out ourselves without the help of the federal government, because this uncontrolled growth to the new parts of town were partially financed by the residents and who patiently watched the growth into these wealthier areas and saw the depopulation of downtown and the degradation of the neighborhoods on the east side of the city. Ward 3 really is your east side of the city, although Councilman Barlow represents a couple of neighborhoods to the east side of the freeway, and I call that our dividing line. And it just shows you how consequences matter, how decisions matter over a generation. And the difficulty we face now is how to rebuild and how to reconstruct the east part of town. That's why we have an awful lot of friction between people, because they're fighting for scraps. We find people fighting over who should have liquor and who should have a grant, who should have sidewalks, when we don't have money to build all of these things or grant all those applications for everyone. And I hope that this council can dedicate itself to rebuilding, reviving through its redevelopment efforts, but much more than redevelopment, through its exchange of currency between the wards in such a fashion that the older neighborhoods have a fighting chance. Now then, about 2 weeks ago, the magazine here, the independent magazine 7, did a wonderful story on the east side of Las Vegas. Now, their definition of east side was, I guess, east of Eastern, Pinellas, which is our city limit, east-west on the east, Charleston on the south, and Owens and other streets on the north. Well, they see promise, and I do too, and I know the council sees it too. But we have to remember that we can't lose sight of the ball. As the rest of the city is starting to come back, these are the kinds of pockets, the asymmetrical return, that are discussed by our consultant. And it is a good report, Jeremy, and it outlines everything. But the neglect of the east side of town has stopped, I believe. And now it's a question of what can we do to reinvest in the central core and the east side of town. So let us not just accept this report and file it away. Let us not just give it to the nonprofits, let's give it to the entire public. Let's make sure it's all available. And I want to see the slicing and dicing of it too, because I am curious how far down you can drive into the data. And let's make that data available to people. We have people that are willing to invest. We saw this morning Kamran Fulad and his investments in the east part of town on a rundown part of Fremont Street. There are other people who can be attracted to this, and we just have to make sure that they don't get discouraged by reports like this, but see these as promise. They see these as a future, and it can't get any worse than it has been. Well, I suppose it could, but it won't now, yet. We're way behind, and those who live in the west and the south and the northwest, in the affluent parts of Las Vegas, I know they're going to do their part to help, but I hope they will always be reminded by their elected officials that they came from the central part of Las Vegas. They came to cheap land. They came when land was being given out easily by the federal government in return for money for our benefit, for our parks and for other uses of public land money. But that money's not coming back. It's, at least we don't have enough real estate to get to sell to then reap the benefits. So we really need your help, and we really need all the attention we can get from our staff and from our employees especially, and the people in the other parts of town. We need your help. We need your patience. We need your advice and counsel. We need your investment dollar. All of these things can bring back the east part of Las Vegas. We have East Side pride, in my opinion, and I think we can continue to make it grow. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Mayor. Great report. I mean, it's really good information, and it's broken down by zip code, which is helpful. My question is, can you break it down even further? You know, maybe by political precincts or something like that, and would that be more helpful, or is this kind of...
It's a good question. The brief answer to your question is yes with some variables, no with others. For example, with things like bank-owned homes and foreclosure-related activity, we do report that on a city ward level. We can take it down to the parcel if you'd like. So the answer is yes. For others, things like unemployment insurance data, things like the SNAP caseloads, the smallest level of geography that they're willing to share with us at this point in time is the zip code level, which is why we're reporting it there. So if there's some data that you're saying, hey, look, I need to see it at really that precinct level, we probably can share some of that with you, but it probably wouldn't be everything.
Any other comments, questions? Thank you. Absolutely outstanding as always. So helpful. And yes.
Oh, Mayor, I
please.
just, if I may respond a little bit to Councilman Coffin's comments, I just wanted to say that, as you well know, and the members of the council, that City Manager Fretwell has this as part of her goals. And as such, we are working on some neighborhood revitalization strategies, and we'll be working with each of the offices that have already been identified as high or medium risk areas. To Councilwoman Tarkanian's point, it's always important for us to look out to see what's on the cusp, because we've been monitoring stable to targeted neighborhoods for quite some time. And we have an interdepartmental team that is established from the city attorney's office all the way down to building and safety, parks, recreation, neighborhood services, public works, and all the other departments to look at real revitalization strategies. And you're absolutely right, Councilman Coffin, in that we have to have a focus on the redevelopment, but we also now know that there are a lot of other social factors that are impacting our neighborhoods that we didn't have that data before. So this right here is the catalyst for our approach, and it gives us far more information than we would have had just looking at our neighborhood indicators. So we're really, really excited to have this information. We're excited to be working with your offices. We'll also be working with the neighborhood outreach staff. And under the leadership of Scott Adams, we've been already looking at that, and we'll look forward to meeting with you individually to talk about how we're moving forward.
Very well said. Thank you very much. Thank you for this report. Really appreciate it. Okay, it was a report. We're going to move on to item number 46 at this time. It's an abeyance item, discussion for possible action regarding a Second Amendment to Nature Park Golf Course Water Provision Agreement and a Third Amendment to the Nature Park Golf Course Lease and Management Agreement between the City of Las Vegas, Nature Park, Inc., to extend the existing lease of property located at 550 North Mojave Road, also known as Desert Pines Golf Course. No immediate fiscal impact. Projected net present value cost impact is $5.7 million, 15-year extension, and a $13 million net present value cost impact, 25-year option, and this is in Councilman Coffin's Ward 3. And
Your Honor?
Good morning.
Good morning. With your permission, will you trail this to the beginning of the afternoon session at 1 o'clock?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
So this item is trailed. Who has a stickum?
I don't have a stick.
We have no stickies. Please. Thank you. This will be then heard, the first item in the afternoon agenda. Okay, so now we will move on to city. Well, that's why you did it. Where'd you go? This is a city attorney. Discussion for possible action to approve settlement of Jennifer Hickson versus City of Las Vegas et al. Case number 2:12-CV00871. RCJ-PAL in the United States District Court for the District of Nevada, $75,000 liability insurance, property damage, internal service fund. Mr. Jervik.
Thank you, Your Honor. This item is in order, and I recommend approval.
Thank you very much. There's a motion.
Move for approval.
Sorry. Gave you more power than you had. There's a motion. Please vote. Right.
Can't make motions.
I realize that.
Thankfully.
And please post. That motion carries. We'll move on to item number 48, discussion for possible action regarding an access and location agreement between the City of Las Vegas and Discovery Studios, LLC, to produce a reality-based television show featuring the city. Mr. Jervik, Ms. Fretwell, however.
Thank you, Your Honor. Members of council, I understand that Mike Maslin is here in the audience. Mike, could you come on up as well? I'll save a little time if I get it wrong. Mike is here on behalf of Discovery Studios. We have a completed agreement that I'm going to summarize by basically reading to you David Riggleman's CMR that was handed out last week. Before you today is a Discovery Studios agreement between the City of Las Vegas and Discovery to produce a television show, at least tentatively called Vegas 24/7. Discovery Studios will work to create a development tape. This 5 to 10 minute short would be used to pitch the show to a prospective network. If the city does not approve the sizzle reel, so to speak, the agreement is terminated and the pilot of the show does not move forward. The same occurs if the show is not picked up by a network. Within 1 year, the city council approving the agreement terminates and the show does not move forward. No city council member nor any city employee is obligated to be part of the show. The producers must obtain written consent from all those who appear on the program. However, once consent is given, the video becomes the property of the company Discovery Studios. If the show is picked up by a network, the city can opt out of the agreement after the first 8 episodes. If the city does not exercise that option, the city is obligated to complete the first season, which would have as many as 26 episodes. The city has no obligation to permit a second season unless the city consents. If the program is picked up by a network, Discovery Studios will compensate the city $5,000 per episode up to the initial 13 shows. Should this program continue, the city will be compensated an additional 5% in addition to the $5% of $5,000 for each additional episode. So this grows over time. That 5% increase per show would also carry into future seasons. The city can review a rough cut of the recordings to ensure accuracy, but let me make it clear, the city has 48 hours to review those rough cuts, but we do not have editorial control. Editorial control rests solely with Discovery Studios. A city employee will serve as part of the contact with Discovery Studios to assume production of the show, to assure that the production of the show coordinates with the city work and does not become too intrusive. With this agreement in place, the city will be precluded from discussing other potential reality shows with any other company. Those already in production at the specialty courts are an exception. We've got the Yo Court and other courts have got some specialty programs going right now. And productions at KCLV through David Riggleman are not impacted by this agreement. Discovery Studios must, of course, obtain all required permits and licenses and not take advantage of cinema tax credits recently made available to the state of Nevada. That is just a bullet point summary of what's in the agreement. Mike, if you have anything to add, please.
First, I'd like to say thank you very much to the mayor, the council, to the city manager and city attorney for all the work. We've been talking about this for over a year now, a year and a half now, and we've gone back and forth many times trying to come up with an agreement that gives the city enough off-ramps that they have protection at the same time, giving us access to parts of the city government that we would get approval for. I want to make it, and I also want to, my sort of partner in this, who's a creative oversight of this show, would be Eddie Barbini, who is an executive producer with Discovery Studios. You would know his work from Dirty Jobs, which I think is one of the best television shows on television. It's got the kind of integrity that we would want this type of show to have. And he's right now in South Korea working with the South Korean military on a show for Discovery. And he's the kind of person that they trust with their sort of secrets. He's been out all over the world doing this show. He was in the United States with our military. So he works and is given sort of access to places that require a lot of sensitivity and integrity. And I want to make clear somewhat of what this is not, which is this is not a gotcha show. This is not a, we're going to follow the city council and shadow you wherever you go. I think the city, our vision for this is that the city of Las Vegas is going through a great transformation. There are a lot of great things that are happening here, and we want to give the city a voice in that, in telling that story. And part of the way we do that is through city employees who are actively on the ground, all the way up to potentially whomever within this body that would like to participate in a way that makes sense. And I think, as already was outlined, right now what we're asking for is the ability to really show you, spend our money to give you an example of what this show would be like, how we would tell it, who would be in the show, and give you the opportunity again to say yay or nay. So I think the risk at this point has been mitigated by our conversations. So I think that's, I mean, as well, I'd like to say that there isn't any other cost. I mean, we're paying the city. There's not cost to the city. We're looking to hire local crew. You know, we're not looking for that gotcha, ridiculous character. That's not the kind of show this is. And yeah, I think that's sort of, if you have any questions.
Thank you. I'd like to ask the city manager before I open it up to council here. Why?
Why have a contract?
I mean, no, I know why we always have contracts. I'm married to a lawyer with 2 lawyer sons. Why? What is the appeal to the city? What, in your judgment as city manager, is this something that you thought, and with council support or not, why?
Well, obviously, this is a kind of a unique proposal, and Las Vegas is a unique community with worldwide appeal. It does present an opportunity that the city and some of the things that we're doing could be presented to a broader audience, so there's some appeal there. There's also the issue of the potential of diversification of the economy and additional local hiring, which is something that we've been focusing very heavily on. This all goes, I wouldn't necessarily agree totally with Mike on this. I think there still is a little bit of risk that we need to be cognizant of, and I believe Brad hit on that. We're not the ones doing the work, they are, and they've got to create a market for the product, and we don't know exactly what that will take. So we don't have editorial control. I do feel like many of the areas of concern that I had initially have been remedied in this agreement, and I appreciated their flexibility in addressing that. I feel like we will be able, at a minimum, to cost recover for the activities. In fact, the contract specifies that if the costs exceed one person's commitment, then we can charge for those direct costs associated with additional staffing that might be necessary to manage the contract. So there's even flexibility there. So I think much of those issues have been mitigated. We do have some things that we need to do internally. We need to put together some policies and procedures that guide our staff in this process. Yes, people can opt out, but we want to make sure that everybody knows what the rules are when they're potentially participating in some of these activities. So we've got a little bit of work to do on our front. And really this comes down to a value judgment for you. Is the diversification, is the exposure, are those the kinds of things that you want the city to have in light of some of those risks, even though we feel we've mitigated many of them? And that's kind of where we are. We feel like this is a reasonable proposal, one where we can cost recover, where we're going to be compensated for our time, where we've mitigated much of the risk. And that's kind of our position at this point.
And the second question, please. Are there parameters that you are going to be suggesting or demanding of those parameters beyond which anybody that's on the show may not pass? In other words, are you limiting what employees who might be picked up to be part of the project? And does the city have the right to do that?
I think it's our obligation to actually lay out a framework that clarifies for employees what their participation means. And so that's what we're working on right now. And should you approve this contract today, that's something that we need to make very clear to our employees, whoever might participate in whatever manner. I think that's only fair to them.
Okay, because of the exposure, and I don't know if there is any legal exposure for employees. Sorry.
I don't know either, and I can say this, though. This is fully voluntary. Nobody has to be in the show if they do not want to, and if they want to be, they have to sign a consent form, and they will certainly have the ability to take it to their own counsel if they want to, and have it analyzed as much as they want before they sign it. I will not be advising city employees as to these, because I do not represent them individually. I represent the city, not the individual employee. But so everybody needs to think twice before they jump in. But as Mike said, keep in mind, the contract, if you enter into it, will immediately result in the production of this test tape, so to speak. And that test tape is a jumping off point. That's jumping off point number one. That's a point where whoever consents doesn't matter. Whoever doesn't consent doesn't matter. If the city does not like that tape, it is buried in a vault, the video is never used, and our agreement is over with. If you get past that first point and you get to the second point, then you will have the ability to veto after 8 episodes. At those 8 episodes, a little bit different. The video is owned by Discovery. They can continue to use it because they will have by now invested a lot of money in it. So the big decision has to be made when that test reel is first approved. But after that, you can jump off one more time. And then after that, obviously, the economics of the success of the show are going to dictate whether it moves on to additional seasons or not. But at that point in time, Discovery will be compensating us more. Hopefully, we'll have a relationship in place where you have that dynamic going. But how we're going to do brief employees is a little nebulous right now because we just haven't gotten that far. But there will be a policy.
So today is step one, correct?
I'm sorry?
Today is about step one.
Today is step
To
one.
authorize
Do you
this
want to
first.
authorize the test reel? And if so, you have all the rules that will follow after that.
Thank you. Okay, council.
Madam Mayor.
Yes, if I may, to the distaff side first. Malcolm,
That's
please.
very nice of you.
Thank you. Good manners.
I had a couple of questions. One of the questions is, are we making a profit out of this? You said that we would cover costs, but we would cover costs if we didn't do this. So is it because you think you get a profit from this? Or is it the publicity? What are we seeking here? It seems to me you're not really counting on much of a profit, if any.
We negotiated a per episode fee that grows if there's
Okay,
success.
per episode is 5,000. And after
$5,000.
a certain number, then it's 5%. 5% of 5,000?
Yeah, compounded
Which adds
per
another
episode.
250, or am I doing that right?
And it compounds, you're right.
And then, yeah, that's not much. I agree with what you want to do for what you need to do, but I just want to go on record very strongly that I will not participate in this. I see some big dangers, and not because you're here not telling us the truth. I believe you're most sincere in what you're saying, and it's not a gotcha. I remember an award-winning national writer who came to my husband to do an interview with him. He promised most sincerely, this is going to be the truth. These are going to be accurate facts. It's not going to be, oh my gosh, let's have a lot of sizzle. And it didn't turn out that way. He wrote us a letter of apology. He called and told us, I so greatly apologize. I meant that, and this is what happened. Because there are other people who get involved in things. And it happened, and even though the writer himself, he said if he could have given back the money and had the story not written, he would have done that because it went against the word he gave. I personally have had a lot of experience with the media, have many friends in the media, and I know they have a job to do, but it's very difficult to show an accuracy. It's very difficult to show, and we see this when people come before us. They don't understand all the background we've gotten or all the things we've gone through already to know why we may do what we need to do. So I have a dilemma in that I don't want to keep anyone from doing it if they want to do it. And maybe I need to talk to the lawyer and see which way I would need to go. For myself, I personally am against it.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Mayor. As you mentioned, Brad, we've been talking about this for about a year now. We've had a lot of discussions, you know, up on the 7th floor. We put together this contract. So I think we've done our due diligence as far as setting up the parameters to do the show. But I'll tell you, Mike, even without the contract, I have complete trust that you're going to do a first-class show on the city of Las Vegas. I've seen the list of your other shows that you've done for the Discovery Channel, and they're all great shows. I don't know if you do Duck Dynasty, but even Duck Dynasty is a first-class show. What are you talking about? It's a great show. But your other shows are great. You're not in the business. I haven't seen anything where you've done a gotcha type of show. I don't think you want to do that.
Yeah.
And I don't believe that you will. So I think we've set up the right parameters to move forward on this. And the second thing is I think this is going to be very successful. I think not only nationally, but internationally, because when I travel around the United States or when I go overseas, I tell them I'm from Las Vegas. They want to talk for 20 minutes. If I tell them I'm from Toledo, they got the deer in the headlights look. Nobody wants to talk about it. They want to talk about Las Vegas. So I think people are going to be paying attention. They're going to watch the show, and this is going to be free advertisement for Las Vegas because people are going to see things that is going to cause them to come out here and spend money. So I'll go ahead and make a motion, Mayor, if you're ready.
Well, we have comments,
Oh,
so
okay.
that, do you want to make it a formal, or just hold till we hear all the comments? You'll wait, okay. Please, Councilman Coffin, and yes.
Thank you. Well,
I just wanted to ask for more.
I guess I first heard about this 6 or 8 months ago. I forget when it was, and I was going to ask you, Mike, who did you first approach to run this by the city?
I have to think back. I was, I think it was Councilman Ross? We've had conversations with a number of council members over, and it's been a long time. I can't remember exactly who it was originally.
A year and a half ago?
Yeah, it was.
Okay.
It was
No one came to my office to find out about it. And maybe that's because I protested about the whole thing from the beginning when I heard about it. But now I'm glad to see a face behind the program here. Mike, with all due respect to you and the channel, I feel like we already have reality here. We have it now, it's cinema verite. You have all the elements that you need to cover the city council if you were going to do it legitimately, as other news people would do. We can't restrict you from covering, cutting, pasting, doing whatever you want, editing how you want right now, of the things that are said in public, of the things that under the open meeting law are in the open. So, if somebody wanted to do a documentary or a docudrama, they can do it and we can't stop them. You could. I really believe. That's just the way life is. We can't stop somebody from writing about us or filming us. You could go out on the streets right now and film us. You could follow us. You could see who we meet with. And you could make a hell of a drama out of what you choose to do without our permission. So why do we need to buy in to this, Mike?
I would say, well, first I would apologize for not coming to your office earlier and having that conversation, because that's important. There's a number of things. We can't do that. We can, Discovery Channel and Discovery Studios, we can't just go and film people on the street. We're not a news organization. We need to get permission from people. So we could use the footage of this public space, but that would be it. But no other city employees, no other part of the city of Las Vegas could we film. That's just the way that our business is done, and we would never put someone on our air without permission. That's a respect thing. It's also the way we're not a news organization. I would also say that, yes, you could probably paste and cut all the video from the deliberations here, but there's a number of things. One is, I think that the city government and the way the city employees work, that is one part of one perspective that we want to follow for this show. We also want to see, somebody that's just moving to the city of Las Vegas and what their life is going on. You said cinema verite. That is, as opposed to reality television, which I think a lot of people have been tossing around the idea this is reality television. I see reality television the way it's defined or it's done now is more like real people acting. We want to make a show that is a docu-series where it's more documentary-esque. We're showing people doing what they're normally doing in their everyday life. But we want to see that how the city and the city employees are helping to transform the city of Las Vegas. And so that's the reason why we want to get your buy-in. I mean, we want to get your buy-in, not that the entire show, it will not all be about city employees. This is one perspective into a larger story, a larger, I'd say, tapestry of perspectives. You know, it may be the next great sort of development project that's happening downtown that tells a great story. I mean, you're talking about the last economic report and what's happening in different zip codes. You know, this gives the city an opportunity to have a voice and be able to publicize it. And I want to step back to the why, which I think these questions address is, you know, why Discovery? It is beyond the financial, you know, the payment. Discovery Communications is the largest nonfiction media company in the world. I mean, we have 2 billion potential viewers across the globe. We're much larger internationally than we are domestically. We have, you know, 10 networks here, including Discovery and Animal Planet, Science Channel, Oprah Winfrey Network, and a number of others. But we have 175, it keeps growing, around the world, every corner of the globe. And people are watching what we're producing. So if it airs here, it would air internationally as well. And I think that, you know, a lot of people identify Las Vegas with the Strip. And I think this is an opportunity for the city of Las Vegas to say, no, here's who we are. Here's what we're doing to improve our community. So,
Mike, you, if I may continue, Your Honor, you mentioned news organizations. You're not a news organization. Yeah. You know, they have codes of ethics that they subscribe to in general.
Yes.
They break them every now and then, but they've got a code of ethics. Yeah. PR people have codes of ethics. But entertainment companies don't have to subscribe to any codes of ethics. We ourselves have unwritten codes here, I suppose. We treat each other with as much, I suppose, courtesy as possible, even though we might be in some real big fights. We try, and I learned many years ago, in 30 years of public life, I've learned today's enemy is tomorrow's friend or ally, and you have to do that. Where you go and you start to pour into the inner workings of people's discussions, that's forever. When that gets on a file, that becomes forever. And the off-the-record comment that might be made in private can't be edited out. You know, somebody will be encouraging others to sex this up. You know, it's inevitable because this is a boring thing. And by definition, it ought to be boring. It really ought to be, because it's a serious business. We're about the public's business. And if we're starting to get in love with the camera, you know, I sense that the chemistry will change. We have been on TV for a long time, and we don't hold back, generally speaking, but we use courtesy. But I think when you start to go into off the record and out of the chambers discussions, and you get into that, yeah, you'll get inside information and you'll get an inside peek at what might go on. But inadvertently, I think it'll change the chemistry to change us from a, from a collegial body to one that's competitive for time and competitive for face time, competitive for attention. And God knows we do that anyway. I mean, that's just, we're the kind of animals, you know, that just, we don't mind public attention. But still, we try not to let it get in the way of our work. And I think that there's a heck of a risk here, Mike. You're going to get access, that's a big word in politics, access that's denied to the general public, denied to the media, the people legitimate covering us under their, you know, under their jobs. That's something that the public counts on. So now if another organization gets in and gets access, which a citizen can't get, what in the world have we done to them? We've probably denied them something, maybe even potential violations of the open meeting law. So I just don't see how this can work without hurting this body. It may not hurt the city, and we may turn out to be wonderful. We may turn out to be the laughingstock of the United States or the United States, or all the territories and the countries. And I'm not afraid to be on TV or in front of people expressing my opinions. But again, it's the chemistry that we have amongst the 7 of us and amongst our staff, with our key appointive staff, and with the employees who work for us every day out in the streets and in the offices. I don't know how you can protect us from making a great big change in the way we do business. I think if you want drama and you want to get some clownish behavior, you can go to the county. I mean, they're pretty entertaining. They really fight, you know.
May I respond? May I?
Why, sure.
Sure. Well, two things. One is, as far as code of ethics, I would say that Discovery does have a code of ethics, but I also, more importantly, Discovery is a brand that was started by a man named John Hendricks who believed in curiosity and believed in informing the world. It wasn't, I mean, it's become an entertainment company, but that's still at its core, science, exploration, innovation. And people, when you have a brand, as you know, like the Vegas brand, it's a brand. Discovery, the entire stock price, everything with it is built on that brand. So people come to expect a certain type of programming from the Discovery networks and Discovery studios. And, you know, to jeopardize that brand for any show seems to me to be, it was not something that we would do, and it wouldn't be wise business. It also wouldn't be good storytelling. And the other thing is, when we enter into this, and through, I think, the year and a half that we've had these discussions, I hope we've proven that we're looking to be partners. For us, if we get, say you were to say yes, and give us a chance to do this reel that no one will ever see except for you all, and you say yes to that, and we go and we make 8 episodes, and it turns out those 8 episodes make it changes the dynamic here, which I cannot speak to really, and you're unhappy. If you say no at that point, then we've just invested many millions of dollars in something that we're never going to, we can't continue. My point is, the point is that we want this to go to 500 episodes or whatever it might be. We want to make sure that this happens. When we invest money in it, we want to, if you don't like what we're doing, then we've just wasted that money and that relationship. So it would not be in our best interest to do that.
Thank you. Councilwoman Tarkanian.
I had another question in that, are there certain departments you might focus on? For example, I have been told that that maybe you've spoken with the fire men and women and had an interest in focusing on them.
I would very much like to. I think at this stage, and this is what this first step is about, is being given the chance to talk with
well, I mean, beyond being given a chance, are you going to focus on them, or is it going to be all departments?
I think it would be, I mean, I can't say yet. I don't know that we're going to focus on, I don't see the fire department as being the sole focus of any perspective.
A major focus?
I would say no, because I think it's.
You don't know about that one either.
Yeah, well, what I would say is, if we find somebody that represents both the city and life in the city of Las Vegas who works for the fire department, then that person would potentially become a larger voice. I think what we'd like to do now, and as I say, we're looking at also following potentially a private endeavors that are inside the city of Las Vegas. So there's going to be many voices to this. And I think there'll be many voices within the city as well. And I can't say it's definitely going to be this or that.
Thank you so much, because that helps me in answering some questions that came to me. Secondly, I did want to state that, you know, when we talk about this encourages the Las Vegas brand, right now, today, without anything else, we are second to Google as far as brand recognition in the United States. And that's pretty high, and I don't know if this would make us any higher. And then I just need to know, if I can from the attorney, I don't want to hurt other people who may need this publicity, who may want this publicity, this type of thing, and that I feel should be a choice on their part, but there's no way I could probably vote in that connection if I don't want any on me. Is that the case?
If I understand the question correctly, you could vote for the contract and then choose not to participate.
Okay. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Any other comments, questions? Oh, Councilman Ross.
Thank you, Mayor, and Councilman Coffin. Just so we clear up any airtime issues, I will allot to you any of my prospective airtime. That just eliminates that right off the get-go. I always like it when David Riggleman starts off on KCLV Channel 2 and says, bringing city government closer to you. You know how you do that, Dave, right? Okay. Yes. I always like that, and I've got to tell you, I've worked many years trying to open up government and bring our city government closer to the people that we represent. And my constituents can attest to that. Certainly my wife can attest to that. And I think it's important and significant. I see this as an opportunity to do just that. And you're going to do other stories. I mean, you're not going to just do city stuff. Am I correct?
Yes, you are correct.
Mr. Maslins? Okay. So, so with that, Mayor, you've talked about and worked hard to bring the film industry to Nevada, specifically Southern Nevada, Las Vegas. Now, not that this will, but it certainly could be the beginning catalyst that could contribute to actually having production studios here in Las Vegas or Southern Nevada. So, you know, that could be a good thing. I'd like to give it a shot, and it sounds like, Mr. Maslin, all the risk is on you. After 8 episodes, after you spent millions and millions of dollars, we say no. What do you got? 8 episodes that you can't use. Am I correct? I mean, they're yours. We don't have any tied to them after you do that. But I think all the risk is on you, and if what councilmen and councilwomen are concerned about occurs, you're down the road. So honestly, all I see is all the risk is on you, and I want to thank you for working closely with our city manager and our city attorney, because yes, they have some genuine concerns. You recognize that. But I also think that this is a golden opportunity to bring our city government closer to the people, whether it's our people or the people around the world, Mr. Maslin. You know, Vegas as being branded #2 in the world is pretty significant. So it's not like we need this to sell Las Vegas. Everybody wants to come to Las Vegas. We want everybody to come to Las Vegas and bring lots of cash with you, by the way. So I'd like to give this a shot, Mayor and council members, because I really see the positive impacts. If we're not happy with it, we kick them down the road. If we are happy with it, we have that partnership and that relationship for the long term, continuing to highlight what we do as a local government.
Thank you,
Mayor.
Councilman. Before I entertain a motion here, I understand that Councilman Beers, if you would get him on the phone, he did want to participate. Chime away.
I'll be your filibuster until you get the
Oh, heaven
councilman on the
forbid.
phone.
Please, if in fact this goes forward, do not have any filibustering going here.
You know, for me, I've always been one to ride the cutting edge and look for opportunities, just as Councilman Ross mentioned. I was just thinking today, driving into work, David, your new employee, is her name Jennifer? Jennifer Davies. I was driving into work today, and I was thinking about Jennifer Davies, how, for me, she's a breath of fresh air to your department, because it's true.
Are you
And
telling me
it's-
that
and it's
our
not meant to-
guys
and it's
and
not
our
meant to be
lady?
an insult to her. The point that I'm making, Mayor, is the fact that from a new element that technology has brought on in social media, I mean, every time I look up on Twitter or Facebook, there's always something going out, and it's keeping me abreast as to what's happening real time in all of my council members' wards. And that's what I mean by a breath of fresh air, because now I'm having an opportunity to keep up with what's going on around the city real time. And that's why I mentioned a breath of fresh air, because it keeps me in the know sooner than having to come to City Hall to basically play catch up.
And I think you're aging
Right?
Jason David is
And
what you've done by that.
And so when I think about the new technology and where we've come as a city, and as the councilman mentioned, bringing city government closer to you, that's a part of it. And also within our, going back to our mission statement, being a world-class city, you know, and I haven't seen this type of production from other cities. And so therefore, with the measures that Betsy, as well as our council, Brad Jerbick, has put in place as far as some of the outs, if you will, in the clauses of the contract, as far as giving it a shot to see what actually occurs, I don't see any harm in doing so. in relation to.
Thank you for the filibuster. His battery may be dying. Did
Who
you
was
get
that?
Councilman Beers on the line?
Councilman Beers, are you on the phone?
Okay, okay, all right, just wanted to make
You
sure
have
he
a
was on the
little
phone.
more.
All right, and she cut me off right in the middle of my thought process. But being able to really encompass all of those things that we've already aligned as a council, as far as being a world-class city, I just think that it just adds another level of mystique to not only the city, but also the opportunity of exposure and what our residents think about the city and how our city officials and city staff members address those issues moving forward. And I believe that it will provide an additional form of information moving forward. So we'll see what happens, and you have my support moving forward at this point.
Thank you, Councilman. That was wonderful, because it could be possible that Councilman Beers was in a mountain range or wherever he is. So we did get him on the line, and I would entertain a motion, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I will make a motion to approve the access and location agreement between the City of Las Vegas and Discovery Studios.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote. Okay, no, I haven't. I was waiting to just breathe after I asked everybody else to vote. Don't want him cheating on the
Mayor,
road.
while you're waiting,
I haven't asked to be posted yet.
Mayor, I just wanted to say as a clarification, to give accurate information, we are the second to Google worldwide.
See, isn't that
Worldwide.
wonderful? You
And that
are a
is
fountain of
wonderful, but-
information.
Well, it's just as an educator, I want to be accurate. Thank you.
Thank you. And Jennifer, please get that out, because Councilwoman Tarkanian has reminded us twice. We're second to Google. Nobody else, just Las Vegas. All right, Councilman Beers, how vote you?
You know, I don't think this contract covers the cost that we're going to incur babysitting these guys. If we were to renegotiate the contract and make it a little more lucrative, I might go for it, but at this point, I'm a no.
You are a nay, correct? A no. Is that what he said? Okay, so that orally has come in as a no. And so now please post. The motion carries. So we're into the next review. Good luck. And for those who are going to be glued to their television watching Discovery Studio, we look forward to it. Thank you very much.
I would, before Mike
Thank
leaves
you.
the podium, I wanted to thank Mike and Eddie Barbini, and particularly their attorney, Michael Turner, and a whole bunch of people at Discovery. I didn't want to taint your vote before you voted, but I can tell you, as we went through these negotiations, they were very reasonable and very accommodating to what we wanted. And so I'm hopeful we're off to a good start.
Thank you very much. And one other thing, timeline here, very big on timelines. When will we have the presentation of this segment? Approximately.
I would approximately within the next 2 to 3 months. I mean, it takes
That
time.
quickly?
I would think so. 3 months would
Okay.
be probably most realistic, but we're moving quickly.
And so
we'll
you
keep
will get
posted.
that, make sure that you let us know in advance so we can get it agendized, so we can
Absolutely, we'll make sure. And if it
Thank you.
changes,
Good
we'll
luck.
let you know. Thank you very much.
Good luck. Thank
Oh.
you.
Madam Mayor, I just wanted to say good luck to you, no matter how either side of us felt. Good luck to you in what happens, because we hope it's good for the city.
Okay, we are on to item number 49, resolutions. R612013, discussion for possible action regarding a resolution directing the city manager to reject any land use entitlement applications, business license application, building permit applications, or other applications or requests, or otherwise operate or permit any medical marijuana establishments as defined by Senate Bill 374 of the 2013 legislative session, the Medical Marijuana Act. And you don't look like Mr. Jerbick, so please.
All right, Mayor and Council, Jim Lewis, City Attorney's Office. I'm here to briefly present item 49, which is also a companion item to what is item 64, the moratorium on the acceptance and consideration of items for medical marijuana establishments. Really what we're doing here is we're trying to institute a bar to accepting applications and considering applications for medical marijuana establishments prior to the time that the state enacts its regulatory scheme for these establishments. The establishments we're talking about are medical marijuana dispensaries, medical marijuana cultivation facilities, the medical marijuana production facilities for things other than just the marijuana itself. So, you know, the cookies, the brownies, the wax, and also the labs that would test the medical marijuana. That's the first reason. The second reason for this resolution and then following the moratorium is that the harm is that maybe some of these advocates want to come in and assert that they have a certain permitted right to operate in the city of Las Vegas under our licensing provisions and our land use provisions. We don't believe that they do under our current code, but we think the city council should have time to reasonably and understandably contemplate the policy of this very complex issue between now and the time the state has its regulatory scheme into effect. So I'm here to answer any questions on SB 374, on prior laws, on the constitutional provision that was adopted in 2000, and please ask if you have any questions.
So if I may, this is just basically putting a hold on anything until we have a legislative clarification.
Yes, so what you have, yes.
In a timeline of what?
So what you have today is a resolution that will be in effect until a moratorium is considered and approved. That will be on the next council agenda for consideration. So this resolution would last from today, if approved, until the moratorium is approved. The moratorium then would act for 180 days, 6 months, and if you needed more time to contemplate the state's regulatory scheme, then you have the ability for another 6-month moratorium. Please understand that we've been told by Department of Health and Human Services that they don't plan to have any final resolution on their regulations until December 14th at the earliest, and the state law deadline is April 1st of 2014.
Thank you. Yes, Councilman Barlow.
Mr. Lewis.
Yes, sir.
I would like for you to retract, or let's go back for a moment, something you just stated. You stated that the current law today, you don't believe that an individual will be able to come in and establish, and you pointed out a few distilleries and...
Councilman, the city's, may I throw you to the councilman?
Repeat that statement again, if you don't mind.
My statement was the city's position would be that our land use code and our business licensing code would not permit one of the 4 medical marijuana establishments contemplated by SB 374 to exist in the city of Las Vegas. However,
you're basing that off of the current law.
Currently what's in our code. Correct. We don't have a provision that says where you can have a dispensary, where you can have a production facility, where you can have a lab. There might be some lawyers or other advocates that might argue differently. They might say that a dispensary is a pharmacy under our current code, or maybe it's a retail use under our current code.
How is it currently spelled out in our code?
It's not. We currently don't have anything with regard to dispensaries, cultivation facilities, labs, or production facilities, but that doesn't mean one could argue that one of those 4 things doesn't otherwise fall under a different category than we have. And so our concern is that a clever lawyer might come in for an advocate and say, guess what, this is a pharmacy that's permitted under your current code, and therefore we need you to sign a statement for the state that says we currently comply with your land use provisions. We don't believe that's the case, but we would hate this to happen. We would hate for this council, for this city to be sued and have a sitting judge at the RJC decide our policy on medical marijuana establishments in the city of Las Vegas. We think you should be the ones deciding what that policy should be, and out of an abundance of caution, we're suggesting that we have this moratorium so there isn't any question as to your ability to make that policy without other.
So this
interference.
resolution is, in essence, a moratorium.
Yes, this resolution is a moratorium, a moratorium until such time as the ordinance for the moratorium is approved, if approved by this council.
If I could jump in 1 minute, Jim.
Yes.
In the past, Councilman, we have done moratoriums, and we did them a slightly different way. That's why this may
Right.
look different to you. In the past, we just put a line item on the agenda, suspend applications, or it might be for a period of time.
Right, a
We are
sunset.
taking a different approach, starting with this particular moratorium. We think in order to make sure we are completely legally defensible, the better policy would be to adopt an ordinance. In order to fill that gap between now and the time you get to consider an ordinance, because as you're aware, you just don't introduce them and adopt them at the same meeting, we're doing the resolution. If the ordinance adopting the moratorium, that's item number 61, isn't adopted in the future, this resolution goes away and there's nothing. But,
So the resolution has a sunset date of what?
the resolution doesn't have a sunset. The way it says is until such time as the council adopts the contemporaneously filed moratorium, that's item 61, there'll be a moratorium.
So
If you don't adopt the ordinance, the resolution goes away,
So
and there's no moratorium.
So in essence, if the city takes 12 months to adopt an ordinance, this resolution will still remain in place?
You couldn't do that. Legally, ordinances
Then it
expire
has a-
after 6 months, I believe, unless they're adopted after
Well,
they're
that's what I'm
introduced.
saying, as far as, it has to have an end date at some point.
Right.
And that's what I'm asking.
Two things could happen.
What would a resolution sunset be?
Right, two things could happen. The ultimate date would be the last time to consider an ordinance, and you don't consider it, you don't pass it, that might be 6 months from now, in which case this dies. What you can always do, because you're a governing body, you can always recall this resolution and rescind it anytime you want.
Correct. So in essence, what we're trying to do is basically avert, as in your words, an attorney that would come in and challenge our current ordinance of law.
Yeah,
Is
we're
that
being,
accurate, Mr. Lewis?
Councilman, we're being conservative in this suggestion to you, but the fact of the matter is, there's a lot of money in this industry, and there have been, you've heard from a great number of people today that are interested in starting these things in the city of Las Vegas. And the thing that we would hate to have happen is...
But let's be clear, because some people that have come up and spoke were advocates for outright smoking marijuana, period.
That's probably true.
Others have basically advocated as far as dispensaries and the like.
Sure.
And so I don't want to get the two crossed up.
Sure. I think it's safe to say that the reason we suggest the moratorium is just to make sure that you have time free of any other interference to decide what the policy for the city of Las Vegas should be. We want to wait for the state to see what they do with their regulations, and we want to have time to be able to help you formulate whatever policy it is you 7 want for our city.
Okay, so you also mentioned 2 dates. You mentioned December 14th.
Yes.
The state was going to do what by December 14th?
Okay, so let me use the second day first, if you will.
April.
April 1st. The statute, SB 374, says the state must have its final regulations done by April 1st, 2014. The Deputy Director of Health and Human Services has said publicly that they're shooting for a December 14th date to have those final regulations done. I can't say that they'll have them done or not, but the fact of the matter is, the reason we've got a moratorium for 6 months is because we assume that they're going to do what they say. And so 6 months from today is sometime in January. If they get done in December, and we've been working on this issue and the council has its policy ready, we can adopt the regulations that you choose, and we can do away with the moratorium at that time.
But I'm hearing 2 things. I'm hearing that the resolution is a stopgap to help us get to the moratorium.
Yes.
Right? And then I'm hearing that the moratorium will basically be drawn up for approximately 6 months.
Yes, correct.
And thirdly, the state mentioned that they should come back with some legislation by December 14th.
Correct.
How long will it take to draft the moratorium?
Oh, the moratorium's drafted. It's actually on for, we've got it on this agenda for introduction. It's going to be fast-tracked. And so at the next council meeting, it will be up for adoption. You'll hear it at recommending committees.
So I guess where I'm getting confused is why the resolution and the moratorium
Oh, okay.
synonymous?
Sure, because when we introduce an ordinance, there's a gap from 2 weeks to 6 weeks between the time we introduce the ordinance and you have a time to consider it as a council.
Okay.
And so what the city manager's office and what the city attorney wanted to do was make sure there wasn't some time in between introduction and adoption where somebody could attempt to put in an application before the ordinance was considered and possibly approved by this council.
Okay. And the ordinance is set for 6 months?
It would be 180 days, but that's at the council's discretion. If the council decide, you know what, 90 days is better.
So why didn't we just wait till December 14th?
The reason we are suggesting the moratorium is because under our existing code, people might be able to argue successfully in front of a judge that one or more of these things is already permitted, even though you guys haven't had that discussion yet. And we would prefer that not happen so as not to let a judge decide what your policy should be. We want the 7 of you to decide what your policy should be. We would hate to get, here's how it works. Someone comes in and says, my dispensary is a pharmacy, so we need you to issue us a letter to take to the state. We say, sorry, you're not a pharmacy. They say, we are. We're now going to sue you in district court. We go to court. Maybe there's an advocate of medical marijuana sitting on the bench. And that advocate decides, you know what, it is a pharmacy. It's the city of Las Vegas. You should have issued a permit. This was a permitted use. These are now permitted uses in your city. That's the issue. That's what we want to.
Let's speak a hypothetical, being that you bring that point forward. Let's say, for instance, it does occur, right? And the city issues, for example, that license. The individual or the company would have to take that document to the state, correct? Being that the state has nothing in place to address how they're going to move this issue forward because of the date of December 14th, what will the state do before the 14th?
The concern is not so much that the state will issue something. The concern for us is that U7 won't get to make that determination.
Mr. Lewis, I understand the concern for us.
Okay.
You laid that out
Okay,
well. I'm clear.
Gotcha.
But hypothetically, if the city were to do that today
Yes.
and provide anyone that states that they are a pharmacy, what would the state do? What is the state prepared to do?
The
Councilman, if I could jump in for a moment, I could maybe cut to the chase on this.
Please, Mr. Jermick.
Yeah, I don't mean to interrupt you, but I'll tell you the main reason for this, and it's something we're all kind of dancing on. Everybody in the audience knows it, and everybody who's watching this knows it, so I might as well just say it. The only reason medical marijuana is currently being tolerated by the federal government is because of a letter issued by Attorney General Holder's office called the Ogden Letter, written by Deputy Attorney General Ogden, saying that the resources of the federal government are best spent on other things other than medical marijuana and dispensaries. This is still a felony under federal law. It has not been changed. To dispense it, to use it, and everything else is a felony. Now, you've got a conflict, and every other city, not just Las Vegas, is caught in this conflict. Denver is, Long Beach is, every other city is looking at dispensaries and how they regulate them. We are operating under a letter from the current Attorney General that could change in the next election, and that may have consequences for everybody. We are operating right now based on a promise from the federal government not to enforce these laws, provided they fall within the parameters of the Ogden Letter. I have highly recommended this resolution and the moratorium because there is criminal liability for this, and it could extend further than most people think. And before you jump, and we don't even have state regulations in place yet, this seems to be a very prudent thing to do.
And that's why it's on the agenda.
And
why I'm
I
recommending it.
appreciate that, Mr. Jervik, but yet and still, and you bring up another question that I have, being that you bring that forward. One, I'm still waiting on a response, and Mr. Jervik, you can answer this question yourself, being that you jumped in. What would the state do, going back to my original point, what would the state do if in fact the city provided someone a letter stating that we agree that they're a pharmacy? Would the state issue them a license, or would this, or is the state in a position prior to December 14th or April 1st to provide anyone with the green light to move forward with their dispensary? That's number one. And then I have a second question as it relates to the federal government.
I think the best answer I can give you is we're not quite sure what they would do because this hasn't happened yet. I can tell you this, in other states where people have raised even more serious questions, the state has authorized dispensaries. Does that mean we have to issue even one license for them? People have said, no, that did not take away your land use permissions. You can still prohibit them based on land use and other things.
Correct.
There are a number of novel questions that are across the country questions raised by dispensaries. Some cities are way out in front of us, and their states, their courts have answered some of the questions. Other cities are like us in a state where no court has opined. All we have is the legislation right now.
Okay.
So I can't give you an answer to your question because we don't know until it happens.
Correct.
Second
And
question?
I assume that. Second question, you bring up the federal government as far as it being a felony. This is what puzzles me the most about it, Mr. Jervik, is the fact that it's still a felony. However, how can, if that's the case, then why in fact did our state legislature move forward with legislation, basically now pushing it down to the municipal levels for us to address an issue that our city attorney now is coming back saying it's illegal to do so if in fact we do move forward. So if you can pretty much wash that out for me as well, that would be helpful, because I don't quite understand it, how it could be approved at the state level, but then you come back with the Opine, what was it, Opine? Opine, I'm sorry?
It's opinion.
I said I opine my opinion on this. I can tell you, and I've met with other city attorneys on this as well, and this is no reflection, I don't have a personal opinion, so I'm just the legal counsel for the city. What I am trying to say, though, is this would be a whole lot easier from that point of view if the federal government just addressed this once and for all.
Correct.
They have not.
And
This
may
has not
I
been-
add to that, if I might, Mr.
Please.
Jervik?
Please, Mayor.
At the recent U.S. Conference of Mayors held here in Las Vegas, overwhelmingly, the mayors asked or requested of the federal government that the federal government give license to each state to determine their own marijuana laws. It is not in effect. That was what was agreed upon by the U.S. Conference of Mayors that were in attendance here and those beyond, that the federal government would relinquish to the states the rights to control their own marijuana laws, but there's been no response yet.
Right. And that's where I'm completely confused in the sense of the federal government, Mayor, just what you pointed out. Either the federal government needs to relinquish this decision
Correct.
to each individual state, or make it completely, continue to make it completely outright, where states can't even, won't be put in a position like this, because we're basically, fighting one hand against the other as far as the state approves it, and then you have the municipal level saying, well, wait a minute, this is something that we possibly don't want or possibly do want, right? Because that's where we are right now. It's trying to make a determination as far as,
Well, and I think if
are we
I
going to the
might-
left or are we going to the right?
Right. I think if I might, that's the whole purpose of having this hold put on this until such time as all these pieces fit. And until, and I may be incorrect, but until the federal government does release it to the states or makes their determination, the letter holds, and it remains a felony. And if in fact some states move ahead with it, it is possible there could be convictions in those states, which we have yet to do.
And that's why I just wanted to get that flushed out, Mayor, so I
Thank you.
appreciate it. Thank you.
Great, thank you. So I would entertain a motion, please, on this.
Oh,
Yes,
Mayor, if I may make just one quick comment.
yes.
A couple, actually. I think the folks that are here representing this issue I want you to understand why the city of Las Vegas is moving this direction. It's not because we don't want the dispensaries, we don't want folks to get the medical marijuana that they need for their health issues, or just the pot smokers in general want to get their pot to smoke. That's not the issue. Issue is how do we get there? And because we have great evidence of the missteps that other communities have taken in regards to legalization in their own cities, we have to do this right. And I want to say this to you as well. The rest of the state is looking at the city of Las Vegas. They're looking at how we are going to do this, and it's got to be done right. So we can dispense it, you can legally use it. I mean, Mr. Jervik brings up some very good points in regards to the federal law. It's still federally illegal, and I think one day the feds will say, yes, we'll give it to the states to make that decision. I think that's going to happen, but we're not there yet. So I would ask you to be patient with us so we can figure this out, get this right with our business licensing departments. Someone mentioned, it spoke earlier, on the group that's put together, the task force. We're part of that task force. Our business licensing people are right in the middle of that. And who do you think they're listening to? Us. The county, the other cities, they're listening to us. We have got to have the ability to demonstrate some leadership with this very serious topic and issue in our community today, throughout communities in the United States in general. We've got to get this right. So I would only ask, through the mayor and the council, her permission to ask you guys to do that. Be patient with us so we can get this right. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much. So knowing you had comments initially and knowing where you are, and I think it's been alluded to, but what we are trying to do and knowing what the U.S. Conference of Mayors is asking for, the facts are what they are right now. So to ask the city to move in one direction or another, this is just asking for time and let the pieces fall down the chain where they should fall. So.
I'd like an opportunity to respond and address.
Okay, then let's keep this depending. All right, we're still in the discussion. If there's anyone else, I didn't realize anyone else had a comment. You wanted to make a comment?
Well, maybe a comment or question, I'm not sure. Well, first thing is a question. Jim, I've been contacted by some people who say that 6 months puts, if we put, and I believe these are hard 6-month numbers in this resolution and in the moratorium. Is that right?
The first 6 months, the moratorium has 180-day, it's 6-month time. If this council decides that 180 days is too long, when we address the moratorium in 2 weeks, we can change that number. But yes, it's set in the moratorium for a specified period of time.
Okay, I think we've got a state law that helps us decide that there's a reason to have this. And what I don't want to do is be flouting the state law if, in fact, we just perpetually delayed it. So we don't want that to happen.
Right.
I was assured in private discussions by city attorney that we're on a hard 6 month on this resolution and the moratorium to follow. And if the language is not in there on the moratorium, I would be concerned. I also want to know if, in fact, do we really need 6 months, or can we do it in 3 months?
Well, here's the reason we chose 6 months, suggest 6 months to you. We don't know when the state's going to be done with its, coming up with its final regulatory scheme. We're hopeful that the state can get it done by December 14th, the way they've asserted. They have until April 1st of 2014 pursuant to statute. I have a feeling that when December 14th comes, they're probably not going to be done. They may be done. We're hopeful that they will be done. But the 6 months was chosen because it gets you past December 14th. You then can see, after December 14th, what occurs at the state. Who's coming in for licenses? What licenses are coming in? How many licenses are coming in? During that time, between now and then, your staff is going to be briefing you, coming to you, talking to you about policy. And during all this time, we're going to be able to see, especially if they get done by December 14th, what actually happens on the street. And then that will help you even better determine what your policy should be here in the city of Las Vegas. But that's why we suggested 6 months. I don't believe in 90 days the state will be done with the regulations. If the state is not done with the regulations, there's no permit to be issued. To Councilman Barlow's question.
Couldn't we continue to move forward with our discussions on zoning and special use, things like that, though, that you could start that today, couldn't you?
I believe the city manager has directed us to start those conversations today. Yes.
I'm sorry, if I could just jump in here, since there has been a question about zoning and licensing issues. We do have work groups in place.
Excuse me, who
Oh,
you
sorry,
are?
Flynn Fagg. I forget. Flynn Fagg, Planning Director for the City of Las Vegas. We already have work groups in place, both for licensing and for land use, through the Southern Nevada Regional Planning Coalition. The work groups have done about as much work as they can do at this point without knowing what the state regulations are. So in other words, we can't hit a target until we know specifically what the target is. Now, once the state regulations are issued in draft, we expect those at the end of October, we will then be able to move forward and to make sure that the regulations that we forward to you all are consistent with what the state is going to regulate. So we have done as much work as we can do to this point, but we need the state to act before we can forward something to you.
Thank you very much,
Okay,
Mr. Fagg.
I think that's a good answer to the question. I don't want to be seen as, pardon?
That was the best answer.
Yeah, it helps me understand, because I don't want to be caught in a position of where we're delaying something that probably has certainly a significant popular appeal to people who have given up on ordinary medicines as their cure. You know, I mean, I've told this story before, but 32 years ago, I was in a car accident and paralyzed. I had a crushed spine and was paralyzed from the waist down. And, you know, I had severe pain, and of course, I had everything the hospital could give me, and then the prescription afterwards. And they rebuilt my spine with bone from another part of my body, you know, from the hips. And somebody was joking about being vertically challenged. I lost about an inch in that operation, but that darn operation was good because I could walk again. What I didn't know was that 20, 25 years down the line, the pain would get so bad that I'd have to resort to medicine to help. I frankly had used alcohol periodically and over-the-counter painkillers to counter the increasing pain. But I didn't really understand it. I just knew, well, I had an accident and it hurts. And it just kept getting worse because I developed arthritis and stenosis and all those other osises and itises that you have when you've had a serious insult to your bones. And so for 8 years, I've used a prescription medicine painkiller to the extent of, I think, 3 or 4 pills a day, depending on the pain, but I've actually tapered. Now, the reason I'm giving all this too much information out is because it's important to understand that I am just one of thousands and thousands of people who are suffering from chronic pain, and it could be from, who knows, an accident, an illness of some kind, you never know. It could be a war injury. The point is that there needs to be something to address this other than the prescription painkillers,
Okay,
because we really have a situation here. I've been on these 8 years now. I'm kind of wondering what my liver looks like. Now, I can't smoke marijuana. I can't because, number one, I took an oath to obey the law, but I don't like what it does to my lungs, and I did smoke it when I was a young person about half a dozen times. So in the TMI, or too much information category, you're getting it all. Haven't since I was sworn in 30 years ago. But the point is, I wouldn't mind eating a brownie with some of that in there if it helped pain that could get me off prescription painkillers. And maybe it just distracts you. Maybe it creates a barrier between the source of pain and your brain. I don't know exactly how it works, but I do think that we don't want to delay on this at all if we can. There are a lot of people in trouble. A lot of people are getting sick because of the painkillers they are taking. And maybe for some people, this is definitely an answer.
Well, what you're hearing, though, Councilman, as
worried
you've
about the
heard from
delay.
Mr. Fagg, that they've gone as far as they can. This is an issue. The federal government has to release it to the states. All the pieces are there, and all they're asking for is basically a hold on this till the proper information has come down. And I think if you have comments or anybody in public has any comments to make, if you do so briefly, so we can move forward on this.
Your Honor, I will try to be brief.
I know you, and I know you can't.
Well, Your Honor, first of all...
he is a friend of sorts.
First of all, my name is Attorney Bruce Gale, State Bar Nevada, bar number 3413.
So you best be articulate and speedy, then they know they got a great attorney there.
Okay.
Bruce Gale.
All right. Your Honor, I want to inform the council, first of all, I think there's some misconceptions here. And with all due respect to Mr. Lewis, I disagree with one of primarily one of his factual arguments. I thought about how I could approach y'all. Do I go through the chronology or address the current law? But let me just a couple things. The issuance by the state, I'll give you this analogy. The issuance by the state of a medical marijuana establishment registration certificate, that's like a gaming license. That's issued by the state. Okay? Now, state-issued gaming licensees, they can't operate in the city of Las Vegas unless they have city-issued licenses. So I want you to keep that analogy in concept. Now, there is a very critical time deadline, and if this 6 months and even the additional 6 months is imposed, it's going to wreak havoc. This city of Las Vegas, under Assembly Bill 374, potentially can have 25% of the dispensaries in the county. That's 10 dispensaries. The city of Las Vegas, because there's only going to be 40 dispensaries in Clark County, and I'll go through the law real quick, Your Honor. The city of Las Vegas can have an unlimited amount of cultivation facilities in its city. The city of Las Vegas can have an unlimited amount of independent medical testing laboratories in its city boundaries. It can have an unlimited amount of medical marijuana establishments that sell the infused products. Those are the 4 types of medical marijuana establishments. Let me go through the law real quick, the history of the law in Nevada and Senate Bill 374. I'll be quick, Your Honor.
But keep in mind, we're not voting on the law here.
But I need to explain to you the misconceptions.
I mean, add something to us that we've already heard. I mean, really, I think, Mr. Gale, it's very important. And we, certainly understand the need, what's already out there, and people who are ill and have issues. The reality is what's on the table right now, as Mr. Lewis presented and Mr. Vag articulated, and our attorney here.
Okay. The state of Nevada, Department of Health and Human Services, Division of Health, by SB 374, they have to issue their regulations by April 1st, 2013. They could issue them before that.
2014.
Excuse me, 2014. They could issue them by 2014. I've spoken with some potential clients. I advise them to get all their ducks in a row. So I want the city council to know I don't have a hidden agenda here. This isn't just for my potential economic benefit. It's what the law is and what the citizens of the state of Nevada have said. The legislature, Article 4, Section 38 of the Constitution, back in 1998 and 2000, the Constitution wasn't amended, allowed for the use of medical marijuana. In 2001, there was, and I'm going to be quick, Your Honor, in 2001, the enabling legislation, NRS Chapter 453A, was passed by the legislature. And a medical marijuana patient, if they had a registry card, this is important, Your Honor, and I'll get to you why it's important. They could possess 3, and this goes to the timeline issue. A medical marijuana patient could possess 1 ounce of usable marijuana, 3 mature plants, 4 immature plants. The Nevada Administrative Code defined what an immature plant, what a mature plant was. That law was changed in 2000 with Senate Bill 374. Effective April 1st, 2014, a medical marijuana registry patient can possess 12 plants, whether it's immature or mature. And 2.5, this is important, Your Honor.
Okay, but what does it have to do with this deadline?
It goes to the timeline because
the plants will die.
No, well, plants can always die, Your Honor. But effective April 1st, 2014, the regulations have to be adopted. It might be before then, and applications can be issued. The cultivation facilities, they can't obtain marijuana across state lines. They can't, all right? And so the medical marijuana patients can sell once. By SB 374, they can sell 12 mature plants to a cultivation facility once. I don't know anything about growing marijuana. I don't know how long the plants take. But again, the timeline is after April 1st, the state accepts applications. Could be sooner. They'll accept applications. They have 90 days to act. It is in effect a provisional license. I didn't want to mention the issue of the county, but Jackie Holloway has said it's in effect if the state issues a license, then it's going to be an effective provisional license, and the county can pretty much piggyback from them. Now, the SB 374 has already addressed some of the zoning issues. It can only be in an industrial or commercial area. So that makes things somewhat easy. If this moratorium, if there's a 6-month delay and a potential 6-month delay, there is, under SB 374, there's only a 10-day filing period where the Division of Health is going to accept applications during any calendar year. And if this 6 months goes past, an additional 6 months, goes past that 10-day filing period, then the city of Las Vegas just lost the opportunity to have potentially 10 licensed medical marijuana dispensaries in the city, unlicensed amount of cultivation facilities, unlimited amount of independent medical testing laboratories, and also the infeasible products. Now, I want to get to the Federal Controlled Substance Act and that issue, and because that's important. And Mr. Lewis is about to.
I might add, and I was just confirmed here, that Bill 2013-45 is going to go into recommending committee.
Okay.
And so you can come there to discuss this further.
And that's another thing. The Department of Taxation, they've already issued their proposed regulations.
Because the fact that you're here, it's not a public hearing, and the fact that, you know, you have spoken for your first moment and now done another 6. I think the issues, if you brought anything else to light, I understand what you're saying, Mr. Gale, and I certainly appreciate your passion and your articulating for us all what the laws are and what we're up against. But I think the question before us right now is putting this on hold or not.
And I'm trying to explain to you why you shouldn't.
I realize that, and I think we did hear it and appreciate it, but when is this when does this go to recommending, please?
The bill is going to be read into the record today, and it will go to recommending committee, I believe, the first week in September. Is that correct? Do you have the?
That's correct.
So I would definitely, what was it, excuse me, Mrs.
I think we heard September 3rd.
September 3rd.
September 3rd, 9 o'clock?
Yes, ma'am, 9 a.m.
In clerk's office?
In the city clerk's conference room.
So put that on, September 3rd, 9 o'clock, city clerk's office recommending hearing on this bill.
Can I address the Federal Controlled Substances Act issue?
If you can do it in 30 seconds.
Okay. And also Mr. Lewis's argument. A dispensary is not going to argue that they're entitled to a license because they're a pharmacy. The state is going to issue a medical marijuana established certificate. Number 2, the Supreme Court of the United States in Gonzalez versus Raich addressed the issue regarding California's Compassionate Care Act. Mr. Ross said the entire state's going to be looking at Nevada or Las Vegas, or the entire United States is going to be looking at Nevada. Nevada has a constitutional amendment. The industry is regulated by 3 state agencies. You have the State of Nevada Department of Health and Human Services, Division of Health, Department of Taxation, Department of Motor Vehicles.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Gale. And I was just advised by, which is a very good point, by Councilman Barlow that probably your clerk's office will not be big enough to house. What we will do, we will set it up for the clerk's office, which is right across the hall from Chambers. If there are too many people coming, or do you have to post it?
We can seat about 35 people in an audience in our conference room.
The clerk's office should be big enough, but I think legally, we post for the clerk's office, and if there is an absolute necessity to move over here, we simply move people over here with the notices on the door, and everybody who comes in is shepherded over to the council chambers.
That's if the chambers is available on that day.
That's correct.
Yes.
If it's available. So can we check on that, please? Thank you.
Your
All
Honor.
right, so we will take care of that.
Your
And
Honor,
I,
one
yes.
second. Your Honor, during this lengthy discussion by Bruce here, Councilman Ross could see my frustration and my pain increasing. So he went back to the kitchen and got a brownie for me. He said it's okay, whatever that means.
Okay, so I am going to invite anybody else who'd like to comment on this, because I think we have really heard the issues. Please come on the 3rd, 9 o'clock, and you will be advised. We will find out for sure, city clerk's office, and then if there is overflow and if it's available, we'll move in here. So thank you. We appreciate it. So at this point, I'd entertain a motion.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll make a motion to adopt the resolution R61, 2013.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote.
Mayor, just before the motion, please, it's very important. It's good for marijuana and everything. You see, we need to go back to when the government was playing with alcohol back in the 20s and 30s, you know, well, legalize alcohol, don't do it, whatever. And then it legalized it. Now it's one of the greatest tax income that the government has. And so what I'm saying there, y'all can play with marijuana all you want. The day will come, it'll become legal. The government will just give up and hey, go do your thing. Because it will arrive a lot sooner than later. And I don't use any form of drug, including aspirin. So
Okay.
marijuana will occur.
Thank you, and we're taking
And
no more
legalized by the
comments
Fed.
now.
Thank
Thank you very much. There's been a motion, and we need some more. Who's not here to vote? Oh. Okay, please vote, and then please post. Are you making up your
After
mind?
all of this, no, and I'm not making up my mind, but what exactly was the motion?
The motion is to reject any land use
Okay, I
entitlement
got it. Okay, thank you.
without the resolution. It is discussion for possible action regarding a resolution directing the city manager to reject any land use entitlement applications, business license
I got
applications.
Thank you very
In
much.
this window.
I just wanted to make sure we were still there. Thank you.
And, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm sorry, I want to make sure that the language includes the limitation of 6 months.
Yeah.
So that we have that, because I don't see it. And I think the
We'll
record needs to
add that,
reflect it.
Council.
Well, there's no, if I may, I would only say that the resolution just expires on its terms if a moratorium is approved by this council, or if a moratorium is not approved, the resolution ceases to exist.
Well,
I think what the council wants to add is if the bill takes longer than anybody thought, you have neither a rejection nor an acceptance, and technically the resolution can go on and on. So under no circumstances does the resolution go on beyond 6 months. Is that your intent, Councilman?
Yes, yes. Okay, Brad.
Thank you. Okay, so there's a motion made and a vote done, and please post.
And Mayor, I just say that I'll stand outside chambers and address questions after this is over.
Okay. Did you all hear? Anybody who has any questions, Mr. Lewis will be outside chambers. Thank you very much. And please post, or did you and I missed it? Motion carries. Thank you very much. And that's September 3rd, 9 o'clock, City Clerk's office. Moving on to item number 50, boards and commissions for possible action. Civil Service Board, Trustee David Steinman. Term expires 9/16/2013. The options are reappoint Mr. Steinman or appoint a new member to fill the seat. Does anyone have a recommendation?
Thank you, Mayor. I'll make a motion to reappoint Mr. Steinman.
Thank you very much. There's a motion. Please vote and please post. Thank you. The motion carries. We'll move on to item number 51, recommending committee bill eligible for adoption at this meeting. Bill number 2013-31. Councilman Barlow, do you wish to have the bill read?
Yes.
I think he said
Please.
yes. Thank you, Your Honor. Bill number 2013-31, First Amendment, ordinance to update the license fee provisions and licensing regulations that pertain to erotic dance establishments and provide for other related matters.
Thank you very much. Councilwoman,
Move to approve.
there's a motion to approve.
As First Amendment?
First
As
Amendment.
first amended.
Thank you.
Please vote and please post. Thank you. That motion carries. We'll move on to agenda item 52, and bill number 201333. Councilwoman, for Councilman Barlow, do you wish to have the bill read?
Yes, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Councilwoman. Bill number 2013-33, First Amendment, an ordinance to update the city's business license regulations to permit certain types of businesses to receive a multi-jurisdictional business license, adopting provisions regarding the suspension or revocation of such license, consolidating certain licensing categories in connection with establishing the multi-jurisdictional business license, and providing for other matters.
Thank you very much. Councilman Ross wanted to make an point.
Just want to make a comment. This is another step in the right direction. I want to thank business licensing staff for getting us where we need to be and setting an example for the rest of this valley in regards to how serious we take business, how business-friendly we are, and how much more easy we want to make it to do business in this valley. So that's all I want to say, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, and Councilwoman
Move to
Buell.
approve.
As First Amendment.
As First Amendment.
As first amended.
Thank you. Okay, there's a motion. Please vote, and please post. Motion carries. Thank you. We'll move on to items 53 through 56, bills 2013-32, bills 2013-35 through 2013-37 are eligible for adoption at a later meeting. And, all right, on to new bills. Items 57 through 64, bills 2013-38 through 2013-45 will be heard at the recommending committee meeting on Tuesday, September 3rd, 2013. They are assigned to Councilman Barlow, Anthony, and Coffin, and again, that will be at 9 o'clock on the 3rd of September. Okay, anything else from anybody? I would love you to read them, of course. How could I omit that? I'd love to have you read them.
There's a bunch of them, I'm sorry, so give me a moment.
Okay, but that's
Bill number
good.
2013-38, in order to update the city's water waste collection and treatment regulations regarding discharges and primarily related matters. Bill number 2013-39, in order to update the city's stormwater management regulations regarding the disposal of waste and discharge of pollutants and primarily related matters. Bill number 2013-40, in order to repeal in its entirety LVMC Chapter 14.12 relating to the regulation of municipal cemeteries and provide for related matters. Bill number 2013-41, an ordinance relating to sewer service amending LVMC Chapter 14.04 to update provisions regarding certain charges payable by the City of North Las Vegas and clarify provisions regarding the installation and maintenance of sewer facilities and providing for related matters. Bill number 2013-42, an ordinance to extend the boundaries of the city to particularly describe the land to be annexed to make its inhabitants subject to the laws, obligations, and benefits of the city and to provide for related matters. Bill number 2013-43, in order to extend the boundaries of the city to particularly describe the land to be annexed to make its inhabitants subject to the laws, obligations, and benefits of the city and provide for related matters. Bill 2013-44, in order to extend the boundaries of the city to particularly describe the land to be annexed to make its inhabitants subject to the laws, obligations, and benefits of the city and provide for other matters. And finally, Bill number 2013-45, in order to declare a moratorium on the application of construction and or operation of medical marijuana establishments as contemplated by Senate Bill 374 of the 2013 legislative session.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jervik. Okay, we are going to recess just because we were supposed to recess an hour ago. It's 1 o'clock. We will take 30 minutes, and we will reconvene at 1:30 sharp, and we will be opening with agenda item number 46. Thank you. So I wish I could tell you we had a restaurant open across the street, but next time we will, I hope.
I signed in.
Okay, I see my name up there.
Where is your name?
Way up at the very top here. See that little
Oh, you.
Okay, we stand reconvened now, and, excuse me. Where is my agenda? Okay. So item 60. Okay, so for possible action, this is where we are now. Item 65, any items from the afternoon session the council staff and/or applicant wish to be stricken, tabled, withdrawn, or held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. Item number 72, a request for a waiver and/or reduction of fees totaling $81,709.55 at 1792 North Rancho. Property owner, B. Rio, Nevada Land. Staff has asked this to be obeyed till September 18th, 2013. Item number 83, SDR 48856, applicant, POB Las Vegas. Owner City of Las Vegas on 3.46 acres at 300 North Casino Center Boulevard and 350 Stewart Avenue. The applicant has asked this be obeyed till October 16th, 2013. Item number 90, SUP 49154, applicant All-Star Mini Mart owner, S&J Shopping Center, 2339 North Jones Boulevard. Applicant has asked that be obeyed till September 18th, 2013. Items number 91 and 92, GPA 49530, Zone 49531, applicant Harmony Homes, owner Alan Rothstein, 1994 Trust on 4.3 acres at the northwest corner of Pioneer Way and Hickam Avenue. Applicant has asked this be obeyed till October 16, 2013. Item number 98, applicant owner L. Sham Fremont Associates. What?
Laheim.
Oh, Laheim, I'm sorry. Laheim Fremont Associates property, 300 Fremont Street. Applicant has asked this be obeyed till November 6th, 2013. Item number 99, Crazy Eli Western Village owner, HS Family Limited Partnership, 316 Fremont Street. The applicant has asked this be obeyed till November 6th, 2013. And then items 101, 102, 103, and 104, SUP 49549, SUP 49552, SUP 49553, and SDR 49548, applicant Todd Kessler, 1028 Fremont Street at 1028 Fremont Street, Suites 100, 140, and 145. The applicant has asked these items be obeyed till September 4th, 2013, and that is my motion.
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, before you make that motion, I would like to add 2 more items to the list of items to be held in abeyance. If you could read item number 97 and item number 100.
Okay, let's see.
97.
Okay, 97, SUP 49539, special use permit, public hearing. Arolini LLC owner, for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a packaged liquor off-sale establishment use at 18 Fremont Street. Who's asking for that to be obeyed?
And number 100. I'll make the record on it in just a moment.
What's that?
I'll make the record in just a moment.
Okay, and item 100, SUP 49574, special use permit. Applicant Arolini, owner Schiff Enterprises, for special use permit for a proposed beer, wine, cooler, off-sale establishment within the existing 2,255 square foot retail establishment at 21 Fremont Street.
Thank you. And both of those items would also be obeyed to the first meeting in November, which is November 6th.
November 6th.
And if I could make the record on that, all 4 of these applications represent packaged liquor in various forms on Fremont Street. I've spoken with the representatives of both of these applicants. There are actually 2 applicants, 2 applications apiece. Mr. Moran is here representing the applicant on number 97 and 100. Mr. Brown is here representing the applicant on 98 and 99. They have both represented on behalf of their client's behalf. They have no problem with obeying both of these items, or 4 of these items, until the 6th of November.
And you are, if I may, you are, for the record?
I'm
You
Brad
are, for
Jurek,
the
your city
record.
attorney. Sorry. Brad
Thank you.
Jurek for the city attorney's office.
Brad, just so I'm clear, all 4 of those are obeyed till November 6th?
That's correct.
Okay. Okay, that's my motion then.
Thank you.
Mayor?
Yes, Councilman Barlow.
We're referencing 97, 98, 99, and 100?
That's correct.
Okay. And on the backup, it states November 16th, as far as the request from the applicant.
It's the first meeting in November is the request from the applicant.
I'm sorry?
The first meeting in November is the requested date for the applicant on all four of those items. And I believe the first date, Madam Clerk, is November 6th. Correct.
Okay.
Okay, so everybody clear on that? Have you made that in the form of a motion that I did not yet? Yes, there is a motion, please vote. And please post. And that motion carries. Now, we have brought forward, or actually held, item number 46 as the first item to address beyond this. So at this point on, I gotta get it back out. Would help.
Your Honor, if I could.
Yes.
I don't mean to interrupt, but
Again,
I
if you
asked
would-
that you held item number 46.
And you are,
to the
please.
first. I'm sorry, Brad.
You're in a roll.
I'm sorry, I'm ahead of myself. Brad Jibrick with the City Attorney's Office. I asked that item number 46 be trailed from the morning to be heard first in the afternoon. If we could just hold that a little bit longer. We have a final deal on this item. We just want to make sure that it's typed so we can report it accurately to you.
Okay. So, that puts us, where are we, City Clerk? What number? 66. Okay. I'm so glad you're here. Okay.
Package liquor people are leaving.
Wow. I want you to know that all the people that are exiting, I want you to look around at yourselves. This is a sign that Las Vegas is back. This is interest in our city, and it's simply wonderful. Yes. So now we're on to agenda item number 66, which is a public hearing for possible action to consider the report of expenses to recover costs for abatement of nuisance located at 4224 Baxter Place for fees in the amount of $2,260.50 general fund, assess a maximum of $19,500 in daily civil penalties for a total of $21,760.50. Property owner is England Family Trust. Sharon A. England, trustees, Ward 1, Councilwoman Tarkanian. Public hearing, I declare open. Ms. Hazuna, please.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor and council persons. The item before you today is a public hearing to approve the report of expenses for a nuisance abatement performed at 4224 Baxter Place, zip code 89107. The major cross streets for this area are Charleston and Decatur. A code enforcement case was opened on February 21st, 2013, and a notice and order was issued on the property on March 24th, 2013. The abatement was completed by contractor on July 9th, 2013, and consisted of securing all open doors and windows by boarding, removal of all refuse waste, high weeds, dead vegetation, and an application of herbicide. The ZIL evaluation of this property is $77,663. Staff recommends council approve the expense report and assess the out-of-pocket cost of $2,260.50 and outstanding daily civil penalties of $19,500 for a total of $21,760.50 as a lien against the property.
And Mrs. Zuna, did you mention that we have not been able to contact anybody?
We've had no response from the owner, and we have not been able to locate them.
And they're not on any deceased roll or anything?
No.
Okay. Councilwoman.
This isn't in the hands of a bank or anything then? It's just sitting there vacant?
No, it's not in foreclosure, and it's just a vacant property.
This is a public hearing. Anyone wishing to be heard on this item, please come forward and state your name. Okay, I'll close the public hearing. Councilwoman?
I feel that we should, my motion would be to include the full amount of $2,260.50. And then the daily civil penalties, my motion would be half of that, coming to a total of $10,000.50.
And that is your motion?
Yes, I want to make sure my addition's correct here, however. $10,510.50 would be the amount, if the adding machine doesn't question that.
9750.
You have
9,750.
All right, then that would be my motion, which is the full amount of the hard costs and half of the civil penalties.
All right. If those figures then are accurate, Councilwoman has made a motion. If you'll please vote, and then please post. I'd go ahead and post. And that motion carries. Thank you very much. We'll move on to item number 67, public hearing for possible action to consider the report of expenses to recover costs for abatement of nuisance located at 1700 Ivanhoe Way for fees in the amount of $3,772.75. General fund, assess a maximum of $19,500 in daily civil penalties for a total of $23,272.75. Property owner, Yekaterina Larkina. This is in Ward 1. Councilwoman Tarkanian, it is a public hearing. I can declare it open. Mrs. Zuna.
The item before you today is a public hearing to approve the report of expenses for a nuisance abatement performed at 1700 Ivanhoe Way. The zip code for the property is 89102. Major cross streets of the area are Oki and Rancho. A code enforcement case was opened on April 17, 2013, and a notice and order was issued on the property on May 1, 2013. The abatement was completed by contractor on July 8, 2013, and consisted of securing all open doors and windows by boarding, removal of all refuse and waste, high grass and weeds from all areas of the property, and dead vegetation and removal of a tree. The Zillow valuation of the property is $141,805. Staff recommends that council approve the expense report and assess the outstanding out-of-pocket cost of $3,772.75 and outstanding daily civil penalties of $19,500 for a total of $23,272.75 as a lien against the property.
Thank you very much. This is a public hearing. I declare it open.
My name is Hodges. This is a private owner, and it's no tax lien against it. It's a private owner. Well, all I can say is, Mayor, just go out and give me your money. Thank you.
Cute little house. Anyone else wishing to be heard? I'll close the public hearing. Councilwoman?
And you made every attempt you could to reach the owners, and that it's not in bank?
Correct. It's not in foreclosure at this time. They haven't filed.
It's sort of a cute little house,
is
a fixer-upper. Yeah. And what did you say was the financial value of the home?
The Zillow valuation is $141,805.
Wow.
Well, I would move to have them pay full out-of-pocket costs and one-half of the civil penalties, which I believe comes to $12,055.
I got $13,522.75.
How could I be so off?
I don't know.
It can't be poor
Your
math.
strength is the English
when you-
language, not math.
No, even if I didn't know anything about math, I shouldn't be that far off. Taking your word for it, that's exactly what a full amount.
Okay.
And that's my motion, to
Okay,
charge that
thank you.
much.
There's a motion. Please vote.
Oh, I must
That
be
is a
doing-
cute home.
It is, I'm taking.
And
some
please
big
post.
notes.
That motion carries. Thank you. Agenda item 68, public hearing for possible action to consider the report of expenses to recover costs for abatement of dangerous building demolition located at 2520 Las Verdes Street. Pardon me, I just had a soft drink and all the sugar stuck in my throat. For fees in the amount of $29,619.75. General Fund and assess a maximum of $19,500 daily civil penalties for a total of $49,119.75. Property owner, American Robert Belon, Ward 1, Councilwoman Tarkanian. This is a public hearing, which I declare open. Mrs. Zuna.
The item before you today is a public hearing to approve the report of expenses for a demolition of dangerous building and nuisance abatement performed at 2520 Las Verdes Street, zip code 89102. The major cross streets for this area are Sahara and Valley View. Code enforcement opened a case on January 9, 2013, and a notice and order was issued on the property February 11, 2013. The abatement was completed by contractor July 9, 2013, and consisted of demolition of damaged structures, pool, and all non-shared perimeter walls, removal of the foundation, capping of all utilities, removal of refuse waste, high grass, weeds, and an application of dust control was applied to the lot. The ZIL evaluation of this property is $94,394. Staff recommends that council approve the expense report and assess the out-of-pocket cost of $29,619.75 and outstanding daily civil penalties of $19,500 for a total of $49,119.75.
Couple of questions, if I might, Mrs. Zuna, before we get started. The $94,000 plus is the value of the lot with nothing on it?
That's what Zillow says. We don't have any way to assess.
Of knowing whether it was the structure and the lot?
Correct.
Okay. The second question I ask, in your pursuit of trying to find the owner, which came up empty, are we 100% sure that it's B-I-L-A-N rather than B-A-L-I-N? Because the name Robert Balin, it was Balin or Balin, but it was pronounced Balin, lived here. Both he and his wife are deceased, and I'm wondering if it was property in his estate.
We have to utilize the naming in the legal documents on the property, but we do know that the owner is deceased, and he was living in California when he passed away. We have been in contact with the trust that's handling this property.
Oh, so
they were aware of the demolition. They actually felt that the cost that the contractors provided us was cheaper than what they could have done, so they told us to go ahead and do it. They're looking for somebody to purchase the lot, and at whatever point in time in the future, they've already agreed, and I've already sent them a waiver request that if there's any civil penalties put on, that they'll just apply for a waiver request and bring the item before you.
Is there any relationship to any other empty lot for at least a generalized thought of what the property's worth without a structure?
There's no database that I'm aware of that we can utilize for that.
Okay. And no houses on either side for sale or anything?
No, but I know
Those
that
would have
the
structure.
realtor that was working for them, we've been in contact several times, and I think that they already have somebody that may be interested in purchasing the lot.
And so the name is correct as spelled here?
Correct.
Thank you very much. All right, open hearing, public hearing, please come forward.
Just a quick comment, Madam Mayor. It's a dilemma that I've coming across now with my house. Some of these old houses, the real old ones that have asbestos in them and that, are actually, the lots are actually worth more with the house removed. And I'm writing a paper on that now, and I still cannot get over that. I can't believe that. I cannot get myself to believe it.
Wow.
But basically, that's what happens.
Wonderful. Thank you.
I'm going to say the same thing about the asbestos. A lot of the old houses does have that, because I live in the senior citizen community, and all our properties has that asbestos, and so all we can get is, worth a lot, and the house has to be destroyed to the next buyer. The people that's presently living in, they can stay there forever, but the minute they put it up for sale, it's only worth the price of the lot, because the house got asbestos, it has to go. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to be heard on this item? Okay, I'll close public hearing. Councilwoman.
Wow, this is a lot of money on the civil penalties, isn't it? Because of the
Demolition.
asbestos and all, and the demolition and all that, and the
demolition, all of it.
demolition,
Yes.
right?
Yes, there was asbestos, so that did increase the cost of the demolition.
I move, as I have similarly in the other three, and that is that we pay the full amount of hard costs paid by the city and put on the lien a half of the civil penalty. That's my motion.
Fine, there's a motion, and you'll figure that one out. Thank you. There's a motion, please vote. And please post. And we'll move,
69.
That carries. We'll move on to item number 69, public hearing for possible action to consider the report of expenses to recover costs for abatement of nuisance located 201 Lorenzi Street for fees in the amount of $1,697.75 general fund, assess a maximum of $19,500 in daily civil penalties for a total of $21,197.75. Property owner Suresh R. and Lucille Lachwani, Ward 1, Councilwoman Tarkanian. This is public hearing. I declare it open. Mrs. Zuna.
The item before you today is a public hearing to approve the report of expenses for a nuisance abatement performed at 201 Lorenzi Street, zip code 89107. The major cross streets are Alta and Rainbow. A code enforcement case was opened on April 2nd, 2013, and notice and order was issued on April 8th, 2013. The abatement was completed by contractor July 3rd, 2013, and consisted of removal of refuse waste, high grass weeds, and an application and herbicide was applied with no trespass signs to the structure. ZIL evaluation of the property is $97,420. Staff recommends that council approve the expense report and assess the outstanding out-of-pocket cost of $1,697.75 and outstanding daily civil penalties of $19,500 for a total of $21,197.75.
Okay, this is a public hearing. Anyone wishing to hear on this?
Property privately owned?
We researched, it's not in foreclosure, and we could not get a hold of the property owner. They did not respond to all of our notices.
And your name, please?
Oh, my name is Hodges, I'm sorry
Thank
about it. Well, only thing I can say, if the property's not in foreclosure or anything, and it does have an owner somewhere, so all I'm saying, just lean on it and get your money, whatever thing.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to be heard? I'll close the public hearing. Councilwoman?
And you did check the banks, and you checked with any way you could? Is it a vacant home? No one lives there?
It's vacant, and we did notify any of the lenders that we could find that were attached to the property. We always include them in any notices, especially on vacant houses, regardless if it's in foreclosure or not.
So has this gone back to the lenders yet?
The lender has not filed any default yet. That doesn't mean that there may not be some sort of foreclosure action being taken on it. They just haven't filed it yet.
Okay, well, again, I move that the full amount of the hard cost to the city be assessed, and then 1/2 of the civil penalties.
Okay, there's a motion. Please vote. And please post.
This certainly backs what Mr. Aguero showed this morning.
And that motion carries. I mean, I'm sorry. Oh, here we go. Here, this one is not in your
Well, I
board.
knew that. I'm over now.
Finally. Okay, this is item number 70, and this is public hearing for possible action to consider the report of expenses to recover costs for abatement, dangerous building demolition at 231 Earl Street for fees in the amount of $11,486.75. General fund assess a maximum of $19,500 in daily civil penalties for a total of $30,986.75. Property owner is Noel Katbagan, and this is in Ward 3, Councilman Coffin. This is a public hearing, which I declare open. Mrs. Zuna, please.
The item before you today is a public hearing to approve the report of expenses of a demolition of a dangerous building and nuisance abatement performed at 231 Earl Street, zip code 89101. The major cross streets are Fremont and 15th Street. A code enforcement case was opened on January 31st, 2013, and notice and order was issued on March 19th, 2013. An abatement was completed by contractor June 24, 2013, and consisted of demolition of a fire-damaged structure, removal of slab foundation, removal of all refuse waste, high grass and weeds, and an application of dust control was applied to the lot. Zill evaluation of the property is $44,820. Staff recommends the council approve the expense report and assess the out-of-pocket cost of $11,486.75 and outstanding daily civil penalties of $19,500 for a total of $30,986.75.
Thank you very much. This is a public hearing. I had declared it open. Anybody wishing to speak on this agenda item? Okay, hearing none, I'll close this, and Councilman Coffin.
Thank you, Your Honor. A couple of questions on this, because this house burned down. Well, it had severe fire damage. I understand we've made dozens of visits. We've done a lot there, and it is scraped now. We don't really know who owns it, do we?
No, we did send notice to the listed property owner. We did not receive a response. We also, if there was any bank information attached to, recorded on the property, we sent them a copy of the notice, but it is not in foreclosure.
Yeah, Mr. Cutbagen, apparently, if that's how you pronounce his name, had hired Randolph Goldberg to be his attorney, I see, back in March. And we know, I think those of us who follow the news realize that Mr. Goldberg is not in court these days. He's tied up, which could mean that there's a break in the chain of, what's happened here. I'd like us to check. I'm going to go ahead and ask for the levying of the fines, but I think we should find out from the bar or from someone else who is handling Mr. Goldberg's clients to make sure that this doesn't slip through the cracks, the owner doesn't lose his rights. This won't remove his rights, what we do today, but I want to ask you this. We really don't know who owns it until we find out more, but if the neighbors down there, they've got a vacant lot, and I don't want it to look bad, and I don't want us to have to keep coming and visiting it and spraying herbicide on it. We've got herbicide on it now. And if it wasn't sprayed too heavily, that could support plants, vegetables. If the neighbors, without even permission, choose to go on that property, unless someone says no, they couldn't they? I mean, literally they could, because I don't even know if it's posted. It's not fenced. So to avoid it becoming a real attractive nuisance, could we get the neighbors to buy into watching that by maybe letting them plant some vegetables or, hell, grow some flowers? I don't care. It looks to me like you could do that.
Unfortunately, we can't give them permission to do something on whoever owns the property. Mr. Cutbagen he was in bankruptcy, and I could probably ask the city attorney's office to maybe check on his bankruptcy status and see if it's been completed, and we can find out if somebody finished it for.
So we have no
the previous
interest
attorney.
other than the fact that we're about to become a creditor.
Correct.
Okay. So what we don't know doesn't hurt us. Sorry, I didn't say that. I did say that, but don't pay any attention to it. I think the neighbors might have a chance to do something over there, to keep it clean with their own interest. So I'm going to go ahead and make a motion now. We'll just see how it washes out. All right?
I'm not quite sure if I closed or invited a public hearing to come forward, because I did and closed it. Thank you, Councilman. So there's a motion.
Move to approve the levying of the entire amount of full hard costs, the cost of demolition and the inspections, of $11,486, and the maximum $19,500 in daily civil penalties, for a total of $30,986.75. And then an appeal will come up. I assume we'll find out more about who owns it in a month or so, 6 weeks. Okay.
Thank you.
That is
So
my
you'll
motion.
get back to Councilman Coffin on that, or?
I will.
Thank you very much. This motion, please vote and please post. Good. Thank you. That motion carries. We'll go on to item number 71, public hearing for possible action to consider the report of expenses to recover costs for abatement of nuisance located 1614 East Ogden for fees in the amount of $2,433, general fund, necessity maximum $19,500 in daily civil penalties for a total cost of $21,933. Property owner, Clark County Treasurer, trustee, care of Jose Zepeda. This is in Ward 5, Councilman Barlow. This is a public hearing, which I declare open. Mrs. Zuna.
The item before you today is a public hearing to approve the report of expenses for a nuisance abatement performed at 1614 East Ogden Avenue, zip code 89101. The major cross streets are Bruce and Fremont Street. A code enforcement case was opened on January 30th, 2013, and notice and order was issued on the property March 24th, 2013. The abatement was completed by contractor on July 3rd, 2013, and consisted of removal of all refuse waste, high grass, weeds, and graffiti. Windows and doors were secured by boarding. Zillow valuation of the property is $49,131. Staff recommends that council approve the expense report and assess the outstanding out-of-pocket cost of $2,433 and outstanding daily civil penalties of $19,500 for a total of $21,933 as a lien against the property.
Thank you very much. This is a public hearing. I declare it open, and anybody wishing to be heard on this, please come forward. And be sure to state your name.
I'll be real quick. Is the county treasurer involved in this property, right? Well, you know, when they get their money, you just ask them to give you your money. Both of y'all are governments.
Nice and simple. Huh. Okay, hearing anyone else? All right, a closed public hearing. Councilman Barlow.
Move for approval.
Okay, there's a motion to approve. Please vote and please post. Thank you. That motion carries.
Thank you, Your Honor. If you could, at this point in time, could you recall item number 46?
We are now recalling item number 46.
Thank you, Your Honor. I don't know if you want to reread it or not. I know it's been read already. What I have is before you today are two agreements. It's all under one line item. This is a third amendment to a land lease agreement and a second amendment to a water agreement for Nature Park Golf Course, commonly known as Desert Pines Golf Course. The city was approached by the Walters Group and asked to extend the lease of the golf course, which originally was a 50-year lease. It has approximately 35 years left, to give an automatic 15-year renewal of the lease and the water agreement with a 25-year option agreement to go past the 75 years to almost 100 years. The third amendment that is in your backup reflects that part of the agreement, which extends the lease of the golf course itself. There are no amendments to that particular document. The second document in your backup is titled Second Amendment to Nature Park Golf Course Water Provision Agreement. I would like to approach the clerk. Provide her with a copy of that same. The agreement is still titled the same, Second Amendment to the Nature Park Golf Course Water Provision Agreement. I put the words final on it so it wouldn't be mistaken with another document. It represents a change to the document that's in your backup. And so what I would like to do, and I invite Mr. Brown, Mr. Luce to the podium if they want to correct me on any of this. The original agreement that was in your backup would have extended the water agreement under its current terms. Right now, the water agreement sets a rate. It set a rate at the time it was adopted, and that was in, I believe, in 1996. And the rate was 39 cents per unit of water that was being sold to the golf course through a micro plant that the city built to deliver gray water to the golf course. That original agreement had a formula in it that would cause the water rate to escalate over time. And over 15 years, that has escalated from 39 cents a unit to 49 cents a unit. And the original agreement had in it a raising of that rate to 98 cents a unit. We were able to work with Walters Group and renegotiate that portion of your backup material so that the water will be delivered through that 15-year period. However, the rate itself will be decided somewhere between now and the end of the original 50-year lease. And it will be decided based upon a formula, which I'd like to read into the record.
The final, this one that says final?
The one that says final, that's correct. Yeah, well, no, I'm sorry, it'll be with, yeah, in 36 years, it will be negotiated, but let me read the provision. It starts on page 1. It's under terms and conditions, item number 2. It says a new 2.02 shall be added to the water provision agreement, which shall read as follows. No later than 180 days prior to the termination date and subsequent to Southwest being the Walters Group, not being in default or breach of any terms of this agreement is amended, Southwest shall have the right to extend this agreement for an additional 15 years by submitting a written notice to the city manager of the extension, subject to the following additional terms. 1, the city may change the water delivery system provided that the change means sufficient quantities or qualities of Gulf operations. The right
Excuse
now,
me,
I
you
believe
said-
the intent is to...
You said or. Do you
I'm-
mean and? It says and, but you said or.
And then I misspoke. Whatever it says is what I meant to say. The city may change the water delivery system provided that the change maintains sufficient quantities and qualities for Gulf operations.
Okay.
What that is meant to reflect is currently we have a plant known as the Bonanza Mojave Treatment Plant that provides gray water to the golf course. The city can elect to continue to run that plant, or we may, for economic reasons, decide to run pipes directly from the wastewater treatment plant in the county to the golf course. If we do that, they are in agreement that we can switch the delivery system, provided the quality that we're being provided in the future is basically the same as what we're providing right now. The second section says, and the rate for water during the extension shall be negotiated by the parties in good faith, consistent with then prevailing water rates in the Las Vegas Valley, but which shall not be below the city's direct cost, nor exceed the rate for potable water at the time of negotiations. So essentially, that council at that time will decide that water rate based on those parameters that we set today in this contract. I reviewed it with the manager. My office is fine with it. And with that, I would like to introduce Mr. Brown and Mr. Luce if they have any comments.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Jay Brown, 520 South 4th Street, representing Southwest Golf and Desert Pines. With me is Mr. Luce, also Mr. Todd Bice is present. We'd like to ask that you follow the recommendations of staff, and we appreciate their efforts.
And you are in agreement, obviously, then, with what has been presented?
Yes, ma'am. Mike Luce, President of Walters Group and Desert Pines Walters Golf. We are in agreement with staff.
Thank you very much. Councilman Coffin.
Thank you, Your Honor. Well, Mike, you and your client took quite a haircut on this renegotiation. Nothing against short haircuts, but you guys did give quite a bit on this, and I appreciate that. You have a presentation ready for this council. I'm very proud of the fact it's the only golf course on the east side of Las Vegas. And I want the public to be able to know what that does, what it looks like, where it is, and what it contributes to our economy. I think you've earned the right to brag about it, and I want to hear what you might have to say or show us on that subject. We might have a couple of questions, but you don't have to deal in great depth on maybe items of contention that you've already agreed on. Just kind of slide over those, but where you can show us, I think everybody needs a refresher course on the good things that happen. I know, for example, in the audience, I want you to stand, Jody Neiman. I had the pleasure of playing golf with you in a tournament out in June at Cascada. I didn't know you from Adam, and they assigned you to our foursome, and it turned out that you are the head pro at the Desert Pines Golf Course, the only female head professional in our southern Nevada area. Right next to you is Charles Fralix, I guess it is, the general manager of the club. So we have before us, ladies and gentlemen, some of the management team. It's not a big one, but you should see faces that go with the names of the people that work there, along with many, many others. Thank you very much, folks. What kind of comments would you like to make on this thing now?
Mayor Goodman and council, I really do appreciate the honor because we are proud of it. And back in 1995, I think there was an interesting statement made, and I have a little presentation here that was done. I'm not sure if this is the best way to do it. Yeah. Is that the best way to do it? Okay. But in 1995, Councilman Gary Reese, who had just been elected to that position as council for the ward, made the comment that the people that had elected him in that ward had asked them, what do we do with Nature Park? You know, it is a monstrosity, he called it, Mojave and Bonanza. So in 1996, the council voted, after going through the process, to award Bill Walters a contract or an agreement, public-private partnership, to develop a golf course. Mr. Walters, using his own money, spent approximately $17.5 million in 1996 dollars to develop a golf course at that location. Excuse me, $18.5 million. During the time of construction, there were 2 murders and a rape, either on or directly around the property. And I think that Councilman Anthony, I know he spoke, he was very familiar with that area and the difficulties at that time. And they wanted to know what they were going to do with it. Well, Bill Walters came in, spent his time, put all of his heart and all of his commitment into things, and the ones of us that know him understand when he puts his commitment, his mind behind something, you know, that he's very determined. Well, after building that golf course, here's the things that have happened. There were 95 new jobs during the development. That doesn't count all of the construction workers. New employees at Walters are given the opportunity to take to study for their GED if they don't have their high school diploma, and we will help them with the costs of doing that. We will provide workers who have difficulty speaking English the opportunity to take English lessons, and that's all part of it. It makes them a more productive worker, and those are things that we believe in. We offer the First Tee program, which will allow children that are getting good grades and have an interest in golf to come play golf at the golf course free of charge, and we supply equipment. And the mayor asked me the other day, she says, are we still doing these things? You know, our current, or our president, or vice president, excuse me, vice president of golf operations that reports directly to me and Mr. Walters, Joe Kelly, was one of the people that started junior golf in Las Vegas. He's been on the board, he is on the board today. For 10 years in the past, he's been president. He's an executive board member and past president today. So yes, we are very dedicated to the youth and quality of life in Las Vegas and that specific neighborhood. You know, there's been somewhere around $200 million of new development in that area that has taken place over the years, over the last 16 years. There's currently 67 jobs. We pay $1,650,000 a year in payroll into that market. Now, and I think it's important to recognize that Walters Golf is a company that offers health benefits to the employees. They offer a 401k, dental insurance. We offer full benefits to our employees, and they have a real chance for advancement. We have numerous people, including people at that location, who have been with the company since it opened. I mean, so it's a place that I'm very proud to. I've been there with Bill now for almost 17 years, And I have there's a few people that are longer than me, but there's a lot of people in the company that have been there 10 to 15 years, a lot of them. We got a very stable, very strong staff, and that's the reason that we've accomplished some of the things we've accomplished. We paid over $1.5 million in new property taxes. We pay $100,000 right now annually to the county in rent, and 65% of our tea times are available to local residents. And over the last couple of years, the average green fee has been $33.78, and the green fee and cart fee has been $49. You know, and I think it's also important to recognize that since we've opened, and this is not all of the wards, but I think it's interesting to note that the year we developed, we were considered the best new course in Las Vegas by the Review Journal. We were the best new upscale course by Golf Digest in 1997. We won the Nevada State Tourism Development Award. The practice facility there, the driving range, is an automated two-tier facility, which is the only one really of its kind in Las Vegas. Was named to the top, one of the top 100 golf ranges in the nation by Golf Range Magazine in 2003. And I think it's interesting to note that we're currently involved in a project down there where we're going to reinvest approximately $500,000 to $600,000 in renovations to the golf course, including the golf range. It was named the top strategic course in Nevada by Nevada Golf 2003, best practice facility by Avid Golfer, and recently in 2009, it was ranked number 50 in the U.S. by Golf Digest 2009 Readers Poll as the top public courses in America. So we're proud of the facility, and I'm confident and staff and the council and the people of I think they're all proud of the facility and what these decisions that were made for public-private partnerships have brought to the city. So I want to thank you all for listening.
We're proud of you too, and this is a wonderful report because it certainly speaks to how much you care about the community, Mr. Walters, and the young people and golf, and it's grand, and we thank you for that presentation. I don't know if there are any questions.
Well, I guess if there are no questions, I'll just move on to ask. Well, I have to ask a question of council unless Lois wants to go ahead. Lois,
No,
I'll wait for you.
Just before the vote, I want to make a disclosure, that's it, and I just want to say that a relative of mine formerly worked as an intern in the law offices of Counsel J. Brown, and that would not affect my, whichever way I would vote. No. And secondly, I agree with the extension of the golf course and the management. That there was no question, I think, about that. And I just need clarification on the others, if I could, Mr. Jervik. On the, what is the unit, what did they pay 39 cents per unit, no, 49 cents per unit right now?
That's
right?
correct.
And what is it that it is paid in other places in the city?
It depends on the place in the city. It runs everywhere from free at Muni, because Muni is a municipal golf course on a well, to people that pay the full potable water rate on the tiered system.
Well, what's the portable water rate now? How do you determine the rate? Because you refer that later on.
I can't quote it off the top of my head. I can tell you, I can provide you, and I think members of council were provided with this, a breakdown of the various golf courses in town and their terms on the water rates. I can just give you a couple of examples.
Well, in any case, right now, we're not getting,
Your Honor, Mayor Goodman over here, Orlando.
There we go.
Councilwoman Tarkanian, the average cost of potable water for golf courses for regional parks is approximately $3.65 per 1,000 gallons. And I believe the range that golf courses are paying are between $1.05 and $2.33, I believe.
So we're getting paid quite a bit less now, but at the end of the current contract we have, and it's the water I'm concerned about, at the end of that time, then it would move up to whatever is the average rate.
It would be subject to negotiation,
Well,
and the
yes.
negotiation has a bottom of the city's costs, direct costs, and an upper level of the rate of potable water at the time. So
But
that's,
I'm just, because I know we had concerns voiced about the amount being paid for the water now, and how much more is being paid other places, and of course, honoring the contract that exists now is fine, but then we will negotiate again at that time. It might be more or less. I'm just sort of assuming it might be more because the water problem is so heavy right now. Those are the only questions I wanted to ask. I wanted to make sure I understood it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Coffin?
Your Honor, I do want to ask Council Jerbick a question to make sure. So Brad, is your opinion then that all public policy provisions are satisfied by this agreement?
I am.
Okay. Is there any additional comment from council then, outside council?
No.
Then I'm going to move, unless you have something to say.
No, I don't.
I'm going to move for approval of the second amendment to the Nature Park Golf Course, which is a replacement, and a third amendment to the lease. So we have two agreements in one, and that these are the most recent iterations as presented to the council, that they are considerably different than the first two. And so we're happy that you've agreed to this. We realize it's going to cost you a lot of money, but happy that you have agreed to it. We're proud of you. I don't think I need to say anything additional, Mayor. You've got my motion.
Thank you. And is this document signed by the city and the party?
It is literally hot off the presses, and we have, neither of us had a chance to sign it, but we have both thoroughly reviewed it with our council, and I think we're both satisfied. I reviewed it with the city manager, and Mr. Brown has reviewed it with Mr. Bice, who is in the audience. I want to acknowledge Todd Bice, who we've worked with closely over many, many years on Fremont Street Experience, and say welcome. But I think that it is together. I also wanted to make for the record that the final Second Amendment is what will be presented to you for your signature, Mayor, if this motion passes. And there are a few other nits and gnats in here that were changed. They weren't worth mentioning because they didn't change the substance of the agreement. What I read into the record is really the major change that I wanted to bring to your attention.
And as submitted, it does say final on it.
Right.
So there's a
Your Honor,
motion.
one more thing on that.
Yes?
It's an important thing. Water rates have been discussed here. There is no real market rate for water. It's pretty much arbitrarily set, especially in the case of recycled water, which is used on this golf course. It's determined simply by management of the Las Vegas Valley Water District, which is governed by the Clark County Commissioners. There's no real way of determining the value, but we do have in the contract now, you'll notice the terms direct cost. So that should serve as a floor in 35 years for our successors to determine the minimum, and then we'll go from there, whoever does it.
In 15 years, isn't it?
And please extend our gratitude to Mr. Walters for the wonderful golf course and change to the environment and that area that he's brought about, and for this continuing partnership with the city. I think it's wonderful. And we
Thank you, ma'am.
him. So there is a motion, and please vote, and please post. And that motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much. Okey-dokey.
Mayor, while you're going to the next item, I also want to single out and thank Terry Ponticello, who dropped everything to make this happen today. Thank you, Terry.
And I would tell you, your fingers are light on the keyboard that you got that going so quickly. It's great, or whoever did it. Thank you. Okay, I believe we're on to item number 72, which has been obeyed till the 18th of September. And so now we move on to item 73. Okay, let me get back there. Okay. Items 73 through 75 may be considered in one motion, one vote. They're considered routine public hearing items with no condition changes. Any person representing an application or a member of the public or member of the council not in agreement with the conditions and all the standard conditions for the application recommended by staff should request to have that item removed from this portion of the agenda. 73, WVR 49163 waiver, public hearing, applicant owner Dr. Horton, Inc., for possible action on a request for a waiver to allow an external intersection separation distance of 208 feet, where 220 feet is required on a 4.14 acres at the southeast corner of Durrell Lane and Wallapai. APNs 125-19-201-001 and 003. R1 Single Family Residential Zone, Ward 6, Councilman Ross, PRJ 49064. Item number 74, TMP 49164, tentative map related to WVR 49163 and VAC 49184, Durrell Wallapai West, public hearing, applicant owner Dr. Horton, Inc., for possible action on a request for a tentative map for a proposed 18-lot single-family residential subdivision on 4.14 acres at the southeast corner of Durrell and Wallapai Way. APNs 125-19-201-001 and 003. R1 single-family residential zone. This is Ward 6, Councilman Ross. PRJ 49064, and number 75, VAC 49184, vacation related to WVR 49163, public hearing, applicant owner Dr. Horton, Inc., for possible action on a request for a petition to vacate a 30-foot wide portion of Haley Avenue and U.S. government patent easements, generally located in the southeast corner of Durrell and Wallapai Way. APNs 125-19-201, 001, and 003, R1 single-family residential zone. This is Ward 6, Councilman Ross, PRJ 49064. And number 73 through 75 are recommended for approval by staff and the Planning Commission. All these items are public hearings, which I declare open. Is there anyone wishing to be heard on any or all of these items? Please come forward, state your name.
Thank you, Todd Farland, 240 North 19th Street. I have a question for staff. On a tentative map on item number 74, do they show the orientation of the structures on the property?
Please.
Madam Mayor, through you, no, they do not. They just show the lots, the configuration of the lots.
The reason I bring that up, I attended some sustainable housing lectures, and when they build the structures, they need to orientate at least 600 square feet of the roof structures to the south, so they can, at some later date or when they're building, put in some solar arrays there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else wishing to be heard? State your name, please.
My name is Anthony Hodges. I approve of all three. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Anthony, do you have a motion to approve items 73 to 75?
So moved.
Okay, there's a motion. Please vote. And please post. Motion's carried. Excuse me. On agenda item number 76, EOT 50170. Applicant owner KB Home Nevada, Inc., for possible action on a request for an extension of time of a previously approved site development plan review, SDR 21091, for a proposed three-story, 492-unit multifamily residential development on 20.9 acres at the southeast corner of Egan Crest Drive and Grand Teton Drive, APN 126-13-501-022, PD Plan Development Zone, and this is in Councilman Coffin's ward, Ward 6. Our staff recommends denial, and could you comment on that while we then hear from representatives? Please, Mr. Paglia.
Staff's recommendation for denial is based on the fact that this project was originally approved back in 2007. Conditions have changed significantly since it was originally approved, and hence staff's recommendation for denial.
Thank you very much. Applicant representative, please state your name.
Good afternoon, Jennifer Lazovich, 8345 West Sunset Road, here today representing KB Home. Flynn is right. This is our third extension of time. The property was originally entitled in 2007. Interestingly, they did pull building permits. They did actually go ahead and construct, at the time, a 3-story house. Subsequent to that, they tore it down for market condition reasons, and there was some discussion at some point about them selling this property. That fell through. Then we had the economy slide a little bit, but the good news is that KB Home still owns the property, and with housing coming back, as it has been, they are interested in hoping to develop this property soon, and so we would like to ask for a 1-year extension if possible and work with the councilman's office on what our thoughts might be.
Councilman Ross.
Thank you, Mayor. Ms. Lazovich, I see that, and you can take this back to the firm with you when you go back to work, that they sent the B team to see me in my office, and they sent the A team to see the entire mayor and city council. You can tell them.
Thank you. Maybe I'll just make them watch this hearing
Just make
again.
them watch. Just make them watch. And Mayor and council members, I have been discussed this with Mr. Fagg, our Director of Planning, and I asked KB Homes to compel me as to why we should give them a third extension. I'm going to give them 12 months. I'm going to give them the extension and 12 months to come back and show us something different. This was a multifamily apartment complex at one time, and KB explained to me the great lengths they went to tear the buildings down and start from scratch and get this ready to do something else with. So I'm looking forward to seeing what KB has in store and look forward to seeing you guys in my office again.
Thank you very much.
My motion would be, Mayor, to approve the extension for 12 months. Mr. Fagg, did you need to add anything?
Certainly, and Madam Mayor, we'll be revising condition number 1 in our staff report to state that this site development plan review shall expire on August 21st, 2014.
Okay, thank you. That's the motion as amended by staff here. There is a motion. Please vote. And please post. That motion carries.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
And now we will move on to items 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, and 82. 77, EOT 50224, request for extension of time previously approved waiver, WVR 19668 of Title 1904-100 to allow Encanto Drive to continue to the end in a dead-end street where a cul-de-sac is required. Number 78, EOT 50229, a request for an extension of time previously approved variance, VAR 19665, to allow a 10-foot setback from a primary arterial street where 44 feet is the minimum setback required, to allow a front yard setback of 10 feet where 20 feet is required, and a side yard setback of 5.5 feet where 10 feet is required, to allow a residential adjacency setback of 66.42 feet to the fourth floor where 127.5 feet is the minimum setback required on the north side of the property for a proposed expansion of an existing multifamily residential single-room occupancy establishment. Number 79, EOT 50227, a request for an extension of time of a previously approved variance, VAR 19666, to allow 158 parking spaces where 394 is a minimum number of spaces required for a proposed expansion of an existing multifamily residential single-room occupancy establishment and social service provider. Number 80 is EOT 50228, a request for an extension of time of previously approved special use permit, SUP 19661, for a proposed expansion of a single-room occupancy residence. Number 81, EOT 50226, a request for an extension of time of a previously approved special use permit, SUP 20052, for a proposed social service provider. Number 82 EOT 50225, a request for an extension of time of a previously approved site development plan, SDR 19659, for proposed expansion of an existing multifamily residential single-room occupancy establishment with waivers of the perimeter landscape buffer standard to allow 1-foot wide buffer along a portion of the south property line where 15-foot wide buffer is required, a 6-foot wide buffer along a portion of the east property line where an 8-foot wide buffer is required, a 3-foot wide buffer along a portion of the north property line where an 8-foot wide buffer is required, and a 6-foot wide buffer along the west property line where an 8-foot wide buffer is required. The applicant owner is Cloudbreak Las Vegas LLC for 525 East Bonanza Road and 602 Encanto Drive, APNs 139-27-805-003 and 13927-812-017, C2 General Commercial Zone. Staff recommended denial on all 6 items. These items are in Ward 5 with Councilman Barlow and are not public hearings. Is the applicant present or a representative? Good afternoon. Be sure to state your name, please.
Mayor Goodman and City Council, I'm Randy Bishop, 525 East Bonanza Road, representing Cloudbreak Las Vegas. I'd like to give you a little history of this project. In 2000, we purchased what was then a Comfort Inn out of bankruptcy that was operating on the site with the intention of converting that use to housing and support services for formerly homeless veterans. Towards that end, we installed U.S. Vets as our service provider. They have master leased approximately 1/3 of the building in which they operate a back-to-work program, as well as permanent housing for chronically homeless veterans. The remainder of the building is operated as affordable permanent housing for veterans, of which competitive work is an option, and they pay rent out of the means of their own production. In 2006, in anticipation of expanding the site, we purchased the vacant lot that was directly behind us to the north and removed what we think was a blight on the neighborhood. In 2007, we did receive entitlements that you mentioned for the expansion of 110 additional efficiency units, each of which would have, while they're 0 bedroom, they have their own kitchen and private bathroom in the units. And yes, this is our 3rd extension or request for an extension of time. Like everybody else in 2008 when the banking crisis occurred, financing for this project became non-existent. At one time, we did have some approved home funds for GAP, and we had a volume cap allocation out of the Nevada State Housing Agency. However, we returned those as both lenders and tax credit investors were unavailable. Given the recent return not only of the housing market but also the financing market that has occurred, we are in the process of firing up that process again. We're anticipating applying for volume cap and gap financing in 2014 to revive this project. We continue to own and operate the 525 Bonanza site. We would continue to anticipate utilizing the vacant lot to provide for that 110 unit expansion. So towards that, we would request an approval of the extension in time, which will allow us to put the financing together and then go forward with the development and construction of the building.
Thank you. Is this a 3rd extension also? And that's why staff recommend. Okay, thank you very much. Councilman Barlow.
Thank you, Mayor. This was one of the first items that I approved when I first took office, and I was very excited about the project and what was proposed. And then an extension came about, and we approved it because of the same spill that you provided today, which makes me believe that this is not going to happen. So I'm really not apt to move forward with it. What is the extension request, Flynn?
The extension request that we have is for a 2-year period.
2-year period. And today you have no financing in place. And in addition to that, I've driven through there for the last 10 months, and the outside of the property really needs to be cleaned up. And you all haven't invested anything as it relates to the parking lot or the striping or the some of the debris that I see that's there as well. So I'm just not 100% sold on the upkeep of the property, specifically being that it's U.S. Vets. And I really hope moving forward that you all will, at minimum, clean the property so that the residents living there can have pride in the place in which they reside, number one. And number two, the 2-year extension. I'm going to roll the dice and move forward for the 2-year extension, but I'm letting you know right now that this is it. The line has been drawn in the sand. And at least I won't be voting for an extension if in fact, when this comes back in 2015. So
Okay.
my motion would be to move for approval of the extension, but make sure that on the record that I am recommending that we don't approve this any further, that you'll be coming back with a different plan that actually works financially.
I understand, thank you.
There's a motion. Hear me. There's an motion on item 77. Please cast your vote and please post. Motion carries. Item 78, Councilman.
Move for approval.
Motion to approve on item 78. Please vote and please post. Please post. Okay. Motion carries. On item 79, please.
Move for approval.
Thank you. This motion to approve. Please vote item 79. And please post. And motion carries. Number 80, please, Councilman.
Move for approval.
This motion to approve on number 80. Please vote and please post. Motion carries. Number 81, please, Councilman.
Move for approval.
Motion to approve on 81, please vote and please post. Thank you. And finally, on item number 82, Councilman.
Yes. Before I make my final motion, I really want to, what role do you play for U.S. Vets?
I'm with Cloudbreak Las Vegas, who owns the property.
Who owns the property?
Yes, and we will address your concerns. I apologize you feel that way about our property.
You don't have to apologize the way I feel, because the way I feel is reality of what I see every day. So just please clean the property up.
We will address your
and remove the
concerns.
graffiti. Thank you.
Thank you.
Move for approval.
Okay, item 82, motion made. Please vote and please post. Motion carries. So hopefully you will have it clean. We'd be thrilled for that. Thank you very much. Item number 83 has been obeyed till the 16th of October. Okay. And items 84 and 85, SUP 48810, request for a special use permit for a proposed delivery and service vehicle storage use. Number 85, SDR 48811, request for a site development plan review for proposed delivery and service vehicle storage yard with a waiver to allow a 10-foot wide landscape buffer along the south property line where 15 feet is required, and to allow chain link perimeter fencing with barbed wire. The applicant owner is DREA, or DREA 357 LLC, on 2.39 acres at 2020 West Bonanza Road. Both are abeyance items. Planning Commission recommends denial on both items. Staff recommends approval on item 84 and denial on 85. Both items are C2, General Commercial Zone. These items are in Ward 5, Councilman Barlow, and public hearing items which I now declare open. Is the applicant present? Afternoon.
Good afternoon. James Lopez, 5096 West Post Road, on behalf of the applicant.
George Lopez, I own DREA LLC, 357.
Okay, thank you very much. Be sure you speak into the microphone. Mr. Fagg, could you make the comments on these, please?
Absolutely. Thank you, Madam Mayor. On these applications, staff has recommended approval of the use. However, we have concerns relative to the buffering that's provided. This property adjoins residential properties to the north and to the east. Staff had requested that the applicant provide a block wall in conformance with our code requirements, and so that has been the basis for our recommendation of denial, and subsequently Planning Commission's recommendation of denial as well.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, Councilman Barlow.
Yes, Mayor. You all can go ahead and present your proposal.
Okay, thank you. I have just a real brief presentation, and if you have any questions, one remark before
if you want to show us photos, you can sit it right in the middle of the square box.
And this is a public hearing, so we'll hear from public after you finish your presentation, please.
And there's a microphone. You can stand there. There's a microphone right in front of you.
Thank you. Just real briefly, the staff report indicated that we were proposing to use barbed wire. That wasn't the case. I think that might have been an artifact from a previous photograph that showed the little pickets that would hold the barbed wire. So that, and we had told staff that that's not the case, and if they could adjust that accordingly, just for the record. Item one. Item two, I just got a couple pictures. This one shows the property line. The reason why we're asking for fencing along the west boundary is because there's already an existing block wall there, and we're trying to avoid having a block wall next to a block wall.
And that's the Binion's property, correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
The next
There,
photo.
excuse me if I may.
Let's go back. Let's go back
The
for a
block
second.
wall then is owned by the Binions and inside the property line, or it's on the property line and shared by both properties?
Right now, we think the block wall is on the Binion property side. And I
So
say
in
we
fact,
think
it is
because we've
theirs
not.
to tear down, should they wish.
That would probably be correct.
Okay. Thank you.
And the fencing on top, does that belong to, who does the fencing on top belong to today?
It's actually not on top. It's a standalone fence, and it's on Mr. Lopez's property.
So the fence is resting up against the block wall?
There's about 6 inches between the block wall and the
Okay,
fence. Yeah.
okay. And this is on the west side of the property?
That is correct.
And the length of the block wall, does it run?
It runs the entire length of the
The entire
property.
length of the property?
Yep.
To the north?
That's correct.
And the fencing as well?
That's correct.
Okay, go ahead.
And if I misspeak, please catch me. So that's the purpose of the request to not have fencing along the west property line. The next picture is a picture of the landscaping in front of the in the adjacent property. And we were asking, instead of having a 15-foot landscaper along the right-of-way, to only have a 10-foot landscape buffer, and that would match the adjacent property. And that's what that picture shows.
Repeat that again?
Along the front of the property, it requires a 15-foot landscape buffer, and we're asking that be reduced to 10. And the reason is because it's 10 foot on the adjacent property. So we would avoid the kind of the sawtooth configuration of a 10-foot buffer to a 15-foot buffer.
So you're saying the south side of the property, you would like for everything to be contiguous as far as the 10-foot setback?
That is
opposed to
correct.
the 15?
That is correct.
Okay.
So that's that. And then, oh, here's a picture of the fence and the block wall that is a little more descriptive of what we're talking about between the two fences.
And there are the trajectories that normally would hold a barbed wire
That's correct.
on a property, but at this point, there's no intent on the part of the owner to put barbed wire there.
That is correct, and it wasn't our plan.
And you've
So-
had conversation or no conversation with the Binions as to what they're doing? I think their property is for sale, but whether that block wall comes down?
Oh, the owners sent them a letter, but got no response, so
Yeah,
we've
they
had
don't
no
respond.
conversation with them.
Oh,
They haven't responded to
It's
anyone.
owned by,
Binions.
it's owned by Becky Bainan right
Right.
now. And I did not know it was up for sale, although she may have it up for sale at a price she thinks is right, and maybe no one's going for it, I don't know.
Okay, thank you.
The question that I have as far as, you have photos of the south and the west property lines. Do you have photos of the east and the north property?
We do not, but I will tell you, one parcel is a block wall.
Which parcel?
That would be the parcel midway along the east property line. It's about a 60-foot block wall, would you say? Not 60-foot high, mind you, 60-foot long, and the rest is fencing.
And what about the,
And then the north property line is fencing.
and the area of contention is the east and the north, being that the property abuts residential parcels, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Now, let's speak to some of the concerns that have been brought forward to you as it relates to the residents, if you will speak to that.
And Councilman, of course, it is public hearing, so if we have anybody here who would like to address it in person, too. Thank you.
Mr. Lopez?
Here's the overall site plan, and we were simply requesting that we be allowed to put fencing instead of block wall. And I believe you see this parcel here that says Angelo Thomas and Janet DeMarco. That's the portion that already has a block wall against it. The rest would be fencing is what we propose.
Okay. And what were some of the concerns that were shared with you all as, from the neighbors? What were the neighbors' concerns that were brought to your attention?
Can you speak to that?
Well, Lee Calcaterra on the north.
Your name for the record, please?
George Lopez. Lee Calcaterra on the north, he doesn't have any problem with it. Larry to the east.
Would you point for us? Come, Mr. Lopez, come, are you all related?
No.
Okay.
Okay,
Go
Lee
ahead.
Calcaterra lives right here, and he doesn't have a problem with our proposal. And Larry over here, he doesn't have a problem either. DeMarco's the one that has the issues right here. And then, of course, TNT's right here under C2, so we don't need to have a buffer or a fence in between.
Do you have that in writing from the property owner on the north and the northeast corner?
No, but I could probably get it.
I would think that would be wise, at least, among the other pieces.
Okay. Well, Mayor, I do know that Mr. DeMarco has been waiting here patiently since 1 o'clock, so I'm not sure if you want to open up for public
Yes.
comments so that we can
Yes,
hear
please.
from one of the residents.
Okay.
Mr. DeMarco?
And then it is public hearing, so anyone else wishing to speak on this can come forward.
Hi, my name is Tom DeMarco, and I live at 651 Clarkway Drive, and my wall does butt up on the south, on the east side.
Can you point to it on the map that's there,
Yes,
please?
Mr. DeMarco, if you could just speak from the middle, that way you can use the map and we could see that as well. Thank you.
Well, before I do that, I'm going to submit for the record, here's a list of 4 other property owners that cannot be here because of work that have issues with this also. That's their names, where they live, and their phone numbers. My property will be here. I also own this strip here.
That's interesting.
The main issue I have, first of all, Mr. Cockachera does not own this property. It's owned by somebody out of state. So I don't think he's in a position to agree or disagree to whether this is acceptable. Again, the biggest issue is several years ago, we met on this property with Councilman Barlow, and there are several conditions that were brought up, but one was because all this butts up, I would suggest that Binions is residential. And so all this butts up against residential at 80% of the property, which would require an 8-foot block wall. We were told that was a condition that would exist. This was presented at the Planning Commission. I was in attendance. And you have for the record, the Planning Commission, the whole Planning Commission, especially Commissioner Goins, they were not happy troopers that this was brought forth again a second time after a year later, and nothing was done in regards to what had been discussed previously. And just to be brief, since this was brought up, we have Mrs. Heck here, but she had to go back to work. She said, as she pointed out, we're all, just law-abiding citizens, let be, let go, so we mind our own business, but when something like this comes up, it brings up other issues. This property here has been condemned at this city council over 3 years ago because he runs an auto body shop and repair shop. And for the record, Mr. Lopez told me when he bought this property that Mr. Buchanan that owns this property was bragging to him that he sold over 100 automobiles that year from that location. It was condemned. He's supposed to stop that. And Mrs. Heck is telling me now that since they live downstream, more or less, from the sewerage, that their sewerage is backing up on the other end of the street. I haven't experienced that because I live upstream. So she wanted to bring that up, that this is an issue also. That's it. I mean.
So the two issues that you brought forward right now, Mr. DeMarco, the sewage and the automobile repair, that's something that we can address as far as code enforcement and public works in relation to those two items, but they're unrelated to the specific item here before us today. So the question that I have for you is, what are your concerns as it relates to the item before us and the impact that it has on your quality of life, one, and two, what are some mitigating suggestions, recommendations you have that will bring a level of comfort to you as a resident adjacent to this site?
Okay, I'll be glad to express my individual one. Like I said, there's other property owners on that street that have.
I'm sorry?
There's other property owners on the street that have concerns too. My biggest concern is.
Right, but I'll get to them, but being that I have you before me, I want to know what your concerns are.
Well, one is the 8-foot block wall that should go around all this area.
Say it again?
The 8-foot block wall. My backyard, I have several grandchildren. They play back there. I got 5 trampolines, large sand pit and so forth. We have activities back there. And I had to put an extension on my wall to keep from his trucks and that work in the back, and they go oversee the fence, look into my yard. So that's a concern. That's a different.
So for a point of clarification, they just pointed out that there's a block wall behind your home, correct?
Right.
And the block wall
to
the west of your property, the western line of your property, your property line is what, 6 foot or 8 foot?
It was 6 foot. I had to.
I'm sorry?
It was 6 feet, and I had to have an extension to that. So
a block?
No, it's not blocked, but it's been approved. It's so to keep them from seeing into my property when they drive their trucks on the property.
Okay, so if your wall were raised to 8 foot, that would bring at least some additional comfort to you, is what you're saying?
Well, not my wall, because my wall, based on other people that have been there in the past, is not structurally sound. There's cracks in there from people that have been there and hit the wall. And so I wouldn't want additional weight put on that structure the way it stands right now.
If we were to replace it?
The whole wall?
Yes.
Yeah,
and make it 8 foot.
That would be helpful.
It would be helpful, okay, and what else would be helpful to you?
An 8-foot wall, yes.
Okay, what else would be helpful to you?
Have him abide by the ordinances that's down there, the pictures he showed, he's been parking trucks there since he bought the property. So what's changed? I mean, there's pictures there's trucks in the photo he took.
Mm-hmm.
And there's more when the day's through. So, as I'm speaking for some of the other areas, we like to see some of the ordinances abided and obeyed by.
Well,
talk about
this is, you know this area just as well as I know the area, Mr. Marco. And we know what's going on in this entire geographic area. Growing up in this area, we call the entire area Bonanza Village, but what do you all call your little area there? You still call that Bonanza Village?
I was on the Bonanza Village Board of Directors when we had block wall put up around Bonanza Village.
Right.
I was the secretary of that.
But I'm saying
And-
on the.
I'm trying to answer your question. I'll give you some
Right.
background. That is Bonanza Village.
Okay,
And we were included in their bylaws
okay,
as being part of Bonanza Village. We're actually Clarkway Drive. We're separated by Washington Avenue.
okay. Okay, so Clark Way Drive / Bonanza Village, because
You can call it that.
growing up there, we call that entire area Bonanza Village.
Right.
Okay, but for the sake of being specific, the Clark Way Drive community.
It's
Okay.
just one little street in the city that's kind of like
Right.
a country in the city.
Right.
And it's separated by Washington Avenue.
And to the north, to the east of your property, Ahern has basically purchased everything and has trucks larger than what Mr. Lopez has from Bonanza to Washington, correct?
That's true. Ahern's expressed a desire to purchase all the property on the east side of
Right.
Parkway. And he's purchased off about 4.
Right, and he's still aggressively, I'm pretty sure, trying to capture more.
I think so.
But for those residents that are still there, such as yourself and the others that you have submitted to the clerk, we're trying to, as the city continues to grow, and as he continues to pick up parcels and come back to the city and ask for land to be rezoned,
Right.
it's incrementally encroaching upon your quality of life. And I see you're being squeezed from both sides, so I understand what's taking place and how the community is really transforming in a way that
Well, and I agree with you. I
more
agree with
more
you.
than
We're
likely
just
don't like as a
asking-
resident. So
There's-
I'm trying to walk this delicate balance, because I'm putting myself in your shoes. I mean, I agree with you that, I wouldn't want to be around what you have to live around each and every day from a personal standpoint. So I'm trying to figure out that delicate balance that will at least bring you some level of comfort, you and your neighbors, some level of comfort, but you specifically, being that you're the first one up to bat, first home down Clark Way that's impacted not only by Mr. Lopez, but by TNT, right? Because
Well-
you're surrounded.
I don't want to disagree with you, but I'm going to have to. You might not want to be there. I have no problem living there. All of us don't. It's a safe little street. Ahern actually patrols it 24/7 by security. And yes, I like being there.
Okay, well, good.
And we all do.
Okay.
And we understand there's encroaching coming on, but we're just asking the ordinances somewhat be obeyed.
Right.
And not always exchanged or broken, like this one guy here throwing oil that could be, anyway, she's going to do her own survey herself. She's
Yeah.
so upset about that. But anyway, that's what we're saying.
I'm with you. We're on the
So,
same
and then-
page.
and then- and things
I
are
didn't mean to
done.
offend you. I didn't mean to offend you as far as saying that I wouldn't want to live there. I'm just saying that, with the big trucks that are coming in and out of, the street that you have to turn in, your residential street, I mean, I'm pretty sure that can be pretty tough at times as far as all of the heavy equipment that's moving around your neighborhood. And,
Well, I'm probably the only one that would experience that, but this property here is vacant lot, and I own that. So
Okay.
I'm kind of buffed from that. And the street used to be a bypass street, and we got the north side
yeah, when
on
we blocked it
Washington
off.
blocked off.
Yeah, we
and
worked
that-
together to block that off.
And that's
to-
been
for-
fantastic.
Cut through traffic.
Because we don't have semis going down there anymore,
Right.
people cutting through, so.
Right.
We have no real complaints, but when things like this come up, and they want these variances and deviations, and they're already breaking the law to begin with, so what's
Well-
changed?
Well, let me ask you this question, so we can continue to move this agenda forward, because it has been a long day for all of us. Speak to the side street, I call it the finger.
Which one?
That, your right-of-way.
Okay.
Your right-of-way. So that's a vacated street that the city vacated to you.
No, it's a
No? You
long,
purchased
long
it?
history, long history.
Well, give me
I'll
the Reader's Digest version.
Give you Reader's Digest.
Right,
This strip was not claimed by the city and claimed by nobody.
okay,
We did research, it actually belonged to the sister of one of the previous mayors of Las Vegas. I'm trying to remember her name.
don't say it, but continue.
Oh, it's long ago.
Okay,
No, long ago.
just in case.
But this actually ran through to Binion's property.
Okay.
At one time, you can find old maps. So it was an access road for the wells. There's a well here, and there's 2 wells on Binion's, and that's what that was. So it went to her, it was owned by her and her heirs, not by the city. So I hired an attorney, we located the heirs, and we claimed access, ownership to that, because nobody had ownership.
Okay.
So it's my property. I
All the
also
way
have,
into-
I have a cease and desist order that this Larry guy, if he's caught in that property, I can arrest him, because he was using that property to run his business,
Okay, so
that access.
the piece that cuts into Mr. Lopez, right into the middle of Mr. Lopez's property, you own that piece as well? That
I do, yes, sir.
Okay. Okay.
It's
And so what's
25
around
by-
that? Fencing today? Is there fencing around that today?
I put fencing around it in his area, and I put another fence there so they couldn't walk through,
Okay.
climb it, because people were climbing over there and going into Mr. Buchanan's property.
So you have fencing, the finger that comes into his property, you have fencing around that today, correct?
It's a chain link fence.
Chain link fence. Okay. Okay.
And I'm-
You have anything else you would like to share?
No, any questions for me, for anybody else in the council?
Okay. Well, I don't have any additional questions for you, but I do have some additional questions for staff.
Okay.
So, thank you, Mr. DeMarco. Flynn, in relation to the vehicles parked, how can we place a condition that we keep the vehicles to the west side of the property?
Through you, Madam Mayor,
How-
what I would
how can we do
recommend,
something like that?
if that is your intent, you would place a condition on the special use permit that identifies that all of the vehicles shall be parked at least X number of feet away from the east property line. And you might designate that as being 50 feet or something along those lines. But I think you need to clearly identify the number of feet that the vehicles are to be away from the residential properties.
Mr. Lopez. George Lopez, being that both of you are Lopez. The big trucks, because that is a major concern. You have residents all around you. How can you assist by being a team player with the reduction of noise from the trucks that are parked? Do you need to park along the east and north property lines with your trucks?
No, I don't, because there's not a lot of room on that side anyway. There's that finger, and then the office takes about a half on the southeast, so I can park all my trucks on the west boundary. Or
On the
Binion's.
west boundary?
Yeah.
And what about the height of the storage? Are you able to park the lower, I don't know what you call the street signs, on the east side and keep the higher elevated structures to the west as best as possible?
Oh, yeah.
To at least assist Mr. DeMarco and the adjacent property owners with not having to look up and see a big road sign when they look out of their backyard?
I can do that.
In addition to that, Mr. DeMarco says that his back wall couldn't support an 8-foot. You have a commercial site, and all commercial sites that are required to have decorative block be 8 feet. Flynn, is that accurate?
That is correct.
Okay. And from what I'm hearing from Mr. DeMarco, you wouldn't mind having an 8-foot block wall if we were to take it down and replace it so that everything would be contiguous, running down the entire east side of the property line?
Well, it wouldn't run down the entire, just running up to my property line.
Well,
Yeah.
to your property line.
Yeah.
I'm saying, but your back wall is 6 foot, so therefore it would eventually have to come down in order for it to be replaced by 8
Correct.
foot,
Correct.
correct?
Correct.
Is that something that we can work out amongst
I'll try to work-
neighbors?
Yeah, I like to kind of work out that with him, but also, again, he can't, the person he's speaking for, the north side can't agree to a chain link fence. Like I said, I believe it should be a block wall all the way around, 8 feet.
Okay. Then my recommendation would be this, that there be an 8-foot block, decorative block, from the south property line on the east side of, or I should say the east property line from the south to the north, north to the south. And also an 8-foot block from on the north side of the property from the east to the west. And your chain link that you currently have, being that the Binions have a block wall that runs on the on the west property line, where you have your fencing. If you put that fencing back up, please, Mr. Lopez. We'll leave that in place. So in essence, you will have an L of a block, decorative block. So this shall remain. However, the north and the east property lines will be 8-foot decorative block. And, yeah, in just 1 second. And Flynn, what did we say in relation to the landscape?
The landscaping, per the site plan that the applicant has submitted to us, they will be providing the trees in the buffer areas along all 3 sides of the property, the west, the north, and the east. One of the exceptions they are requesting is we require shrubs in that buffer area as well. They've requested not to do the shrubs. I think we can support that exception in this instance.
Okay. Mr. Lopez?
I think I'd rather work with DeMarco if I could, and maybe raise.
Your microphone, there it goes.
Go ahead.
I'd rather try to work with DeMarco and maybe raising his wall up, if the footing will stand.
I have to interject on that. You can't do it if the rebar and everything. I've known a family who lost a child at a wall that was 6 feet. They tried to raise to 8 feet. Wall fell right on the child and killed him.
And
So
Mr.
you
DeMarco
really need a new wall.
has already mentioned that he doesn't have rebar to support it, so that would be a safety concern. Mr. DeMarco, I mean, you stated that. Is that accurate?
Yeah, I don't know about rebar. The fence is many years old, the block wall. And my mother lived there, my parents, and they put it up. And in addition to what you said, I agree with everything you said. Now this, right now, he has this area here, he has chain link fence, but he has an access between his property and Mr. Buchanan's. So when that block wall goes up, if he agrees to it, I'd like to have no access there. Should be no reason why they have access.
Why would he, that's what I'm thought, what would be a reason for him to have access to Mr. Lopez's property anyway?
Well, apparently they're in bed together. Mr. Buchanan is in
Mr.
great...
DeMarco?
Yes.
Okay, we're going to be...
That's a
Mr.
phrase.
DeMarco, we're going to be respectful.
I don't know, I'd like to have him tell me why he would have
Okay,
the fence there.
we're not going to sit here and do that today.
What?
Okay? I've already placed the condition that there will be a block, decorative block, 8 foot, on the east property lines to include your property and to include the adjacent automotive gentleman that you
And
spoke about.
with no passageway.
That is correct.
Okay.
Okay.
That's all I was saying.
Okay. All right. Yes, Councilman
Can
has
I
a
just
question.
put my 2 cents in on the elevation? Mr. Lopez is requesting to raise the wall. It can be scoped to find out if there's adequate rebar, and the foundation for the fence can be examined to make sure the footing could take the other 2 feet. Your Honor, I know the family, the same family, you're right. It had nothing in it. That's such a tragedy. So, but with proper inspection and city approval, it could work safely.
Well,
It is a public hearing.
Mr. Lopez has.
Okay, please,
Can I
Mr. Lopez,
respond
then
to
we'll
that?
open for public hearing.
Mr. Lopez?
knocking down his wall and building a new wall is extra expense. If I'm gonna put up a wall, just put it up next to his wall. And he can keep his wall, and I'll have my wall.
That's
And
why I
don't have to
suggested it
spend
could
that
be
extra
done.
money to knock his down.
That-
But
that
what I
work-
want to do is, like I said, work with him and check with the engineer
That's what
here.
I'm saying. You all work together.
Yes.
And if it doesn't work, then you'll put a block wall up against Mr. DeMarco's wall and keep it pushing. Okay?
Okay.
Okay, public hearing, anybody wishing to
Thank
speak
you.
at
Todd
this?
Farlow, 240 North 19th Street. Along Bonanza, Ahern's have been really nice. And then we just had the decorative rock company that did a beautiful job there. What exactly is this going to look? Am I going to be happy with this, Councilman Barlow?
Mr. Farlow, you will be happy. And
Thank
also,
you.
wait, don't leave.
What?
Don't leave, because September 21st, I'm throwing in a plug real quick, Mayor, for Viva Bike Las Vegas.
okay.
I want you to ride with me in the RTC Viva Bike Las Vegas, September 21st.
Oh, okay.
All right. But it will look nice.
This sounds like somebody got a resident property that's being surrounded by commercial property, and he's being pretty much, being choked out. Is that the way it look? You don't want somebody left as a resident, right?
Well,
Pretty
no,
much.
I'm not being surrounded. I have just one side that's commercial.
But the point is, everything around is commercial, pretty much. The area is going commercial, pretty much, and there's one resident left, right? And the fight is the resident.
No, there's several residents on that street. The only place that's commercial is on Bonanza.
And you back to back with the commercial.
I do, yes.
And so the commercial was having a problem with you, right, pretty much? That's what it sounds like to me. Somebody ain't giving. The commercial wants the area, and the residents say they want to stay there too, so we got his heads bumping, so somebody
Well,
got.
at this point, you've got a residential area that's happy where they are and commercial, and at the point they offer enough money, Mr. DeMarco may sell out, who knows?
Whatever. Well, whatever,
Would you
it sounds like
please-
they're bumping heads at this point.
Okay, thank you. Would you
Mayor-
tell the woman who you said was at the end of the properties deep in on the north, that when you talked about the sewage, I did look at Mr. Cervantes down here, and he did say he will follow up on that, so you please assure her if she went
I'll be
back to
glad to.
work, that our city staff will be looking into that.
Well,
Okay.
you have her number and name. Yeah,
If
she'll
you
be
would
glad-
give that to Mr. Cervantes, the address and everything, he'll
Yeah,
make sure.
he turned it into the clerk. Is it on the sheet?
Yeah, her
that you
name's
turned-
Robin Heck.
Yeah.
Robin Heck.
We have her contact information, Mayor.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
In addition to that, one additional oversight, going back to the trucks, I would like the condition to be that you park your trucks no closer than 50 feet of the east property line.
Sure.
You agree to that?
Sure.
So that at least, I would assume, get you to the middle of your, if you need to park in the middle of your parcel.
Okay.
Okay?
I have plenty on the west side, so
Okay.
plenty of room.
But I just want to at least give you still enough room for expansion if need be, but I just want to at least keep the trucks off of those residential backyards.
If I may, with accepting the finger or the rectangular piece that Mr. DeMarco owns so that there's no ambiguity. In other words, this is still his property, there's still a property line that sticks out. So
Right, good point. We're speaking of the far most east property line.
Okay.
Did I say that right?
Yeah.
Okay.
We're still in public hearing. Anyone else wishing to be heard? All right, I will close the public hearing. It's back to you.
Flynn, anything else that I missed? We're
And
good?
Are you
And-
sure of all
And
those
Mr. Lopez, you
conditions?
agree to
All those conditions?
the conditions?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Mr. DeMarco?
Yes, sir.
It's always a pleasure.
It is a pleasure. Thank you, Councilman.
Mayor,
Barlow.
with that and the conditions in place agreed upon by the applicant, I'll move for approval of this item subject to all conditions.
And Madam Mayor, I'd just like to clarify that on this item, which is item number 84, there is an added condition which shall state as follows: all delivery and service vehicles shall be parked no closer than 50 feet to the furthermost east property line.
Yes.
Okay, and the other conditions, you might want to read them, I'm so confused. as to who's doing what, where, and what happened to the wall between Mr. DeMarco and the Lopez
Mr. Lopez
property?
kicked it down.
Okay, what is the condition that has to be met?
Okay, I've already read the condition that will be applied to item number 84, which is special use
Correct.
permit 48810. On the following item, SDR 48811, the modifications to the conditions of approval would be as follows. To condition number 3, a waiver from Title 19.08 is hereby approved to allow wire fencing with plastic slat screening along the west property line. And just to address that, that allows you to leave the existing fence as it is, and you'll be putting plastic slats in there to screen the property.
Thank you.
On this item also, we need to add a condition that states an 8-foot-tall decorative masonry wall shall be constructed along the east and north property lines and shall conform to the requirements of Title 1908. If it is that you're able to add height to an existing wall or build a new one, either way, you satisfy that condition. So that allows you some flexibility in working with the adjacent property owners in meeting that condition.
If Mr. DeMarco's wall should sustain those 2 additional blocks,
Right.
then move forward with that.
Okay,
Okay.
one more, please. The bushes. What happened to the bushes?
Bushes.
Are they gone or not gone?
Landscape.
We're getting
Bushes.
we're getting trees,
I'm getting
which
trees.
will grow up and help to screen. They had requested an exception not to have the bushes, which would be screened by the wall anyway, so the neighbors wouldn't even see the bushes.
So we don't have to have the bushes?
No.
Okay. So you agree to all that?
Yes, I do.
Great. Okay, so there's a motion with all those changes or additions. All in favor, please, well, or not, please cast your vote.
Can I make one final comment, or?
Well, let me post this, and then we'll see what happens. Please. Nice horses. Motion carries. Yes, Mr. DeMarco.
Yeah, in regards to block wall, I don't know if my existing block wall will sustain or not. If you decide it will sustain it, I'm not an attorney, but someone's gonna have to be liable, because all it takes is one truck back into that wall. If there's not 2 walls, for example, if it's not a new wall, and I have a child there jumping in trampoline or something, or somebody else playing, I don't want that to happen.
Well, I
If
think it was
those things like that
suggested,
can't
first
happen.
off, it would
Huh?
have to be examined, your wall, to see if the footings and the rebar. The
Right.
question was then, who's responsible? If in fact his wall can sustain the addition, who's to pay for those extra bricks? Mr. Lopez?
Mr. Lopez.
I will.
Okay.
I'm
So,
saying,
but it has to be examined, the wall has to be
I
examined.
understand it. If it's examined and they determine it can be sustainable, true. But if a truck runs into it, it's not sustainable.
If
Or
a truck
backs into-
runs into your house, it's not sustainable.
It's unlikely a truck to run in my house.
You never know in this
Mayor.
day and
Well,
age.
well,
Mayor,
ma'am,
it may be best not to be legal the issue. It may be best if Mr. Lopez just run a block wall and just kiss it right up against the back of Mr. DeMarco's
and that might be the
wall,
proper answer, right?
and just call it a day.
Well, but then you have to get an agreement from them, and that's a condition, Mr. Fagg.
Well, it's already in
rather
it's
than-
already in the condition.
Oh, but it was if in fact it failed to sustain.
That's correct. It's already in the
So now
condition.
you want to take it out?
Well, I'm hearing from Mr. DeMarco. I want to make sure that he's comfortable. I mean, he has to live there every night with his
Well, I'll make
kids.
an executive decision. I'll go with his wall independent of my wall, because
You what?
I would go with the wall he builds independent of my wall and leave my wall alone.
Okay, then Flynn, take out the condition with the additional block, and we'll just have Mr. Lopez build the block wall from the entire length of the east property line.
Okay, and the way that I've worded the condition, again, a 8-foot-tall decorative block wall along the east property line will satisfy that. So I think we're covered with the generalized language
Thank
that I've got.
Great.
Thank you.
Okay,
I want you to
thank
be able to
You already
sleep at night.
voted.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. You already voted on that. Thank you. Any closing comment?
We have
Councilman?
one more to vote on.
Okay. Oh, right, we do have 85, right? So please,
And 85, move for approval, subject to all conditions.
thank you. There's a motion. Please vote. And please post. Motion carries. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, and now we move on to item number 86, RQR 49201, public hearing, applicant, Lamar Outdoor Advertising owner, Germac LLC, possible action or required review of approved special use permit, SUP 2291, which allowed a 65-foot high, 14-foot by 48-foot off-premise sign at 1851 North Rainbow Boulevard, C1 Limited Commercial Zone, and this is in Councilman Barlow's Ward 5. Staff recommends approval. It's a public hearing, which I declare open. Is the applicant or representative present?
Yes, good afternoon. Jennifer Lazovich, 8345, representing Lamar Outdoor Advertising. We appreciate staff recommending approval, and we would ask for your approval with the deletion of condition number 2.
Anyone wishing to be heard on this item?
My name is Anthony Hodges, and I approve.
We can go home now.
Right.
Okay, anyone else wishing to be heard? I'll close the public hearing. Councilman Barlow.
Did he say, my name is Anthony Hodges and I approve this message? Mayor and council, I've had a conversation, a small conversation with at least representatives from Lamar and Clear Channel. And the conversation is, and this is just a recommendation that I'm at least presenting, and that's to remove the condition of the review period of time, specifically for billboards that we know are in places that we all agree upon. Even though there are billboards in the interior and specifically in some of the older communities that the conditions should remain as far as the review of condition of the billboard because of the changing of the dynamics of certain communities. But where there are billboards specifically along the freeways and thoroughfares that we believe serve a great purpose, I'm proposing that we consider removing those conditions so that we don't have the applicants coming back every 2 years on billboards that we unanimously have been supporting over the years. So I'm going to start with this first billboard here today, and my second billboard recommendation will be for the next item coming up. And so for that, I'm going to ask that we remove condition number 2 of item RQR 49201, and possibly, Brad, I don't know if we can do this by way of ordinance or at least a proposal to start looking in that direction to see how we can start removing a lot of those conditions that we don't necessarily need to have come back before us.
I'll turn it over to Flynn, but we'll work with the planning director.
Okay, Flynn?
Madam Mayor, through you, just to respond to that question, the code relative to off-premise signs or billboards states that City Council may impose a review period. It doesn't say that you have to have a review period. And so consequently, that's why we can support you in this instance of removing the condition for the required review, because our code does allow it and does not require that there be required reviews.
Okay, but I still want it done on a case-by-case because not all billboards I agree with. But those that I do, I would rather deal with those that over a period of time makes sense for it to be on a review. So with this, I move to remove condition number 2 for item number 86.
Okay, and it is a public hearing. Anybody wanting to be heard on this, please come forward, state your name.
Todd Farlow, 240 North 19th Street. I think we need to keep the condition number 2 in because we like to look at Jennifer.
Oh, my gosh, talk about politically incorrect. Anyone else? I'm going to close this public hearing.
Mayor, was that
Getting late.
sexist?
Well, it could be conceived that way,
Okay.
absolutely.
I know
All right,
Jennifer is
Councilman,
smiling.
I
but-
caught you on
okay.
Saturday. It's enough.
I
Let's
know.
move on.
Okay.
Your motion, please. Is it made, you made your motion?
We're waiting for you to post.
Okay. All right. Vote, and then we will post. Please. Thank you. That motion carries. Thank you.
And
All
thank you,
right,
Councilman Barlow. Thank you very much.
87, RQR 49203, public hearing applicant, Clear Channel Outdoor, Inc., owner U-Haul Real Estate Company, for possible action or request for required review of an approved special use permit SUP 12936 to raise the height of an existing off-premise sign billboard to 30 feet above the height of the US 95 freeway or 55 feet at 2021 West Bonanza Road, C2 General Commercial Zone, Ward 5, Councilman Barlow. The staff recommends approval. This is a public hearing. I declare it open. Applicant or representative present.
Yes, Mayor, this is another billboard that I believe, condition number 2, I'm going to request that it also be removed along the freeway of US 95 at another industrial location. And before I make my motion, you want to open up the public comment?
Yes, and if you'll announce yourself and.
Thank you, Mayor.
Any comment?
Members of the council, my name is Rod Carter on behalf of Clear Channel Outdoor. We concur with the conditions. I've had the great opportunity to meet with Councilman Barlow, and we appreciate the recommendation in deleting number 2. I only wish I was as good-looking as Jennifer Lazovich, but with that being said,
I think she left. No more brownie points.
thank you for your time.
Oh, there she's in the back. She heard you. Well, it depends which side of the fence. I mean, you know, the girls can appreciate you. This is public hearing. I declare it open. Anybody wanting to make comment here? That's in line? Uh-oh. A comment. Okay, a question.
Through the mayor, Councilman Barlow, condition number 2. Flynn, am I reading something wrong here?
It's a review process.
Condition number 2 requires that they come back to us, in this instance, in 2018 for another required review.
Okay. And that being said, and Councilman, I think you're heading in the right direction. I'll just say this while both sign companies are in the room. I think we as a council should probably look, along with you, Flynn, in regards to, we know billboards are where they're going to be on the freeways, that the nature of the neighborhood is not going to change. We should probably take a good hard look at even going through this process of having to review them. When we know a billboard's on the freeway, it's in an established neighborhood or an established area, why do we continue to review them?
That's what he brought up,
Yeah.
Councilman Barlow, and Mr. Fagg said that
Oh, did he already bring that up?
condition was
Yeah.
a may, not have to. And so PERC gives us the license. So every time a billboard change comes up, we may or don't have to, and Councilman Barlow has chosen in both these instances to remove number 2.
That is correct.
Did we vote already? Was that such fun?
Well, public. you
Oh,
didn't close
public comment, anybody? I can't remember. We've
You
been
didn't
doing
close it.
this. It's closed.
Okay. So my motion will be to remove condition number 2 and move for approval, subject to all
Thank you
conditions.
very much. There's a motion. Please vote, and please post. Oh, we all get a little flippy at the end. That motion carries. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And we now move on to Agenda Item 88, RQR 49210, public hearing again. Clearwater Channel Outdoor LLC owner, First Financial Collateral, Inc., for possible action or required review of an approved SUP 4521 for a 40-foot by 48-foot off-premise sign at 820 South Valley View Boulevard, C1 Limited Commercial Zone, and this is in Councilwoman Tarkanian's ward. Staff recommends approval. It is a public hearing. I declare it open, and please restate your name on this item.
Good afternoon, Mayor. Rod Carter with Clear Channel Outdoor. We concur with the conditions. Thank you, Councilman Tarkanian. I've had the chance to hear back from your office. We respectfully request this item be approved, and I'm here if you have any questions.
Okay. It is a public hearing and would welcome everybody's rushing to the microphone. This is getting good now. Why is this one different?
All I got to
from
say
the
on this
last
is, how you doing, Ms. Titanium?
Hello.
Have a good day. Whatever you say is good.
Thank you. Todd Farland, 240 North 19th Street. I'm against any of the signs up there along Valley View that interfere with the Springs Preserve, because we've gone to all that money, the $250 million to do that, and then to mess it up with billboards is just not right.
Those have been in existence a long time, and they're on the west side, correct?
The west side of the street.
Of Valley View, and further south, and away from the spring.
Well, not that far away,
No.
but In any way, however, I am going to move to approve only on a 3-year review, because the nature of this neighborhood is changing where the billboard exists. And as you know, we've done the medians, we're doing things along the Springs Preserve side, and we are working a lot on from Alta to the freeway. So I move to approve on a 3-year basis.
Thank you.
Anyone else on the public hearing? I think I closed it, but I'm not sure. And that is east of Hyde Park, as I recall, correct? And in
Yes.
the old Sun building that's there. It's right over that old Las Vegas Sun building, the pink one.
I don't think it's over the Sun Building, is it?
It was at one time, and then
Well,
they vacated.
we have 2 billboards near there, but
Okay.
in any case, it's right close there.
Yeah.
Right.
It was there something, Mr. Fagg? I saw you. No, okay. All right, there's a motion. Please vote, and please post. And that motion carries. Thank you very much. We're on to item 89, and this is a variance 47494, public hearing, applicant owner, William Accessory Structure, Class 2, to be located in the front yard where such is not permitted, to allow a 0-foot separation where a 6-foot separation is required for an existing accessory structure, Class 2, and to allow setbacks of 9 feet in the front yard, 0 feet on the side yards where 20 feet and 5 feet are required respectively on .19 acres at 1243 Barnard Drive, R1, single-family residence zone. This is in Ward 1, Councilwoman Tarkanian. The staff recommends denial. The Planning Commission recommends approval. And so, Mr. Fagg, please, could you explain?
I'll let the applicant give you the case history on this perhaps, but essentially what this is, we have a number of accessory structures that were built without permits and encroach into required setback areas, and that's the basis for staff's recommendation of denial. I will note, however, that at the second Planning Commission meeting, which was held, the applicant submitted revised plans to us to bring part of the structure into compliance, and I'm talking about the laundry room and the bathroom.
Correct.
And then also, you talked about removing the structure over the rear wall as well, the roof over the rear wall. And so really, it's just the carport structure that we need to address under today's variance.
Sir, if you announce your name.
Okay, I'm William Berthsell, 1243 Bernard Drive, the owner of this property. I've been the owner of this property for 25 years. As you know, these homes were built in the early 50s, roughly 60 years ago. I bought this. It was a rundown rental property without estate owners at the time, and I built my home here, stayed here. I've done a few things without a permit, which I have worked with planning staff, and am sorry for that, apologize for that, and now I want to make it right. The 2 carports that are in question, that are on the property line, are both manufactured carports, erected by myself instead of a contractor wanting a month's worth of my wages to put them up. The conditions set at the Planning Commission, I go along with, and I'm asking to continue to be approved so I can go ahead to get the permits and rectify the problem that's been here.
Thank you very much. It's an open
I would
hearing.
also like to add, if I may,
Certainly.
I have my both north and south neighbors and the 3 across the street have signed a consent form for this. This neighborhood being 60 years old, these kind of structures are commonplace. It was mentioned in the last Planning Commission meeting that maybe this should be looked at as being legal as far as the setback on the carport structures.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And a public hearing open. Anyone wishing to say anything or comment? All right, hearing none, I'll close the public comment, and Councilwoman Tarkanian, I believe this is in your ward.
Did you finish? You did, okay. What puzzles me here is that you did this three separate times, and you're in the construction business. You certainly know about permits. So 3 separate times on 3 things which impinge not just a little bit, but heavily upon the neighbors. And whether they agree with it or not, all right, they can agree, and that's all right. However, and I can go along with giving variances on part of this, but the structure in the front that is, what is it, where you're supposed to have 20 feet, what is it that you have, please?
Yeah, the structure would be required to be set back 20 feet from the front property line and 3 feet from the side property line.
And we don't have 20 feet, we have how many?
We have 9 feet to the front of the structure.
We have 9 feet, so we have over half of that. I would agree, and I would move to accept, propose variances, except for the carport in front. And I would then ask you to work with staff and see if we can work a way that we aren't impinging as much as on the neighbors. And maybe your 3 or 4 neighbors agreed, but the majority of the comments that came in from the Wesley neighborhood did not agree. And I think that's important because Wesley also has a feel of their community. It is their community. And I know you put in a lot of pictures of other carports, and that's okay, but I can't do anything about that. I can only do what we have now. And I don't know if you or others understand how hard these council members work, how hard we work in setting up the ordinances and setting up the rules and regulations, and try so very, very hard to be fair. And when we finally come up with it, and this is what the rule of the land is, then we have to keep it that. Some of the people that sent in notices said, what is this? Keep it the way it is. This is what it's supposed to be for all of us. And that's what it is. People will come up to me, I know when I first ran, and they complained because so many variances were given when people went ahead, did something without a permit, and then it was allowed to stand. So I'm a little weary of, I feel it's a lack of respect for all the work that's gone into building the ordinances, maintaining the integrity of the neighborhoods that we put in out there. So I don't know how exactly I need to word this. There's legal down there, but
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
Not to cause an issue here, is there any other carport in the neighborhood that's the size of his? Is he the Lone Ranger out there?
No, I don't know. I'm
Regardless
not going to go out and measure every single carport
No,
in
no, no,
Wesley.
but I meant generally in size. That was my only thought. If
And
there's
I
a
don't know
comment-
about that. All I know is that we have someone here who's in the construction business, certainly knows about permits, and at 3 separate times went beyond without a permit. Finally, neighbors complain. We don't go seek it ourselves, you know. Neighbors complain. And I know that the majority of the comments that came in were not to allow the variance. And I'm granting half of it. I'm just asking on that one that's there in the front. There might be a way to do it. And the other thing I don't understand, there's an alley there. There's an alley there that if you wanted to put a garage up and it wasn't impinging so much, you could put it in the backyard maybe someplace. I sort of like alleys, by the way. Am I wording that correctly, Flynn, from what you and I discussed?
Councilwoman, Madam Mayor, through you, in terms of working with the applicant, we'd be happy to do that to relocate the carport structure. There are a couple of difficulties that you do need to be aware of, and I'll have the applicant speak to that in just a moment. One is that there's already a block wall behind the carport which prevents him from moving it back further. So we might not be able to meet your goal of being able to meet the front yard setback of 20 feet based on the existing configuration of the site. One of the possibilities that I see available, though, is to move it away from the side property line, and I'll let the applicant speak to whether or not we can do that.
Well, is there a possibility, he has 2 carports, right? One on one side and one on the other side?
There is a carport in the front, and then there is a structure in the back.
So, go ahead.
I was just going to have the applicant maybe speak to moving the carport in the front yard area.
Okay, Councilwoman, Ms. Tarkanian. I agree with you completely as far as that I've been in the construction business and I knew this. However, on my behalf, 25 years ago, when I did build the rear carport that goes from my home to the block wall at the alley entrance where the picture that has come up, my boat is under, I didn't really realize at the time that there was a variance issue there. However, on the new part, there was, I did realize that I needed a permit for that. However, as I beg for your forgiveness in this neighborhood and the pictures that aren't being shown, that this is a common place, and variances, not every one of those carports in my area are legal, but I have to believe that some of them were granted variances. The company that I bought this from are putting up these Alumawood structures all over town and are doing the variances. I've seen 2 in my neighborhood alone in the last 6 months that I know are by the same company that I bought my kit from.
Is there a way you can put it in the back? I mean, there's an alley there.
There's an alley
You
there.
have a shed there already. Could you switch the shed around a little and, or put whatever you store in there in the garage and have it that way?
No, actually, if you look at the plans correctly, there is already one back there, which is part of this variance.
Which is it? I can't see. Can you show me where it is? I'm looking over where it says show
Okay,
shed 6 by 12.
where it says the property line at the alley, the awning that is shown right there from the structure to the block wall. Okay, so this is an awning here that the pictures that were viewed before where the boat comes in the alley is the back of the property line with the awning here. This carport here, to remove it, you've already destroyed the integrity of the structure itself. It can't really be moved over 5 foot from the property line, the north property line, because the post would be in the approach to the driveway. It really can't be moved back 5 feet because of just the integrity of what's already there.
But you put all of that in, and this is something that wasn't done 5 years ago or 6 years ago. This was done relatively recently, this one right here.
Just this front carport.
That's all I'm talking about, is the front carport. You know, you've done this without the permits in several different places. I'm only questioning the carport one. And I think that we could work around it and maybe, I don't know where Flynn is right now, but maybe we could work something out if you wanted. I will move for not granting the variance on the carport if we do this today. You know, and then you say, well, you're going to go through the integrity of a block wall and something else. And I will also tell you, one time, we had a carport situation come here before, which I worked very, very hard on, and which I had tremendous factual information. It was denied by this council. And the lady who lives in the house next door, with whom I was very concerned, for whom I was very concerned, I did not know personally before it, but anyway, she wrote me afterwards, so maybe 2-3 months afterwards, thanking me for what I did and saying it was a much greater hardship on her than she even thought at the time. And I just feel that in this situation, granting the variances in all the places except for that front carport is what I would do. And if there are other carports that are up there now that came in, they may not have, what do you call, permits either. I don't know. But I happen to be one of the people who pays a lot of attention to carports because I feel that's part of the integrity of a neighborhood. So Flynn, I was saying that if you want to try, or if you see you can work something out, I'd be glad to obey it. But if I move today on what we have today, I would move for denial.
Madam Mayor, what I might request is that we hold this item in abeyance for 30 days. We can look at the specific conditions on the applicant's property to see if there's any way that we can relocate the carport structure. We can also look at other structures on the street. So I think that we can support that request.
Well, I will tell you, I'm not so interested in what the structures are on the street because, you know, we don't go out and pick out, we're going to go to this guy and we're going to check him out with code enforcement. It has to come from the citizens to us. We're not aggressive and this came from the citizens. So whatever happened before, I had no control over, but now I'm responding to the citizens. And I move to approve, to obey for 30 days.
Thank you. There's a
September-
motion to obey for 30 days.
September the 18th.
September 18th. Is that all right with you, sir? Yes, ma'am. Thank you, because I think otherwise you're out of luck. Thank you very much.
And I'm not trying to pick on you, it's just I've gotten to the point where this has happened so often, and I feel it's a total disregard of all the work that a council does to try and make things right in the neighborhood.
And please post, if you would, you have to vote on your motion. And if I might add, Mr. Vaga, in this question, I think it would be very helpful. One, I don't know whether there's anything when any of us do something that we, not being in the construction building business, but making an improvement that we've done without getting a permit. Has the city or council ever explored, is there a remuneration, a penalty that could be assessed and then move forward so they don't have to take it down, or they take it down? And then also to see how many, I'd be very curious in his neighborhood, on his street, how many look like yours or similar and encroaching into the street and into whatever. I mean, to have some standard, we do have a standard, I realize this, and people take advantage of it. Just question.
Mayor, I would just like to say, I believe he gave us examples of other carports in his neighborhood, so it's in the backup.
Okay, great.
And
did have a PowerPoint display on that, and all that has been on record.
Okay.
The photos that he submitted are located in your backup. To your question about those who build something without permits, there is a process where they are fined once it comes to our attention. If the structure that was built without permits is in conformance with zoning regulations, meets setback requirements, et cetera, all they need to do is just pay the fine on not having secured the building permit. In the instance where the structure is constructed in a setback area, in addition to the fines on the building permit, they also need to seek a variance, and that's the process that we're going through here.
Thank you very much. Okay, so you are obeyed, I'm sorry, what was the date? September 18th. See you then. Thank you. And item number 90 is obeyed till the 18th of September. And now we're on to items 91 and 92 have been obeyed till October 16th. And items 93 and 94, variance 49172, a request for variance to allow 21 parking spaces where 26 spaces are required. Item number 94, SDR 49171, a request for a site development plan review for a 2,085 square foot restaurant with drive-through with waivers of perimeter landscape buffer standards to allow a 0-foot buffer along the east property line, a 3-foot buffer along the portions of the west property line where 15 feet is required. The applicant is Food in the Fast Lane LLC, and the owner is Darcy Kathleen Houghton or Hoffen, and it's on .61 acres at 825 and 831 North Rancho Road. APNs 13929701001 and 002. C1 Commercial Limited Zone. These items are in Ward 5. Councilman Barlow, under public hearing items which I declare open. Is the applicant or representative present? Please come forward and state your name, and I probably mispronounced your name. So would you please state it correctly?
You anticipated well. It's Alan Perlmutter, 7975 West Sahara.
Are you from the old Perlmutter family? It's been here forever?
I don't know, I've been here
How
20
many
years.
years have you been here?
20 years.
That's pretty good, okay.
Okay.
Thank
And Dave
you.
Dwyer, who's the civil engineer, is making his way up from the parking garage. He was delayed at the Water District, so if there are any technical questions, he'll be in here momentarily.
Mayor?
Yes, please.
Alan? Okay, thank you. Just speak to the item. I'm glad that you brought this forward. This would be the first Checkers in Las Vegas, right? Or the state of Nevada, or second, or what?
It's the first one with a dining room, and it'll be the second one. There's one right near Boulder Station that just opened with the same operator.
That's nice.
But the one in Boulder Highway does not have a dining room, right?
Correct. This will be the first one with a dining room.
Okay.
Actually, it's one of the first ones in the country with a dining room.
First one in the country with a dining room. Because I know Checkers is big on the East Coast.
Huge.
Right.
Huge.
And in addition to that, this is the old Pizza Hut, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And I know that there's a structure to the north of your location.
Right next to it, it was a Mexican restaurant.
Okay. And do you have anything to do with that?
Both those buildings are coming down and being replaced by this building.
Okay, so both buildings are coming down,
Yes.
and you're going to develop this entire site here.
Correct.
Looking forward to it. This is going to be great.
Great. We're very excited as well.
Looking forward to it. Flynn, do we have any concerns, questions as it relates to this item?
We have no concerns, but I do need to note a condition change that I'd like to propose. In order to facilitate the issuance of building permits for this project, I'd like to make a modification to condition number 6 on the site development plan review application, which is item number 94. How I would like to reword the condition is the final sentence shall state, "The mapping action shall be completed and recorded prior to the issuance of any certificate of occupancy for the principal building." So the remapping of the site can occur while you're going through the construction process.
Thank you very much.
Really
Okay.
exciting.
And you agree to that?
Yes.
How about
Okay.
the public hearing portion? Can we hear from the public? Are you excited? If you're not excited, don't come up.
I don't mean, is this Mr. Barlow's neck of the woods? Oh, really? Good luck, sir.
I'm excited.
Okay, good.
Hey, maybe we can do Barlow's and Burgers now.
Okay, anyone else, public wanting to speak to this item, please, then we will close the public hearing. Councilman?
When are you slated to open? Break ground. I want to be a part of that. The council, we want to be a
As
part of
quickly-
any brick and mortar that's going up.
As quickly as we can get the permit. They would like to open by Thanksgiving, and that's,
Really, that aggressive?
we're trying to get there.
I not only want to be at the ribbon cutting, I want to be the one in the bulldozer to help mow this down.
We will let you know.
Please do.
We will.
We'll celebrate it that way, and then we'll come back and open it up by cutting the ribbon.
That's
Please
when
let
you'll
me
want a
know.
hamburger.
Absolutely. No, I've met with Mr. Dwyer. Yeah, I know. So, being that he's late anyway, and we're already running short, I'm going to go ahead and move for approval, subject to all conditions, and we welcome you to the neighborhood. We welcome Checkers to the neighborhood, and look forward to the deconstruction and the redevelopment.
Thank you very much, Council.
Thank you.
There's a motion, please vote, and then please post. Motion carries, wonderful.
Mayor,
Good luck.
Council, thank you very much.
Sooner
And we'll
is
let you
better.
know. Okay.
Sooner is
Thank you.
Oh, sorry. Now, I just do that. Wait, you're not done, so sorry. Come back, please. That was 93, now we have to do 94. Please, Councilman Barlow.
Great. And on item number 94, Ito, if you're still in the back, please come forward, and I'll go ahead and move for approval, subject to all conditions.
And that does include the modification to condition number 6.
And to which you agree?
Yes.
Okay,
Thank you.
thanks. There's a motion, please vote. Thank you, Beverly. And please post. That motion also carries. Thank you very
Again,
much.
thank you very much.
And, okay, so now we're on to item number 95, and that is SUP 49334, public hearing, applicant Sherelle Hall, owner 5450 West Sahara LLC, for possible action on a request for a special use permit for proposed 640-foot square foot, massage establishment with waivers to allow a 0-foot distance separation from a residentially zoned property where 400 feet is required and a 60-foot distance separation from an existing massage establishment where 1,000 feet is required at 5450 West Sahara Suite 138, C1 limited commercial zone, and of course in Councilwoman Tarkanian's ward. Staff recommends denial. Planning Commission recommends approval. This is a public hearing, which I declare open. Anyone here representing the establishment in the application? Okay. Oh, okay. Are you representing?
Yeah.
Please.
Sherelle Hall, 5450 West Sahara, 138.
Thank you.
Sole proprietor of this.
Did you miss the name? Could you repeat your name?
Sherelle Hall. Which I'm
Sherelle
surprised you
Hall,
said it. Yeah, you said it correctly. Most people say
S-H-E-R-R-E-L-L
Cheryl.
Hall. Thank you.
Yeah, it's actually less than 640 square feet. The actual space is about 500 square feet. It's just a room. It's, you know, really small. It's not actually a big massage establishment where there's spa services or anything. It's just sports massage, healing massage, prenatal, that type of thing. So prior to signing the lease there, I was told that the licensing and special use permits were fine up until went in, turned in the paperwork, and then realized I had to go through this process. So just asking for approval because we don't have any outside signage, so it doesn't affect the residential area. We're set back inside of the lot, so it doesn't appear close to the other massage establishment also.
Your hours?
10 a.m. to 7 p.m., Monday through Saturday. We're closed Sundays. And not really open that much either. It's just pretty
Well,
much
you're
whenever
building
my
your
clientele.
practice.
I'm sorry?
You're building your practice and your clientele.
Yes.
Mr. Fack, could you explain the denial, please?
Certainly. The reason for our denial is because of the waiver from separation distance waiver from residential properties and from another massage establishment. However, the business can be operated in compliance with our business licensing regulations, and so consequently, again, the denial is only because of the waiver.
Thank you very much. Anyone wishing to be heard on this item, please come forward and give us your name and
Thank you, Mayor and Council. My name is Richard Batley. I'm the owner and the resident of 2320 Lindell, which is the residence most directly or most close to this proposal.
could you point to it on the map for us, please, there in the center, and that
will this
microphone
map
will
show
work?
here?
It should, right there on the table, in the center. Oh, it's not on the table.
That's from the previous one.
Sorry, it's not there. Oh, you can't do that. Okay, so that's fine. Sorry.
It's immediately north.
Okay,
It's the only
fine.
city property abuts this on the north
Thank
side. And I apologize, I was not aware of planning and zoning, or I would have attended that. And Councilwoman Tarkanian, I did not intend to speak today. I haven't had the pleasure of meeting you, but they wouldn't let me give you my opposition card, and they said I had to speak to express my opposition. This was early this afternoon. They wouldn't pass it on to you. The comments I wish to make are the ordinances surely were in place for reasons. The 400-foot variance from distance from a residential property, I'm sure, was to put in a buffer to not have these type of businesses next door to a residence. And the 1,000-foot separation between another massage parlor, I'm kind of clueless that there was another one there. But once you start allowing multiple massage parlors together, you change the character of the neighborhood. And I just want to strongly oppose this and ask you all to not take a step where you're going to change the integrity of the neighborhood.
Thank you. It's a public
Thank you.
hearing. Anyone else wishing to be heard on this? please come forward. You know, Councilwoman, on that previous map, it's hard to discern where's what, because that's much bigger than 500 square feet. Not this map, the one before.
You did not come into my office, right?
No, I didn't.
I had somebody else who had come in, and I thought maybe you were working with them, but you weren't, and so I'm not as familiar with your information. I want to obey this for 30 days. I move to obey it for 30 days. I will tell you that the opposition significantly was greater than the support, but we'll work with you and we'll see what you have. I know, and I've asked if maybe through licensing, is there a way that we had some type of different license when it's medical or it's not, you know, the other kind of massage, and to work that out. But you said, for example, in the application, it said foot massage, and then when you talked here, you talked about other types of prenatal massage and medical massage, and so I need to meet with you and with the neighbors.
Okay, awesome. Also wanted to state that within that lot, I know where his property sits, but we're in the center of that lot. So we're actually a few hundred feet, well, I don't know how to measure it, but we're a distance from that. It's just a wall there. There's a behavioral center there, and then there's our building. So it's not directly at that line, but I guess they have to count it from the property line of the whole lot itself, even with other
That's what they do.
businesses there.
Yes,
So-
And of course, too, looking at the map, if the maps are accurate, and in the building where your office is toward, not this map, but keep coming, there's another one and another one going the other direction. Anyway, the office, keep coming forward, one more. There, your office is the southernmost of a two-story building.
Yeah, we're on the bottom level, like in the middle where the shaded office
facing
is.
south.
So, yeah, but even, that's just our building. Between there's another parking lot, and then a behavioral center, then the wall, and then the residential. So they count it through the whole line of that lot, even though the owners, there's multiple properties there owned by different owners. Also, as far as the massage, I'm trained in a lot of varieties of massage, so some say foot massage, you know, I do pretty much everything.
Do you hold a certificate that they give for those who do medical type massage?
Yes, you get CEUs for those, yeah.
Okay, now, I was told there was only one or two in our city that held that, so, but those are things we'll talk about when you come in.
Okay.
Okay, and then would our other speaker, would he please just call my office and leave your number? And then I believe we have your number already.
Okay, so you guys will contact me to set up, or do I call your office and set up a time to meet
I
with
think you call my office and set up a time, okay? And then you'll also contact us, so we have your number.
Okay, so I will close the public hearing at this point, and then Councilwoman, your motion is to obey till when?
I would obey 30 days. Unless
September
that's a
18th.
crowded agenda, I'm not sure. Is it? Okay, then I do, that's my motion to September 18th.
There's a motion to obey to September 18th. Please vote, and please post. And definitely do call both, if you would, to follow up on this, so there's real clarity.
Okay.
So, best of everything.
Thank you.
Thank you. And that motion carries. And so now we're on to item number 96, SUP 49382. Public hearing, applicant Spickler Olenek LLC, owner Canyon Plaza LLC. Possible action on a request for a special use permit for a retail establishment with an accessory package liquor off sale within an existing 3,060 square foot convenience store at 6390 West Lake Mead Boulevard, C1 Limited Commercial Zone. This is in Ward 5 with Councilman Barlow. The staff recommends approval. This is a public hearing, which is, I declare open. Is the applicant present? Please come forward and state your name.
Hello, my name is Jason Olenek, and I am the owner of Munchie's Convenience Store.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone, do you want to make some comment of what's here?
Okay, basically, I've owned a convenience store on that corner for about 10 years, and my customers requested me to start carrying other items like packaged liquor, and I have a lot of people that walk and don't have cars in that neighborhood, so I'm just trying to accommodate them, try to grow my business.
Okay, thank you very much. It's a public hearing. Anybody wish to make comment? Hearing none, I'll close the public hearing, and Councilman Barlow.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor and council, if you all recall, just a month and a half ago, right across the street from you is CVS. And CVS came in requesting packaged liquor as well, and I denied them.
Okay.
And I denied them on the basis of what has been transpiring in this, what Metro calls the order out zone, which this council supported, because they're addressing a lot of issues down this corridor, and a lot of it has to do with alcohol, to include drugs and things of that nature. I won't be able to support your application today. I won't be able to support your application today, and I'll share with you the same thing I shared with CVS, which is directly across the street from you, is that I'm not saying no, because I believe there's a time and a place, just not today. And so I'll give you the option of withdrawing your application without prejudice, which you can basically come back at a future date, or I'll have to move for denial. And having, spoke with the Northwest Area Command and working with them very diligently in regards to a lot of the issues that they are addressing and continue to address in this specific corridor, we're trying to clean it up. And so for that, I won't be able to support your application today.
I do have security on overnight every single day of the week, and I believe you just approved Walgreens down the road, which is less than a half a mile away, on the corner of Jones and Lake Mead. They just received their liquor license, I believe.
Your location where you are right now, I won't be able to support today.
Okay. So you're suggesting I withdraw?
It's your choice.
Okay, so I'm confused. If I don't withdraw it, then they vote, or it just gets denied?
I'm sorry?
If I don't withdraw, there's...
No, I'm giving you a choice to, if you want us to move forward, I'm going to recommend denial.
Okay.
But you also have a choice to withdraw and to allow Metro to continue to address the issues in this order out area, and the location as far as the Walgreens that you're referencing, it's not in the order out area. Your area, your property, to include the CVS, which is directly across the street from you. And so I've been working with Metro, and we've been doing a good job as far as working collectively and working hand in hand to address and mitigate a lot of the issues that even your property that you very well know, Metro, is there almost every other night, okay? And so for that, the option is I'm going to recommend to deny it, or I'm giving you the opportunity to withdraw your application without prejudice so that you'll have an opportunity to come back before this council within 12 months. If I deny it and the council agree with that, then you won't be able to bring your item back for at least a year and a day.
Okay, so I'd like to withdraw this time then,
And
without prejudice.
Without prejudice. And my motion would be to accept your withdrawal without prejudice.
Okay.
That would be my motion today.
Okay,
And I look
thank you.
forward to working with you. It's no, slap at you by no means, but there's, as you very well know, working in this neighborhood, you know what's going on in this neighborhood just as well as I do. And so we want to get those issues addressed and eliminated. And then I would love for you to come back for us to have that conversation in relation to how we get this on again, okay?
Okay, thank
And
you.
also, someone from my office, Ito from my office, will be out to speak with you momentarily so that you will have the appropriate contact information so that we can see you again in a future date.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. There was a motion, please post. That motion carried, so you'll have the option to come back then. Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, items 97 through 100 have been obeyed to the 6th of November. And 102, 101, 102, well, 101 and 102 for the 4th of September, correct? And 103 and 104. And so we now are on to item number 105, which asks the city clerk Wrong. Citizen participation, public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters within the jurisdiction of the city council. No subject may be acted upon by a city council unless that subject's on the agenda and is scheduled for action. If you wish to be heard, come to the podium and give your name for the record. The amount of discussion on any single subject as well as the amount of time any single speaker is allowed may be limited. And I think I might have taken that out of order, so we'll hold what I just said, and I will ask, my page is stuck, 105, set the date of on any appeals filed or required public hearings from the City Planning Commission meetings in dangerous buildings or nuisance litter or abatements. I'd instruct the city clerk to set the public hearing dates and appeals from the City Planning Commission meetings in dangerous buildings or nuisance litter abatements. Thank you so much. And now back on to number 106. Any members of the public who wish to speak under this portion of the agenda, the citizen participation, please come forward and state your name. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, members of the council. I wish Councilman Coffin would have stayed for a minute. I just want to thank him for sharing his trials earlier while discussing item number 49, the pain and his recovery. I can certainly attest to chronic pain, which is one of the reasons I relocated here to the Valley because of the wonderful weather, accessible buses and whatnot. Councilman Barlow, as soon as you open your burger spot, let me know. Make sure you have shirts like that for everybody that comes in. The thing that bothers me the most is...
Excuse me if I might clarify, but I don't think you stated your name for the record.
Yes,
Maybe
I did, Madam Mayor. My name is Raymond.
Raymond?
Fletcher, I'm sorry.
Fletcher. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Fletcher.
Can you hear me better now?
That's
Can you hear
fine.
me
No,
now?
you were fine. It was me that wasn't fine.
Yes, ma'am.
Please go on.
Thank you. Councilwoman Tarkanian, I apologize I haven't come to you like this, but for the last 6 weeks I've tried to get in contact with you, to introduce myself, having relocated to the Valley, being involved with various organizations on board of directors and whatnot, to see what I can do, if anything, to help improve the quality of life for residents in the First Ward. I noticed along Sahara Avenue from Valley View up into Richfield, really, the increase in graffiti that we have seen. And with the construction of Valley View that was going on, some of the push buttons for the walks are quite inaccessible for wheelchair users. And that's why I've been trying to get in contact with you for the last 6 weeks, really, to see what we can do to form a partnership to really help make our city grow and be accessible for all residents. Madam Mayor, I am a huge fan of yours, and I look forward to the opportunity to actually meeting you, and I just hope that being a new resident here in the Valley, that any opportunities that should arise where I could provide my input, expertise, skills, and experience, that you allow me such opportunity. And I thank you very much for putting your council meetings on the TV, because it allows me an opportunity to watch during the day when you have the longer meetings. As Councilman Coffin was explaining, the chronic pain and whatnot that he goes through, oftentimes that's what I experience during the day, and sitting in a wheelchair all day is not fun. So having the ability to watch at home and then come in the afternoon and contribute, I'm really appreciative. So I just wanted to thank you very much for that.
Well, we're delighted you're here. Obviously, you've had a great education, and you just speak so beautifully. We're proud of it. The accessibility of the thank
crosswalks?
You. The buttons, they're not set at the right level. Is that something, Mr. Cervantes, that we can find out in that particular area?
And Mayor, what it is Valley View's under construction right now, so some may be obstructed because of construction. We'll send our people out there to make sure that there are no obstructions, they're accessible, and make sure they're able to get to them.
Wonderful.
So I'm thinking it's because of the construction activity out there.
Not only that, sir, and Madam Mayor, if I may, that's why I've reached out. Some of the areas, there's a curb, so if you're a wheelchair user, or anyone really, who approaches it and may not have a longer reach, you can't really get to some of the buttons. And for example, Paso del Prado, where the McDonald's is, if you don't if you are not able to hit the button, it's a hit or miss on if you're going to catch that light across the street. And granted, my wheelchair is fast. You know, I don't want to try to play Frogger as I cross the street. And lastly, I just recalled something you asked in your question, ma'am. Earlier, when you were discussing item number 49, you were saying until the federal government makes changes. I will gladly attach a wagon to the back of my wheelchair and take you all up the street to Senate Majority Leader Reed's office and say, hey, are you going to deny a person with Parkinson's access to their medication? Are you going to deny a cancer patient, access to their medication? Just because medication is not in a pill form and it is not created by multi-billion-dollar pharmaceutical corporations does not mean that it does not actually grant relief.
Well, I think where we are with this is the council's very much behind putting it all in proper order. And I know Councilwoman and I certainly, and all council, if you want to come up and visit 7th floor, but call ahead and make sure you get an appointment, because sometimes council isn't there and I'm not there. But we welcome your input, and hopefully Mr. Cervantes can look at those particular streets to make sure that during construction there is something there, because as you go off those ramps as well, I mean, you have to be able to have a ramp to get across.
And it sounds to me it's not just during construction, but there's some locations where it may be challenging. So we'll look at all and make sure that they're accessible.
Thank you, and thank you for
I'll
coming.
be glad to provide a preliminary list of some that I have encountered
Right.
throughout my travels.
Wonderful.
That may be able to help you
And
guys.
if you live in Ward 1, Councilwoman Tarkanian's office is the place for that, because then she will make sure that Mr. Cervantes gets that.
And I was going to ask if Orlando would get his telephone number, and I'll personally call him. Okay?
Good.
Thank you,
Great,
ma'am.
thank you. Anyone else, please, from the public wishing to be heard?
Thank you, Todd Farland, 240 North 19th Street. Did the clerk get my handout, a copy of the handout? Somebody didn't get one. Val, did you get one? You're good? Well, you're on there. The Black Bart Department is mentioned in there. The problem that I have, and the reason for the handout is this. I've got 3 minutes. If I spoke out and said the things that I wanted to say in the 3 minutes without the backup, you would think I was a lunatic, because we're talking about monies that nobody could even comprehend. $12.8 billion on your banker friends. I'm sorry, I said billion. That's trillion. These are T's. Nobody even has an idea of what a T is. But the gist of it is this. There's been major decisions by the entire governments of the world that was based upon a study done by 2 Harvard economists. The entire world locked onto that, and they went into this austerity program. Okay. Then it came out that the spreadsheet that it was based on was in error. And this is the analogy, and I tried to go to, I was at Councilman Beers' office yesterday. I wanted to talk to him. But take this and that as analogy. A board of directors hires a CPA to run the numbers. The CPA runs the numbers and writes a letter on the business plan. The board of directors instigates the business plan, and it's going on, and then as soon as they get it down the road, they find out that the spreadsheet, the numbers were in error. What are they going to do? And this is where we're at now. And Councilman Ross, I want to put on reference number 2 in your document. It's called The Life and Death of Crystal Wilson. And it's based upon this, and you can talk to medical Dr. Nett. If people are down for so long, they it's a psychological thing, and they go into a depression that even has medical consequences. And Councilman Ross knows, probably has seen this probably more than anything. Red or blue collar workers, the hard hats out there, identify themselves with their jobs. I mean, to a degree where that job actually becomes part of their life. You take that job away for years and years at end, and there's a psychological problem with that. And that is what that reference number 2 is, where the longevity of a certain class of people is actually declining, is in measurable amounts because of this austerity program. Austerity programs were based upon the wrong numbers. And the other articles in that, based upon, it depends on where the money is spent. I'm going to give you this as an example. Money was borrowed to build Hoover Dam, was built to build the interstate highway system. The assets it brought electricity that made jobs, transportation, and that. And in the long run, those events that money was spent on returned more than what it cost in the first place. Hoover Dam has paid for itself God knows how many times. The interstate highway has paid for itself God knows how many times. And this is the thing, it depends on where it's spent. Now.
So you have to get to your bottom line because you are 1:17 over. Sorry.
I'll tell you what, I'm going to follow this up with another handout.
Please do, because I know you've been through all the training, and certainly you care so much about the city. So we each have a copy, and I'm sure the council will read through it and bring it back at our next meeting. Thank you.
You know, Madam Mayor,
my name's Ed Hart, I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's been a pleasure being down here with you, and I just want to say thank you for the many years that I've been coming down since 1980 or 91 or whatever. But the objective is, I love you and I appreciate you letting me come down and mess up your council once in a while, but I know how to throw myself out, so I'm not going to take it along with others. So thanks again, and I enjoy seeing everybody.
Thank you. Councilwoman?
Maybe I can come by one more day.
Thank you. Keep coming.
Officer, what's your name? Anthony. How you doing, sir? Is it all right if I come back someday and say hello again? I heard you. You said don't come back. Thank you.
I just wanted to thank him again, Jerry, thank you for coming up, sir. I always appreciate it, and I always appreciate the references to your wife. But Jerry, I just wanted to say that if you're listening.
Are you listening?
No, you're not. If you'll hold on, Councilwoman speaking to Todd Farlow. Todd Farlow, hold on, Councilwoman speaking with you, I'm sorry.
My husband, I guess.
Anthony Hodges, hold on, it may include you too.
No, I just wanted to thank you very much for all this. I read it, and I've already started reading some of this, and it's really interesting. It gives us a wider view on everything. And Anthony, I just want to say thank you for all the kind words you say to us. It helps us feel good at the end of a long meeting. Thank you.
Now, I want you to know, Mr. Farlow, if Mrs. Tarkanian, Councilwoman Tarkanian's been reading, she should have been paying attention instead of reading.
I did pay attention. And he was speaking about the articles, and I was looking at what he said.
I'll always Dr. Tarkanian, and I appreciate any doctor.
Great. So we'll see you again on this. Thank you.
Dr. Tarkanian and everybody, I appreciate it too. I wanted to say that I did make history here when they said at the end of the day, you know, the government passed that. It's been said billions of times all over the world, and they use it now every day. It's part of our daily vocabulary. So if I never get anything else good out of this world, I hit a big hit right out of the park right here in the old city hall, whatever.
Thank you very much.
Yes, have a good day, and I love you.
Thank you. You too. Ma'am, please come forward, state your name. Yes, your turn.
My name is Toshiko Gale. I live in 921 Sage Tree Court, right?
Okay, I don't mean to be rude, but will you spell your name slowly for our city clerk?
Okay. My name is Toshiko Gale. Live 900
No, we got the address, but spell your name slowly, please.
Oh, you want me to spell?
Yes.
Oh, okay. First name, Toshiko. Last name, Gill, Gill.
Thank you very much. Please continue.
And you don't need the address?
No.
I have a problem with my neighbor. Somebody sneaking in middle of night, poison on all the tree and the bush and the grass. And been going so long, I can catch.
You're on Sahara?
No, I live right across Senior Citizens, 309th Street.
Oh, that is downtown, and that's Councilman.
I live right downtown, that close to the neighbor. And I think I know who doing, but I cannot know it till I want to catch a shoe. This guy doing it.
Well, that would be a report to code enforcement or a Metro Police. So if you will give your name and address and phone number to Mr. Orlando right here.
Okay.
You give it to him, he will make sure to follow up to get you the right names. Don't do anything that you shouldn't be doing
No,
that
I'm not
is
going to
illegal.
do nothing. That's why I come in here to get help to catch this guy. Now they're going to climb in the fence, come in my backyard, the water line. My water line, drinking water, go through the house. Poison on it, melted on the plastic, melted on the ground, go through the pipeline.
Okay. Our assistant manager, city manager, Orlando Sanchez, will get your information and get it to the right people. Thank you. Thank you very much. Anyone else wishing to be heard? Close the public hearing, citizen comment, and we will move on to item 107. Any member of the city council who wishes to speak under this portion of the agenda. So we'll start down, we'll hold that one to the left. Councilman Barlow.
Thank you, Mayor. As always, the first Thursday of every month, I have coffee with the councilman. So please, community and business owners, come out and sit with me to have conversation as it relates to what's going on in your business or the community as a whole or at large. We meet at Starbucks at the corner of Bonanza and Rancho the first Thursday of every month. So I will be there September 5th, starting at 9 a.m. until 10 a.m. So please come on out, coffee with the councilman. In addition to that, this coming Friday, the Urban Chamber will have their monthly luncheon at the Nevada Partners Culinary Arts Center. So if you would like to attend, please come on out to the Urban Chamber's luncheon this Friday. Thank you.
And I might add that in the future, you've got Checkers. You could hold
Burgers and Barlow's.
Burgers and Barlow's.
Absolutely. But
Once
Mayor,
a month.
let me say this also, if you don't mind. I do want to thank the mayor and the entire council for a wonderful, wonderful grand reopening of Lorenzi Park. It was a wonderful event, and of course, my annual back-to-school fair. But there was approximately 6,000 people that came through the park on this past Saturday, and Lorenzi is most definitely a very beautiful park, and I was just really elated to have the support of the council to get the park reopened so that the community can once again enjoy it just as Councilman Ross and I enjoyed it as kids.
Well, and rumor has it that the reason the park was opened was in celebration of your son's birthday.
Well, you know, we took advantage of being out in the park that day. I
thought it was the other way around.
I can
that
rest assured.
We opened the park for your son. You tell him that.
All right, will do.
Mayor?
Thank you.
Mayor, the councilman would be remiss if he did not bring up the boat race.
I'm old and my mind slips me, Councilman.
And that it was in the paper, that big picture with you holding onto their boat.
Right.
Caught.
Wonderful. Councilwoman, your turn.
It was a cute picture. I'd like to state that tomorrow, Thursday, August 22nd, Ward 1 will have a back-to-school safety fair and pool party featuring Ducky, who's going to help us learn how to float like a duck, and it will go from 5:30 to 7 p.m. at the Bill and Lily Henrik YMCA on Meadows Mall. We'll have school supplies, refreshments while they last, games, food, health district immunization, and a lot of pirates are going to be out there watching us because we think we're going to get Christy Garnas to walk the plank. So hope you can come out that night. I think it'll be fun. We have it 5:30 to 7, so it'll still be warm, of course, and we can have a lot of fun in that beautiful pool at the Y. On Monday, August 26, the first day of school, McDonald's is offering from 6:30 to 8 p.m. free breakfast. Now, in my ward, it's at 6360 West Charleston Boulevard, but as I understand, in every ward, McDonald's will be doing that. And thank them very, very much for doing that. For parents who bring their children, they'll have free coffee. It helps get us all ready for the start of school and maybe have a real pleasant beginning. Lastly, I wanted to state, don't forget that Monday, August 26th, many area students will return to school after the summer break. As motorists, we need to be aware of the increased pedestrian traffic on our streets and sidewalks and recognize the added safety needs of our children. We have had many accidents. We've had many people working to make it safe to children to go to school, so let's let each of us as drivers concentrate. Drivers should yield to pedestrians, always. Drivers should stop before the crosswalk, watch for turning bikes, and maintain a minimum 3 feet clearance until completely passing a bicyclist. So let's all work together, and maybe we can have several months of no accidents involving
That'd be
youngsters going to school.
Thank you. That would be wonderful. Mayor Pro Tem, your turn.
Thank you. In Ward 4, there'll also be a McDonald's on August 26th that will also offer a free breakfast from 6 to 9 a.m. It's going to be located at Craig and Tenaya. So if you live in the Craig and Tenaya area, or just you don't live in that area, just want to stop by, it's a free breakfast from McDonald's on the first day of school. Second, I'm going to have my annual ALS of Nevada walk and roll event. It's going to be September 21st at Police Memorial Park. This is a great way to raise funds for ALS of Nevada. Great way to bring awareness about this disease and see if we can help some of the folks out in Las Vegas with ALS. We'll have a walk and roll, which is always a fun event, and then we're going to have a home run 5K in support of ALS patients and their families. So if you want to come out dressed as your favorite baseball player, or you wear your favorite baseball jersey, there'll be awards for the best dressed, top runners, the most money raised. So please come on out. It's, let's see, okay, there's no time on here. It's in the morning, September 21st. In the morning, probably around 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock. So, and if you need any more information, you can always contact my office at 229-2524.
Thank you very much. Councilman Ross.
Sounds fun, Councilman Anthony. It sounds like too much work, but for good cause.
You've done yours. You did yours last weekend.
Yeah, last Saturday, as a matter of fact, when Councilman Anthony's in my boat surpassed Betsy Fretwell, our city manager's, and Councilman Barlow's boat on Twin Lakes at Lorenzi Park. And what a great event that was, and what a fabulous, fabulous job they did at that park. First day of school, McDonald's for me will be Farm in Durango. Anybody wants to come out and get a free breakfast on McDonald's? McDonald's, what a great community partner, helping us in all of our awards. More seriously, Mayor and Council and folks here in Las Vegas, we do have a missing juvenile, a missing young man named Jonathan Floyd. He is 16 years old. He's 5'5", 135 pounds, brown eyes, brown or black hair. He was last seen August 5th. He's got tattoos and piercings. He was last seen in the area of West Craig Road in Allen. Jonathan was last seen wearing skinny jeans, a ball cap, and he may be carrying a blue backpack with personal belongings. He does have a LV tattoo on his hand between his thumb and index finger, a rose tattoo on his chest that says Mom, and a rosary tattoo on his back. He's got scars on his stomach and various body piercings. So if anyone has any information leading to the whereabouts of this young man, his family would like him back, please contact Nevada Child Seekers 702-458-7009 or the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department at 702-828-3111. Thank you, Mayor and council members.
Thank you, and if Jonathan is hearing this, please go home.
Mayor, just one other
Yes.
quick update. I apologize. Also, at the corner of, the McDonald's at the corner of Martin Luther King and Lake Mead will be giving out free breakfast on Monday as well to all of the youngsters going back to school. So please take advantage of this great philanthropic effort on behalf of McDonald's around all of the City of Las Vegas wards. So I do want to mention that. Martin Luther King and Lake Mead, free breakfast for all returning elementary and middle school students. Thank you.
As long as supplies last. That was very important. I read the small print. As long as supplies last. So anyway, our very next city council meeting is Wednesday, September 4th, here in City Council Chambers, beginning at 9 a.m. Thank you all very, very much. And I know on the 19th of September, there is a coffee with the mayor with Councilwoman Tarkanian from 8 to 9:30 at M&M Soul Food Cafe, located 3923 West Charleston. I got a little jump start on that, bless you, a couple of weeks early, but we look forward to that excellent food, so we're very excited to be doing that. Hope you all have a good rest of the week, and we'll see you on the 4th of September, and this meeting is adjourned. Thank you very much.